Sorry, we didn't go on the air yet. Now we are. Well, everyone, welcome to GM Junior's podcast for tonight. We're excited to have you back here for day 2 of the NFL Draft, and the second round will be starting momentarily. I think Houston is obviously everybody's been talking about them trying to trade. I am very interested to see if they address some of their needs because despite all the talk, I think they have a lot of needs, and I think one of those primary needs, other than a nose tackle, could be a quarterback. And I really think that Tom Savage could be the guy that they lean towards here. Even though I am not a huge Savage fan, um, I think that the fact that he is a traditional pocket passer with fantastic upper body mechanics, a tremendous arm, and the ability to be very accurate when he does things right, I think he makes a lot of sense here for them, as long as they're willing to deal with the fact that he has some major flaws in terms of footwork and accuracy that they're going to have to improve upon. I don't think he's the best quarterback remaining on the board, but I can understand they're going in this direction because Bill O'Brien and Greg Schiano have a relationship, and Schiano coached Savage and is one of his biggest supporters right now. So I think Jordan, I think you looked at him. What were your thoughts on him?
Well, Russ, I did see that he does have plus arm strength, and that was one of the things that was quite evident when you watched him on tape. I mean, he could make throws to the far hash that a lot of other people in college can't make. My concerns about him, as far as lower body mechanics, were first and foremost his lead foot was frequently not pointed at the target. It was often to the right of his intended target, which led to some inaccurate throws. And then also he had a tendency to sort of fall away from his throws, especially on his deep balls. And so there was a lot of accuracy issues, but I think that his accuracy issues are ones that can be fixed. And so if they can be corrected, and the coaches can take advantage of his plus arm strength, then he could be it could develop into an NFL starter.
Yeah, it's interesting when you mentioned the falling away. That was something I noticed when I was watching him closely. Is he had 2 bad habits, I thought, with his footwork. One was that instead of striding forward, he would often pick his foot up and move it to the left and put it almost on the same exact yard line as his back foot was on. And then he would also tend to fall into his left shoulder as he was throwing the ball, even if it was a deep throw down the field or if it was just a little dump-off pass. And I think oftentimes it caused his passes to have a little bit of that tail on it, like when you slice a golf ball, and the ball would almost tail following him falling away. Because when I charted him out this year, he was the second least accurate thrower of the top 10 quarterbacks in this year's draft. And generally, my rule of thumb is guys with accuracy problems rarely correct them, especially when they have very good upper body mechanics. So I love his tools, and like I said, I can understand them selecting him here, but I would be very leery of doing so. To me, he's a major risk in terms of can he become a quality starter. The other thing I think that we haven't talked about with him, and given we're not saying he is the pick, that pick is going to be made in a few minutes. But I think the other thing that's really a concern with him is he was the most sacked quarterback of anybody that I evaluated this year. He was sacked over 10% of the snaps where he dropped back to throw. I really question his overall awareness within the pocket, and I think when you combine that with the questionable accuracy, I think you're just looking at someone that I think could have some major issues in terms of developing into more than just an average guy in the NFL who struggles with consistency. And because of that, I would if I were them, I'd be looking at Garoppolo. I'd be looking at Mettenberger before I'd be looking at him in terms of drafting. I just think there's a huge risk there.
Yeah, Russ, the other thing, too, is that he is an overaged prospect as well.
Yep, he's overaged, and he did have the thing where he left he left Rutgers, and obviously now he says, looking back, it was a mistake, but that's what he's obviously being told to say. I mean, hopefully he means it, but there's a good chance he may still think he got a raw deal at Rutgers and that they should have bent over backwards for him. And it just always has to concern you when a quarterback is afraid of competing. You hope he's learned the lesson, like I said, but it's impossible to know that. And I think that, to me, is one of the major concerns. I know that all of us have looked at a lot of these quarterbacks, and I think there's some very intriguing guys in terms of Mettenberger, Garoppolo, Derek Carr, that I think Houston's going to consider because it does not look like the Zach Mettenberger trade is going to happen. But I think they need to find somebody because if they go into the draft or into the year with the quarterbacks they have now, Ryan Fitzpatrick and players like that, quarterbacks like that, I think they're looking at another poor season. So I don't know. I'm a very probably the best word would be nervous about some of the quarterbacks I believe they're considering, whether it's Savage or Carr, because they have major accuracy questions. I think accuracy is a very tough thing to overcome. If it were me, I would lean towards a Garoppolo or a Mettenberger here. Those guys were the two most accurate quarterbacks of all the quarterbacks I charted this year, so I would tend to think they have the best chance for success.
Could you see him going to a different position, though, like maybe a Rashid Hageman here?
Oh, I could see Hageman. I could see Lewis Nix. I mean, if they're going to go D-line, I think Lewis Nix makes a ton of sense.
Is it predetermined that Clowney's going to play outside linebacker?
I think it's at least early on. I think they're saying that. I don't know if that's actually what's going to happen. I think when they get him into their building, I think that's when they're going to decide, does he actually fit better as a 3-4 outside linebacker, or is he going to be a guy we're going to want to bulk up and put down as a defensive end? I would not be surprised if they ended up bulking him up down the road and playing him at defensive end.
Yeah, because I think that's a more natural position for him, which would make Hageman an odd pick.
Yeah.
Yeah, no question. I agree.
Nix makes sense, though.
Nix, I think, is going to be a guy that's going to go off the board earlier than many people expect. And the reason I say that is I think a lot of NFL teams that play 34 defenses are getting by without a frontline nose tackle. I mean, when you look at San Diego last year, had Cam Thomas, then Sean Lissamore, Pittsburgh. They had McClendon. Now they're going to have Cam Thomas. I mean, there are a lot of these teams that don't really have a strong nose tackle, and you sort of need that. I mean, you don't have to have it to have a solid average defense, but to have a top defense, you really need to have it. You can't do it. There's no other way to do it. If you don't have a stud nose tackle in the middle, your 34 defense cannot be an elite unit. So, to me, I think Nix could be a guy that's in play here. I will say, if a team doesn't get Nix, you have to look at the kid from Louisiana Tech, the Ellis kid that we all saw at the All-Star games. I mean, he's a great guy. I think when you get down to the latter part of the draft, if you don't want to use a high pick on Nix, you could probably get a bargain on a player like him. And I know, Josh, you looked pretty closely at Nick or at Ellis and at the All-Star games. What did you think of him?
I did. It's interesting because you look at him physically, and he has the body type of a traditional nose, but then you watch him play, and really he's most effective when he's getting off the ball because he has a really explosive first step. Very raw, unskilled with his hands at this stage. He's working on that. That's something we saw constantly. Coaches were talking to him about trying to help him at the East-West Shrine game. But it's so rare to find a guy that's that big, that strong, that has that kind of movement off the ball. And you know me, Russ, personally, I think there's a lot more upside to taking him later than taking Nix now.
And you know what? There's definitely something to be said for that. I think the issue, though, is if you pass on him here in terms of Nix, you're basically saying at some point in the next round or two, you're probably going to have to overdraft Ellis because you don't want to risk coming out of this with nobody. So
right.
That to me is the concern. And how big of a difference is there between the two? If you think there's a significant difference, you probably want to lean towards taking the Knicks kid now, so you don't take any risk of being caught with your pants down. I think the other thing to mention here is that I know we were talking about a little bit before we came in the air, Scott, is what with the news coming out today about Josh Gordon, the receiver for the Browns, possibly facing a one-year suspension. Do we view their decision yesterday to trade out of their pick to get the extra first-round pick and pass on both Watkins and Evans? do we view that differently now and maybe not view it as this brilliant maneuver by first-year GM Ray Farmer? And do we sort of look at it and say, wow, this is a little bit of sort of a huge risk? Or do we look at it and say, you know what, this GM and head coach are probably going to get 2 years, so they're going to get this year to hopefully develop another receiver, and they're going to get their 2 number ones next year, and then they'll get a second season to see if they develop before anybody's jobs are on the line. What do you guys think? I mean, we'll start here with Scott. What's your thought with that suspension looming and the news of it coming out today?
Well, to me, it makes the Justin Gilbert pick really curious from a value perspective. Actually, to me, it doesn't make a lot of sense. Not only did they pass up on Sammy Watkins and Mike Evans, but they also passed up on the opportunity to draft an Odell Beckham Jr. It seems like they really have just resigned the idea that they're just maybe they've got, like we talked about, Russ, maybe they have somebody in house that they're comfortable with. I mean, outside of Jordan Cameron, I'm not sure they've got much. I know they have Greg Little, and I know they signed the small kid from Cincinnati, Hawkins, I think, but
yep.
I don't know. It's just suspicious. I think that it's great that you got the extra first rounder, but it's just it makes it look funny. I don't know what you think, Russ. I mean, I know maybe you don't think Gilbert was a reach. I thought he was a reacher to begin with, but now knowing that you might not have Josh Gordon, you didn't address it. Wow.
I thought that Gilbert was a little bit of a reach because I think he's a better athlete than football player right now. But I understand it in the fact that Patine likes bigger corners who can press, who are athletes. Well, if you put this kid out there and let him press, his technique isn't as big a question because you're just saying stay on that guy's hip. So you can get away with a little bit of the rawness. But I think, yes, the point about the receiver, that's where this becomes a question mark. Because to me, the other question then is, do they have a guy they're already targeting today? Are they going to trade up to specifically address a guy? And/or are they going to maybe be signing one or two veteran free agents that are still on the market? Are they going to attempt to make a trade for somebody? I mean, I think it puts a lot of things in play because without Josh Gordon, they are bereft of any outside receivers. They have Andrew Hawkins, who I think is an outstanding slot receiver, and they have a very good tight end in Jordan Cameron. But those guys, I mean, you need some outside guys. And I think if they don't figure that out, Manziel's life could be really difficult if he wins that starting job this year.
Yeah, it could be. I'm looking at their depth chart right now, and it's Greg Little and Josh Gordon are starting wideouts, and behind that you've got Nate Burleson, you've got Andrew Hawkins, you got a bunch of little guys, Travis Benjamin. You don't have much, and if you
don't, and that's what's
Josh Gordon, man, that's frightening.
Yep. I mean, Jordan, what are your thoughts on the whole thing with the fact that the suspension is now potentially looming over their heads, and they may lose their best offensive weapon?
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely unfortunate for them because, like we just discussed, they're not, they don't have a bunch of offensive weapons to begin with. Now, I also agree. I thought the Gilbert pick was a little strange, and especially in light of this new information that's come out regarding Gordon's suspension. However, this draft is especially deep in wide receivers, so they could feel that they could get a guy or two today or a guy or two tomorrow as well. I mean, no one's going to be the caliber of an outside threat as Josh Gordon, but this draft is deep in wide receivers, and so maybe they're just hoping to pick one up.
Josh, what do you feel the same way, or do you have an insight that's different on this?
I think it's crazy what they did. Not necessarily the trading back, getting the extra pick, but you got to take Odell Beckham at that point. I just don't get it. I mean, and maybe they take Marquise Lee here, and maybe his knee's fine, and that's a little overblown, and he becomes a great player. That's all well and good, but when you get to this stage, yeah, it's a deep class at the position, but you need someone that can come in and be productive right now for a quarterback that he's not going to be. He needs guys to be able to that he can rely on to make difficult plays.
Wow.
I agree. I agree wholeheartedly. They're coming up, it looks like, to announce the pick. And Josh, check your text. They took a guard. Who did they take?
Pick.
Sua-Filo.
Okay. I have no problem with that. Oh no, their guard is Chester Pitts making the.
No, but you're right. They did take a guard.
Oh, did they?
Yeah.
Okay.
The kid from UCLA.
I'm waiting to see it to be sure. I mean, I tell you
The
what.
interesting thing with this is they had, remember they drafted Quessenberry last year. They liked him a lot. Then he got injured in preseason, couldn't use him. So I almost wondering if Quessenberry is going to, well, or it could be Sua-Filo. One of those two is probably going to end up being their starting right tackle.
I wonder if they're going to let him compete. I wonder if they're going to let them compete for the tackle job, and the loser goes inside and challenges Brandon Brooks.
No, I don't think they're going to challenge Brooks. They're going to be opposite Brooks. Brooks is a fixture at right guard. He'll be there.
Okay. Well, here then I guess here's the thoughts. And Jordan, if I'm correct, you did Sua-Filo.
Yes.
So give me your thoughts. What do you think his strengths are? Can he be a right tackle for Houston?
I think that he can. I mean, initially when I scouted him, he had only been playing at guard, but then there was an injury on their offensive line, and he had switched out to left tackle. While I do think that he can play right tackle, I do think his better fit is at guard. He doesn't have the longest arms necessarily to be playing outside, but he is a guy who is an outstanding run blocker, very physical at the point of attack, and I believe he can play in any sort of scheme. It looks like there's a trade here at the pick 34.
Yep, Dallas is up. When I look at Sua-Filo, to me, he's a very intriguing guy because most of the time guards are not as athletic as tackles, and they're guys that are limited by how well they can play within sort of a small area because they can't be effective out in space. This kid's sort of different. I think when you watch him pull, you watch him step through to the second level, he's very effective blocking out in space. When they had the injuries this year and he stepped out and played tackle for half the season, I thought each game he got remarkably better. And I thought by the end of the season, you would not have been, if you watched him for the first time in his final game of the season, you would not have gone, oh, look, he has no idea what he's doing. You would have said, wow, he's making a few errors, but he's a really good tackle. So to me, I look at it and I think, wow, this is a guy who's got a chance, in my opinion, to be a right tackle in the NFL. And I think when you look at Houston's line, having Dwayne Brown on one side, if this kid were to challenge for the right tackle spot or even play guard, I think the level of athleticism that he brings to their line automatically helps them because now they can be much more effective blocking out in space. They can adjust to handle multiple front blitzes. I mean, I think it's a great choice here. I think there's a number of quality linemen left, but I love the versatility and the athleticism that Sua-Filo brings to the team. Scott, I don't know what your thoughts are on him, but I'd love to know.
Well, I mean, I think he's super athletic. I mean, I would imagine he's a bit of a plug-and-play prospect. It's just a question of where. I think there's versatility in their safety, knowing that whether you can play him at guard, let's let him compete at right tackle, right? I mean, I didn't look at him a ton like you guys do, but I looked at him enough to know that he can play, and I think he was. I know we saw a bunch of guards go last year. Early. He's a good player.
And think about this: if Derek Newton, their young kid from the small school, continues to play well, he started every game the last 2 years almost. They could put him at guard right next to Dwayne Brown, and they might have the most athletic left side of the offensive line in the league. And then that right side with Brooks and Newton, although neither one of them is a dominant player yet, they're both on the come. Brooks is a tremendous athlete with great raw strength. Newton is a kid that's developing into, I think, a quality starter. That gives them, really, with Chris Myers in the middle, who I think is a limited athlete, but a very smart, functional center, that gives them a frontline offensive line. I think it gives Bill O'Brien a chance to have a very strong offense right away. Now the key is, can he get out there and find himself a quarterback to sort of run the ship?
And I think they've hinted at what they're going to do with that. Is I think they're going to wait and get one of the bigger bodied kids that we've talked about, Mettenberger type of player, maybe a little bit later. Makes
perfect sense. It really does. I mean, I think Houston, I wouldn't be surprised if they're sort of thinking, you know what, only 3 quarterbacks were selected in the first round. Cleveland took one. Minnesota took one. those are two teams that everybody viewed as desperate for quarterbacks. There's so many guys left with Garoppolo and Carr and Mettenberger. I think they may be taking a gamble thinking one of them's going to be there at the top of the third round, and that they're willing to wait and do that. And if not, I'm sure they have a veteran with another team or a veteran that's on the street that they're willing to sort of go with until they can figure out that spot.
Cleveland might have one available.
Yeah,
referencing Brian Hoyer.
Yep. Yeah, no, I mean Brian Hoyer could be a guy. I mean, there are definitely going to be some veteran guys that are going to be available. And if you're Bill O'Brien and you're not in love with any of these quarterbacks, you know what? Don't overdraft a kid you don't love. Because I mean, the reality is, you not only do you have to like the kid, you have to be comfortable, because quarterbacks go through so many ups and downs early in their career. If you're not comfortable with them, the odds of your being willing to put in the time, do all the dirty work for them to be successful is slim. So I think it's very important to make sure that quarterback is the right guy, and that's why I can understand them passing. Maybe there's a guy that we don't even know about that they're really targeting right here. So Dallas is on the clock here. They're making their pick, and Dat Win, their old inside linebacker, who was really a tremendous player back in the day, another one of the short inside guys that made it. And they take one of our favorite guys, DeMarcus Lawrence, an explosive pass rusher. I like this kid. I think he's a unique guy, very versatile and athletic. And while I know a little bit about him and I can talk about his athleticism and pass rush skills, I think really the guy here who probably knows him best is Jordan. So Jordan, I'm going to sort of hand it off to you and sort of let you give me the breakdown. If I'm correct, it was you who broke him down for me.
Well, actually, I did not, Russ, but I mean, I have seen him recently a little bit. I mean, we're talking a guy who's almost 6'3", 251 pounds. He has long arms at 33 3/4 inches. He is, an edge rusher. He has that ability to bend and dip off the edge. And the Cowboys were looking for, a front seven playmaker, and they missed out in the first round. And so now they just, chose to trade up and get one of them here. We've mentioned before this isn't a very good pass rushing class. So I think you're going to see some of these guys start to aggressively trade up to try to get their guy, which is what Jerry just did here in getting DeMarcus Lawrence.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. I mean, when you watch this kid play, you can see that he's sort of an uncommon guy in that he's got the explosiveness to get the corner, but he also has the strength and hand use to take on blocks, to defeat him and make plays. I mean, I think he's a pretty unique guy in today's NFL, where you're always looking for guys who can get to the quarterback. Obviously, the Cowboys went through a little bit of a change last year, switching to a 43. DeMarcus Ware did not fit in that very well. Anthony Spencer was hurt. They need somebody who can get to the quarterback consistently off the edge. I think this is a kid who's going to be able to at least threaten the corner pretty regularly. And I think when you watch film of this kid, you see the competitiveness. You see a guy who's going to do whatever it takes to fight through blocks, to fight through contact, to make plays. He doesn't take downs off. So I think he has all the traits to be a productive starting 4-3 defensive end for them. I like the pick a lot. I had actually heard a few teams tell me that they wouldn't be shocked if he had gone in the bottom 10 picks of the first round. So I think it makes a lot of sense. Josh, what do you think about this guy?
I did get to take a look at probably 4 games of him a couple weeks ago, and honestly, I'm not as high on him. I don't see the explosive first step for him to consistently gain the edge. I do like his hand usage. I think he's aggressive. He has a high motor. He's physical at the point of attack, and that's going to allow him to win a lot of downs you wouldn't otherwise think. And while he's not big at this stage, I think he has a frame to fill out further. Plus, he clearly has some natural strength right now. I think it's very interesting that they're trading up within their division, giving a third-round pick to a divisional opponent to make this play. I think that tells you just how much they're convinced DeMarcus Lawrence is going to be a big-time player for them.
Oh, it's a great point, and I think it also tells you that this must have been a guy that they probably had a much higher grade on than many people either expected or felt, and they probably said, you know what, we just got to go get this guy. We can't sit here and hope he's here when our pick comes up. So I think it makes a lot of sense. I mean, they are desperate for pass rushers, and if you don't have pass rushers, you can't win in today's NFL because of the passing attack. So I like it. I think it's a smart move. I'm interested to see sort of the next step that the Cowboys take throughout the draft. Are they going to find some playmakers on defense to continue sort of upgrading these guys, upgrading their defense? Because I think their defense needs drastic help. Yeah, I think one guy is not going to be the difference. They need to make a lot of moves. But I like this kid. I see what you're saying, Josh. I do agree that you don't see that explosion off the ball every single snap. But I do think that when he times the snap well, I think you do see that first step burst. I think he gets to full speed in a heartbeat, and I think he's able to get that edge. And when he does, I think he can dip and turn because he's flexible and fast. And I just think he's a pretty impressive guy. I'm excited to see what he can do for the Cowboys. I think he can provide a little bit of that outside rush that they've so desperately been lacking.
You know, one of the things that I saw with him was a little bit of struggling to get through blocks. And while he's got long arms, it's almost like allowing people to get into his chest, where he would struggle to fight through that. And I'd say it's a good pick as long as you continue to let him come forward, right? Play him as a defensive end. Don't consider dropping him. Just let him get to corner. And I think there's clearly value in doing that.
Oh, there's no question. And I mean, the reality is, I mean, just like with D. Ford, who struggles when he has to go and play off the ball, a good coach puts a guy in position to succeed, asks him to do what he does well. You don't ask him to do things he's not particularly good at. So in this kid's case, why are you going to move him back and play him? Why are you going to do much where he's not going forward? To me, I agree with you, Josh. You want to let this kid attack. Let him use his natural athleticism and ability to stay free. Let that be what you let this kid do. And I think if they do that, they could have themselves a very good pass rusher, and I think a guy who could challenge to start immediately, because I think he has a lot of the skill set to be a productive starter in the NFL. All right, so now here's the question, I guess. If Cleveland does not choose a receiver here, then they clearly have a plan.
They're not.
We don't know what it is. And that to me is I don't know what their plan is, or maybe they figured out a technicality in regards to Gordon that's going to keep him on the team for this coming season. But without Gordon there, I just have real concern as to whether there's a way for them to be productive. Well, I mean, if you look at that, it definitely tells you one thing, that they want to make sure and what we're saying here, folks, is the Browns picked Nevada offensive tackle Joe Bitonio. And when you look at this, they've got Joe Thomas, who's a Pro Bowl left tackle. They have Alex Mack, who's a Pro Bowl center. Putting this guy on the right side gives them the three most important positions on the offensive line should be high-end players.
What about Mitchell Schwartz?
Mitchell, I think this kid will take his job. I really do. I think Mitchell's a solid player, but I think Mitchell's much better suited inside, where his lack of athletic ability doesn't hurt him. This kid's a better athlete than Mitchell Schwartz. I just think what you're doing here is you're giving Manziel a chance to have a clean pocket to make the deep drops that he liked to do so much in college, because I thought he was much more effective when I saw him when he took the 7-step drops and looked down the field as opposed to trying to make the short, quick-hitting throws. And also what I think this pick gives you is Bitonio is so athletic that if he competes in training camp and Schwartz owns that job and he can't win it, you can plug him right in at left guard and it still upgrades your offensive line, keeps Johnny Manziel upright. So I think overall, I think it's a good pick. I still think you have to figure out what's going on with the receivers. But as you guys know, in my opinion, and I've said this over and over, a good quarterback makes average receivers look good, good receivers look great. Very rarely do elite receivers turn a marginal quarterback into a good one. You have to be a good quarterback already. So I think it's a smart move here, upgrading their offensive line, but I do think at some point they will have to address receiver. Josh, what do you think on this?
Yeah, excuse me. The receiver stuff aside, the pick makes a lot of sense. They have an issue at right tackle. They got to fix it. They got to fill it. And as you said, he has versatility to be able to play both inside and out. So I think he makes sense. I think it's more appropriate value than him being taken somewhere in the 20s, as some had hinted Bitonio might go. But I think he's a real solid player that's going to be a starter for a long time for them. And that's bottom line. That's what you're looking for in your second and third round. You want guys that are going to be able to come in and play and be consistent.
Now, Jordan, did you get a chance to look at him at all this year?
You know, I did, but it was on accident, Russ. One of the first schools I had this year was UCLA, and I watched the game on August 31st, the Nevada-UCLA game, and I was tweeting about this Bitonio kid in August because I saw the game that he put up against Barr and Marsh, and I was blown away. Now, I saw his lateral movement abilities. I was still wondering if maybe he might be best fit in at guard, but I think that he can play tackle or guard at a high level. And behind Sua-Filo, he was my highest-rated guy on the board going into today.
Well, then it makes, I mean, from your perspective, obviously it makes sense. And I think, like we talked about, one of the keys you're going to have to do for Manziel, and we all know he can escape sacks as he showed in college, but you don't want him doing that. You want to present a clean pocket to a shorter quarterback so that he has an opportunity to set deep, look over the field, find guys, and get the ball down the field. I think that's the only way he's going to be successful is if he has a very strong offensive line that can allow him to sit deep and look down the field. I think that's going to be vital. I like the pick. I think you have to look at the Browns and really be impressed with the players they've taken so far. Obviously, the Gilbert to me is a little bit of a question mark, but it's not like it's a bad choice. I just think there's a little bit of risk there. But I like what they've done. I think when you look at Farmer, I think he's done a good job. I mean, for a first-year guy, I think there's a lot of things to be happy about. Now we'll look at the Oakland Raiders, who made the offseason deal to acquire Matt Schaub, hoping they can turn him back into what he was as a Pro Bowl quarterback a few years ago. And now they make the move and they address their long-term quarterback solution by grabbing Derek Carr. I have real questions about whether Derek can be a productive starter in the NFL. There are a lot of things to like about Derek. He has the quickest release I've seen in many years. He's got a ridiculous arm. He showed it off not only at Fresno, but if you watch the Senior Bowl, he made some throws that were just magnificent, and he can make them to every spot on the field. He can make every NFL throw, even when his footwork is off. I mean, he can do everything you want. But there are two big issues I have with Carr. I don't think he's a particularly poised guy in the pocket. I think he's very frenetic, gets nervous when there are bodies around him. And I think the bigger issue to me is he of all the quarterbacks this year, of all the top 10 or 12 quarterbacks that I charted out, he was the least accurate. And I really don't think guys who have good mechanics, and he has great upper body mechanics, very rarely can you change their accuracy. And that, to me, can be a killer. It's really hurt Jake Locker a lot. And I wonder if that's going to be the thing that keeps Derek Carr from ever being more than just an inconsistent quarterback in the NFL. I know, Josh, you've taken a lot of time this year and looked at quarterbacks, so I'm going to let you sort of throw your 2 cents in, and I'm going to let you hand it off to Josh and then to Jordan.
I'm going to hand it off to myself and then to Jordan.
Oh,
no,
to Scott and then to Jordan.
No,
yes.
I gotcha. I'm just busting your chops. Yeah, I have a lot of the same concerns you have with him, Russ. Obviously, big arm. He can make all the throws, but I didn't like his accuracy intermediate downfield at all. And obviously, it's a weird system in Fresno, so he's not one of those guys where you can watch 4 or 5 games with and get a feel for. You had to watch 8, 9, 10 times just because he's throwing 30 screen passes a game. Mm-hmm. But that being said, I did look, I think, at 9 or 10 of his. He did chart out well accurately, and especially that bowl game was against USC. Am I correct?
Yes.
Yeah, that game was most concerning because, as Russ said, he tends to get happy feet in the pocket. He gets nervous. He'll bail out under real and perceived pressure, and that to me is just a quick way to find a way to the bench if you're an NFL quarterback. Scott, what are your thoughts?
Well, I think we're all going to have similar thoughts here. That obviously he's got the arm strength and the ability to make all the throws that he wants to make, but the problems step in with pressure. And it's easy to just label a guy who struggles under pressure. The reality is they all do, but some of them struggle more so under pressure than others. And I think Derek Carr is one of those who struggles a lot more with pressure than the average quarterback does. Throw that into the concept that he's a bit of a gunslinger and he wants to make all the throws and thinks that he can, and it's a guy who's going to force the ball into areas that it shouldn't go, and we see him do it all the time. Then there's the concept of him seeing ghosts and seeing things that really aren't there. When he gets rattled, it's a recipe for bad things. But at the end of the day, he can do everything he wants to do with the football. He can throw it wherever he wants to throw it, and he drops the ball into windows that are just unbelievable at times. But he needs clean pocket. He needs to be protected, and I have real concerns about whether Oakland is able to do that for him. I worry about that pick.
Yep. Real quick before we go to you, Jordan. Funny tweet that crossed my timeline. Mark Guinness, who I think he's a college blogger, said Carr will set an NFL rookie record with 5,000 yards on 2,500 completions. Referencing again the constant screen passes that I talked about. So I thought that was pretty appropriate.
That is. I like that.
Yeah, and then touching on my thoughts on Carr, I'm just going to echo a lot of the things that you guys said. The first time I saw him, I wrote down in my notes that he sees ghosts. And so, if he's going to have a problem, and he does have problems with sort of, like muddled pockets, the NFL is a lot different than the Mountain West Conference. So I have serious concerns about how he's going to translate to the NFL with his pocket presence issues and with his accuracy. I'm not a real big, fan of the pick, especially at 36. He was nowhere near ranked that high on my board, again, because I have the same concerns that you guys do. But he does have, a lot of the physical tools that teams like, especially the size and the arm strength. I can see why some teams may become enamored with him. But again, the pocket presence issues and the accuracy issues are concerns for me.
Yeah, with what you said about the competition level with him, that's part of what made the USC game so much more concerning to me.
Yep.
It's his chance to prove himself against a bigger school, and as soon as they get pressure on him, he's just panicking all over the place. Boy, can you imagine if they try and put him in starting this year? It's going to be scary.
And I got to tell you, the one thing I didn't mention when I was talking about Carr, when I charted him out, and you guys know I sort of use an analytics sort of quarterback system that I've developed over the years, is his accuracy and his sort of play against the blitz, which were not high, both knocked him down to the point where in my system he grades out as a late 4th, 5th round pick. So to me there's no value to this pick. Hey, if you want to sit there and wait till maybe the 3rd round, maybe the end of the 3rd, and take him a little early, fine. You're talking about a guy that, to me, I don't see this guy as a guy who is even a solid starter. I think he's going to really struggle in the NFL because you can't be productive when you're not accurate.
One last quick point for me on this. Yeah, to piggyback on that, one last quick point. You guys know I'm real high on Mettenberger. He was my top quarterback. I had a high 2nd round grade on him, and I've gotten some criticism from other analysts that just say, "Oh, you just like the big arm quarterback that doesn't really offer anything else just because he has a big arm." That to me is Carr.
Mm-hmm.
He's the guy that has the big arm, that has the issues with accuracy, that has obviously the issues in the pocket and handling and coping with pressure. That's him, not Mettenberger.
Well, but the other thing is, even if you're saying all he can do is stand in the pocket and throw,
he will take it.
But as far as I know, that's the first thing a quarterback's got to do.
Right.
Being able to scramble and make plays with your feet, that's all well and good, but if you're a horrible passer, you don't get to scramble and make plays because you're not going to be in the game. You're going to be on the bench if you can't pass effectively. And I don't mean you have to be great, but even Russell Wilson, who was not a top 10 quarterback this year by any stretch, was effective. He avoided mistakes. So, to me, it's sort of I don't know. I don't get that criticism. I think criticizing a guy for just being a pocket passer is ignorant. I think you're allowing the fact that athleticism is great in a quarterback, but it's not vital. Anyway, enough of our Derek Carr bashing.
We have a new pick
I think
to bash.
we can move and we can discuss, and I think it's a very interesting pick because it's become clear recently with the way the Atlanta Falcons have addressed free agency, going out and getting Paul Soliai and getting the Tyson Jackson kid, that they are going to be moving to a 34 defense. And I'm very intrigued by the choice they made by grabbing Rashid Hageman, the defensive. I think he's going to be a defensive end in their system, played defensive tackle at University of Minnesota. Especially when you look at the front office of the Patriots, you have the Falcons. You have many people, Thomas Dimitroff, Lionel Vital, Scott Pioli, who were all at the Patriots when they had Richard Seymour. And when you look at Hageman in terms of height, length, athleticism, there's a real similarity there. Now, I'm not saying he's the same player. I don't think he's anywhere near it, and I actually gave Hageman a third-round grade. But I think if you just look at the measurables and the potential, I think there's a lot of similarities there. So I can understand why that organization might say, you know what, we're willing to gamble a little bit because we think if we can motivate this guy and get him to play hard all the time, he has a chance to be a special player along the lines of a Richard Seymour. And if he does, then all of a sudden, those two veterans that they signed as free agents, add this guy to the mix, and you could have a dominant three-man line with guys like Babineau rotating in, because I don't think they're going to be starters anymore in their 3-4. But yeah, if Hageman pans out, this could not turn out to just be a great pick, but it could really upgrade their entire defensive line. And I know you took a close look at him, Josh.
Yeah, I did. I looked at him quite a bit, and then we got a chance to look at him together at Combine. I made the correct that we have another bad pick to criticize, but in all honesty, I think this is a appropriate time and place to take the gamble on him. There's a lot of upside. He shows those flashes where he's just so explosive off the ball for a guy that when he walks into the building, he physically looks like D-man. He looks like Richard Seymour. And then you combine the athleticism and hand power he clearly has. If you put that together, that's a big time player.
You know what?
And I think. Go
I'm
ahead,
sorry.
Josh. Or
One
Scott,
of the things that I think is interesting is Atlanta going to this kind of varied front where we don't know if it's going to be a 3-4, 4-3, and I'm sure it'll be a multi-front type system. And he's kind of a good fit for that. But one of the issues with him to me is leverage and pad level. And for a 6'6" kid to play inside even as a 3 technique, I think it's you're asking him to really be consistent and disciplined every single snap, and I'm not sure that he's going to or has shown the ability to do that. So
I agree. That's why I think his best spot may be outside as a 5.
Yes.
In the 34,
yes.
And you only ask him to go inside maybe when you shift to a 43 and you want him to rush the passer. Because I agree with you. I think if you ask him to play inside over the guards all the time, I think he's going to have a very hard time. Because very few 6'6" players, even ones that are disciplined and do their best to play with leverage, very few of them do it. Most of them struggle with consistency just because it's so hard to stay low when you're that tall. So I agree with you wholeheartedly on that.
And it's the long arms too. It's the entire thing. So the value for me might be when they play solely in a 3-4, let them get in there fresh as a 5 technique and go. And when it's time to run the 4-3 and whatever system they're going to run, however they're going to do it, he might have to come off the field.
Oh, there's no question. There's no question.
But there's value now in doing that. Because
no question.
What is this, pick 37? It's interesting. It's an interesting pick. He was we were all at the Senior Bowl. We saw there were moments where he just dominated and he couldn't be blocked, and it made you want to go look at the film. And you look at the film and you think, wow, I haven't seen him make a player even look anything special this entire quarter.
That's what's so frustrating with him. There are times I remember grading this kid. There were times you almost thought he wasn't even in the game. Yes. Because he would literally just disappear for stretches, but then there were times where he cranked it up, and every snap for 10 or 12 snaps in a row, he was disrupting the play. Now, the interesting thing, I think, when you look at this is, with his addition and the 2 free agents they signed and the veterans they have, they're going to have a stout run defense. But they're counting on OCU Minora and Troy Bierman as their outside linebackers. OC's 33 and always been an up-and-down guy because of effort. And Troy is coming off, I think, a torn Achilles. So it's like, all right, at some point, folks, you might want to think about addressing that outside pass rush. Now, I'm not saying they've done a bad job. I'm just saying that I think is one of the needs they're going to have to look at going forward. I also think what's very interesting when you look at the Falcons' 2 picks, you look at Jake Matthews could not be a safer pick in terms of technique, effort, competitiveness, work ethic. And then on the other side, you have Hageman, who has much more physical talent probably for his position than Matthews may have for his. But his effort, his consistency, his work ethic, all of those things are much lower than Matthews. So I think it's an interesting dichotomy that they sort of chose these 2 guys who are vastly different as prospects in back-to-back rounds, which you often don't see. Usually teams sort of stick to the same mantra throughout their drafting year after year, and here they went against it 1 round. And I think it's very uncommon to see that. And I got to tell you,
we're going to have
from
some
Atlanta to what I think is a great draft pick here by Tampa Bay. Obviously, in the first round, they get a big receiver to pair with Vincent Jackson. Now they get the tight end who really, I think, is a special guy because I think athletically he's underrated. I think he has rare ball skills, and he's a big kid who can make great blocks. We're talking about Austin Seraphin-Jenkins. I think 2 years ago, when his first year playing there, I saw him play, and I really thought he was going to be the best tight end to ever come out of school. He didn't live up to that hype, but he really had a great career there, was highly productive. I think his size, his blocking, and his versatility to make plays anywhere on the field as a receiver, I think he's going to be a great fit for what they want to do offensively. He's going to give Glennon and McCown, both of them, I guess, whoever wins the job, that quick guy to throw the ball to when the pressure's there. I think he's a great fit. I think it's an excellent choice. While Amaro may be a little bit more sure-handed, I think this kid's a more complete tight end, and I think he has a lot of the tools to be an Antonio Gates-type player because he's more of a smooth athlete than an explosive one. And I know Josh and I believe Jordan, both of you guys, I believe, looked at this guy closely.
Yeah, I looked at Safarian-Jenkins in the fall. And I was a little bit disappointed with his athleticism. I think he's a straight line guy. I don't think he's super efficient out of his breaks. I think he'll struggle in some sense to be able to consistently get separation. That being said, I think he improved immensely as a blocker this year, and I have a feeling that was a big selling point for Tampa. Plus, he's so big, it's not always going to matter if he can't separate because
Wow.
that is one fantastic jacket.
Yes.
Holy
Josh,
cow,
what do you think happened there, buddy? Who do you think the Lions took?
I think we pretty much know, don't we?
Wait, did the Lions already pick?
No,
They traded
Lions
up
are
to
trading
Seattle.
with Seattle.
Oh.
Are you about to lose it, Scott?
Well, let's
Who do you
talk
think?
right now about who Jacksonville's picking.
Sorry,
Let's
guys.
worry about the Lions. I know Scott's about to have a
Scott's
heart
going
attack.
to have a heart attack.
Jacksonville makes a great choice. Marquise Lee. I know we've talked about this guy a ton.
Awesome.
I mean, obviously there were questions surrounding the knee, which lingered this year and really hurt his draft stock. But I really believe if you look back at 2012, I think his performance was equal to or better than Sammy Watkins this year. I thought he played like a top 5 pick. I think he's perhaps the most physical receiver, especially for his size that I can remember evaluating. I think he runs phenomenal routes. I think he has great hands. And I think he's just one of those guys that when he gets to the NFL, he's going to be a dynamic player. I think there's something about this kid where he plays quicker, faster, more explosive, and bigger than all of his measured in time numbers. I really like this kid. And going to Jacksonville, I think it's a really interesting spot because he's going to probably become Bortles' main guy because we don't know what's going to go on with Blackman. I heard there's a good chance he's not playing this year. So this kid's going to get a great opportunity to be the man early in his career.
Russ, how interesting is it that Jacksonville, knowing their wide receiver is gone for the year, jumps on him, and Cleveland passes him up for a right tackle? I think that's very interesting here, and he could end up making them look Cleveland looking very silly, because I'm with you. When I went back and watched that 2012 film, I expected to see just a speed burner stretching the field with his athleticism, and he absolutely wowed me with his physical route running. Just you can't jam him, because he's gonna rip your hands. He's gonna work hard as hell as he can to get open and to get separation. Completely unlike a guy that went in the first round yesterday, Kelvin Benjamin, that has the size that Marquise Lee doesn't, but is nowhere near as competitive without the ball in his hands.
Yep, and again, and it's something I think I may have mentioned yesterday, but if you look at Caldwell, their GM, he takes Bortles, and although Central Florida is not a huge program, it's a Division I school. Bortles was very productive as a 3-year starter. Marquise Lee, highly productive guy during 3 years at one of the best schools in the country in terms of throwing the ball. Caldwell comes from the school of Bill Polian, where you don't draft guys that weren't highly productive. When you add in the fact that Marquise Lee, this kid is, I've spoken to a number of scouts who said he's one of the best kids to come into the draft in terms of character and intangibles in the past decade. They say he's just a phenomenal young man. I think he's going to come down there. He's going to step into that locker room. He's going to immediately claim a starting job. And I think he's actually going to be a leader as a rookie, which is really rare, especially for a receiver. But I think he's going to come there, and I think he's going to help Bortles make the transition, because he's still a young guy learning how to be a leader for a quarterback. I think Lee can take some of that pressure off of him and really be that guy that sort of Bortles leans on, the whole offense leans on, to provide a little leadership. I'm really excited by this pick. This, to me, is, and it's interesting because Cleveland and Jacksonville both have a chance to start rookie quarterbacks this year, and one of them is getting a polished, ready receiver to step in. Manziel may not have anybody polished or ready on the outside.
I think this is the best pick in the draft so far. And
I do too.
I'm talking value-ish, right? I mean, we're talking this late in the draft to get a kid like that who, if you look at the 20, like you guys have just said, I'm going to reiterate what you guys have said. Look at the 2012 tape. He is as dominant a receiver as there is. If he, and it's a huge if, I understand ifs, but if his 2013 tape matched his 2012 tape, where would he be right now? He would be long gone. And
no question.
You got to consider that, hey, this is a kid who played through a lot of injuries. He played banged up. He didn't have to. He wanted to play. You know, I mean, he fought to get on the field. I think that matters.
I think it does. No question. I mean, I don't know how many of you guys specifically were able to watch when USC played UCLA this year, but he had a big brace on his knee, and numerous times he would make a catch, get the first down, or whatever it was, and he'd go off the field, and you could see him actually down on the ground stretching in agony. He was like, you could see him gritting his teeth, yet a snap later, he's up on the sideline tapping the coach saying he's going back in. That tells you how important football is to this kid, how he puts the team ahead of himself, because he could have shut it down right there and then and said, you know what, I got a great future ahead of me. I can earn a lot of money. I'm not going to risk going out there injured. But he didn't do that. He fought through it. He battled through what clearly was a painful injury, did what he could to help the team win. I mean, to me, I think all the signs are there that this kid is going to be, in my opinion, as long as his knee is healthy, he's got a chance to be, I believe, the most productive receiver drafted this year. I really think this kid's a special football player, and I really hope he turns out to be the guy Jacksonville needs to be their number one receiver.
You know what? It's hard to see a scenario. I mean, everybody's going to call him Keenan Allen when he's productive this year, and how all the teams kind of were worried about his knee. But Russ, I mean, isn't it almost a risk that you have to take if you're a team that's needy of a receiver? If you just look at the 2012 tape, and it kind of makes you drool a little bit, just how good he is and how physical. I know that Josh, we wanted to compare him to Steve Smith, like a younger Steve Smith. How do you not take a gamble on that guy?
The only way you won't is if your medical people really tell you, and this has happened before, if they literally just get up there and say, hey, I know you love him, he's a great kid, there is no chance he lasts more than a year in the NFL because his knee is so bad. And I can point to a great example, and many people may not know this, but about 5 or 6 years ago, there was a player that went in the first round. Erasmus James out of Wisconsin.
Yes.
He had a top 5 grade on most teams' draft boards. He failed the bulk of his physicals. A lot of teams said that it's nothing that's injured now, even though he'd been hurt once in college. But they said when you look at his hip structure, his ankle and knee alignment and structure, they said this is a guy that's going to wash out of the league very quickly. He got taken in the first round. First year started off slow, but the second half of his rookie year, he looked like he was on the verge of becoming a superstar. He blew out a knee. Then he had back, knee, hip problems, and literally within 3 years, he was done with football. So there are times where those medical people make such a proclamation about health that teams get very leery. But even in that case, he went in the top, I think, 16, and that was in the first round. So to get Lee here, to me, I think it's a great value. I think he is a tremendous football player. The question really surrounds the knee, and I think right now we should just allow Scott to take a deep breath, get the paddles ready, because we might have to shock him back into life. And I'm not even going to talk about him. I'm just going to turn it over to Scott. And Scott, you can go 10 minutes here on Kyle Van Noy, one of your, if not your favorite player that you've ever evaluated. He is now a Detroit Lion.
This is going to be the most heart-wrenching soliloquy ever.
No, I don't need to. You know what? Here it is, in a nutshell. The Lions just drafted a phenomenal football player. We don't need to talk about measurables. We don't need to talk about 40 time. We don't need to talk about anything other than what you see on film. Unfortunately, I think some of the things he does on film are nuanced and subtle, and it takes a long look to really appreciate what it is that he does. Whether it's layering moves, one move to set up another move, or I don't want to get carried away with this because obviously I'm thrilled, and I think that is exactly what the Lions need to sort of put it all together. Yeah, baby.
You guys hear my text going off in the background? That's all people laughing because they know Scott's going nuts right now.
It's you know what, the Lions need to find a way to get more pressure on the quarterback. Last year they finished 28th in the NFL in sacks with 32 total. And when you look at that defensive line, that's unacceptable. I think Van Noy is a guy who you put on the field and instantly is a will linebacker, and you just say go. Whether it's against the run or dropping into coverage or getting to the quarterback, he's going to make plays. When I said Marquise Lee was the best pick so far, I'm going to change my mind and call Van Noy the best pick so far from a value perspective. Now, everybody knows I love Van Noy, so I would like to hear everybody else's opinions.
Well, I'm holding your fridge magnet, good sir. So this will be getting mailed out to you, the Kyle Van Noy refrigerator magnet with number 40 written on it. And so we'll have to get your address, Scott, and I'll drop this in the mail for you.
I appreciate that.
I'll say this. Scott and I, and hopefully the 2 or 3 people that are watching got a chance to watch this. Scott and I had the chance to interview Van Noy last week, and one of many things he talked about was his relationship with Ziggy Ansah last year at BYU, and how he absolutely loved him, and he took him under his wing as a bit of a mentor role, which obviously that sounds kind of funny that the underclassmen would take the senior under his role, but obviously Ansah's not a very experienced football player. He's only played 4 years of football his entire life. And it was you see that connection, and then you make an immediate connection to Detroit. And then when he's talking about Ansah, he's going on about how he's trying to motivate him, which Detroit needs leadership, so you check that box. And in his talk about leadership, he recalls a 2nd and 10 play against San Jose State where he is in quarters coverage, so he's dropped off the ball and he makes Ansah stay on the field even though he's tired, and Ansah makes the play behind the line of scrimmage. You put all that together, that he's recalling that type of information on a play that he really had nothing to do with 2 years ago. It's just, put it all together, it's overwhelming. It just made total sense for Detroit to make this move.
I have to jump in because it's funny. All offseason, Scott kept talking about this guy. and we made a plan. We were going to watch him together at the Senior Bowl. And we really didn't get much of a chance to watch a lot. I think we watched a game maybe or two. But the day we were leaving the Senior Bowl, I actually had to wait about 3 hours for my flight. So I watched 5 or 6 games in the airport. And after those 5 or 6 games, I can't say I was as high as Scott was because I don't think it's possible. But, I mean, I thought he was a top 10 to top 12 player in the whole draft. I think the fact that when you look at him physically, he looks like he's a small, sort of a thin-hipped, narrow-based guy. I think that really hurt him because I think a lot of teams view him as not having the power to be able to hold his ground when blockers get a hold of him, to not be able to get off blocks if they get their hands on him. I think that hurt him. Obviously, it didn't hurt him that much. He went number 40 in the draft, so obviously he's considered an elite player. But I think that's really what hurt him. I think his small frame, which also hurt him on film. There were times he would get tied up and eliminated. But I love him as a player. I think he's a natural pass rusher. I think he has a great feel in pass coverage. And I think Martin Mayhew has hit it out of the park with his 2 picks so far, which really excites me for the Lions. I mean, they have a lot of talent there. If they could figure out how to get inside that quarterback's head, I think they have a chance to be a winning team. And I think this Van Noy guy is going to be a special NFL player.
Well,
has anyone else picked, or did the draft just stop?
No,
There's been
a few trades. St. Louis
coming to the podium right now.
We can't call it a night.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, they stopped because they wanted to make sure that people all over the world for Twitter were able to know how much Scott loved this draft pick.
I'm pretty sure I heard that on NFL Network. That's exactly what I heard.
Now, just
well,
on
I'd like to think
note,
we had something to do with this, Scott. They were so impressed with the interview we had with him, how he handled himself in front of you and your bizarre fandom, and
you're high.
Now,
let's go back to being organized, because this is going to go off the rails if you guys continue to prime me.
Okay, just to tell you,
well, we got a Rams pick now. Let's hear what's going on here.
To tell you, I've been in this business a little too long. I was with the Rams my first year, I believe it was, when we chose him with the first pick, with our first round pick, and picked him up at the airport when we flew him in. And that's Kevin Carter, who's now long since retired and now a broadcaster for ESPN. So I'm definitely getting a little old, and Kevin looks drastically younger than I do.
He was a good player.
He was a very good player and a great kid. Great kid. Now we are going to turn it up, or turn it over, I should say, to my man Josh, because Josh knows LaMarcus Joyner, I think, better than anybody else.
Yep, I just graded him about 3 or so weeks ago, and I think there's a lot to like. He's a guy that it's funny. I think I gave him a high 4th-round grade, and I'll explain why and why I still am okay with this pick. I gave him a high 4th-round grade, but I said if he was 2 inches and 10 pounds heavier, I'm trying to pull up my report so I have all his measurables and everything. But I thought he would be a high 2nd-round pick, and as it turns out, he's a high 2nd-round pick anyway. He's I want to say he's in the 5'8" range. Pardon me while I stall while I'm pulling the report up. But and I'm not finding it. But he's in the 5'8" range, 180, 190 or so.
You want me to get the measurable, Josh?
No, I'm pulling it up right now. You just have to bear with me. I'm sorry.
I mean, I think one of the things that's most interesting, at least from what I've seen of him, is in today's NFL where versatility in the secondary is so vital, this kid has it. You can move him all over, line him up in a variety of spots, and having a guy you can move around like that is invaluable. And that's why I think he has great value, even though he's only 5'8". You can use him in so many roles, and it makes your team so much more versatile on defense.
Yeah, here's what I liked about him, and yeah, he's like 5'8", 184-ish. So that's why I didn't have him quite as high. But, I mean, you look at his instincts, his athleticism, his aggressiveness. He doesn't play like a player that's that small. He would, when he's playing an off and zone, he'd cut off routes despite his size, and he'd break in front and make plays on the ball. I think he's probably best as a nickel guy. But that being said, and looking at you look at what St. Louis has in their current roster and their struggles at safety, I think we're going to see him quite a bit back there. He's going to be able to do some things, and also despite his size, he's aggressive against the run too. He'll go in and he'll attack, and he'll even beat blockers just because he's so quick and aggressive. So size.
Well, I'm going to interrupt you there, Josh, because we're going to move on because it looks like 2 picks have actually been made. The Eagles selected Jordan Matthews, and the Bills, it looks like, have selected Cyrus Kouandjio.
Oh.
So first I'll mention in terms of the pick of Jordan Matthews, I don't love his speed. Obviously, I think everybody's going to have debate about that. But I think other than that, this guy's a pretty solid player. He's smart, runs very good routes, has great hands. And I think when you know the Eagles and what Chip Kelly has been preaching pretty much since the day he got there, which is big people beat up little people, well, this is a big receiver. He is a big, strong-bodied kid. He was highly productive from the day he showed up at Vanderbilt, and he's been productive his entire career. I think it makes sense also when you look at that offense with guys like Jeremy Maclin and Riley Cooper. Macklin's an explosive kid. Cooper is not. They don't need to be explosive guys in this offense, which requires movement and getting out and making plays after the catch. So I think this is a very good pick. The Kouandjio pick, I don't love it. But in the second round, I think it's a decent value. And obviously, the knee is the primary reason that he fell down here. But I did not think he was an elite prospect, even if healthy. I thought he was a little bit of a waist bender who used bad technique too often. He's a good football player, but not an elite one, in my opinion. So I'm not sure who wants to jump in first on Jordan Matthews, because I honestly can't remember who it was that graded him. But I will let whomever jumped in on him, or whoever did him, jump in, and then we'll go over to Kouandjio.
I could talk about him a little bit. We saw him at the Senior Bowl, and I was underwhelmed with his speed. I was really, really excited to see him at the Senior Bowl because I thought he was going to be one of those guys in the second tier of receivers who would come off about this area and would be an electric, explosive player. But tell me if I'm wrong, guys. He looked, and maybe he was banged up. I don't know, but he looked to labor to run at the Senior Bowl. He didn't look like he was fast. He didn't look like he had any quickness at all.
I agree with your take, Scott. I mean, my personal philosophy is that the kid is solid but unspectacular in pretty much every single aspect. And I think that his ceiling is a number 2. I do not think he's a number 1 at all. But I think he's a number 2, and I think he's a solid number 2. Again, you're not going to get anything spectacular or explosive out of him, but I think you're going to get a solid all-around guy who can come in and have the size that Chip Kelly wanted for that offense.
But he's a worker, and we've seen that. I mean, rumors about him talking to Phil Savage at the Senior Bowl requesting tape on the defensive backs.
Yeah, it's a solid pick, but again, it's not spectacular in any way.
Sure. And
here's a question for you guys: if you watched him, how's his blocking? I think, and I asked that because everyone was thinking, oh, they got rid of Deshaun Jackson. They're going to get one of these little midgets that can run a 4-flat 40. But when you look at what the receivers, especially in Oregon, do, those guys block. And so getting a bigger receiver like that was always kind of what I assumed they would do.
Yeah, from the games that I saw, I actually tweeted out, Josh, you bring up a good point, I actually tweeted out that Jordan Matthews needs to work on his stalk blocking. So that's part of his game that's going to need to improve. He, very solid, hands, route runner, football intelligence, but he is going to need to work on his blocking.
Yeah, but you know what though, guys? The reality is that he shows a willingness to do it, and I think that's really. And Russ, I think you should speak to this because I think we need to know. I think everybody needs to know. What is your opinion about blocking from college guys? If they show a willingness and are reasonable, but there's effort there, are we concerned?
No, I mean, generally in the NFL, you don't have to be great to be a solid blocker. You just have to be competitive. And if you have good size and you're competitive, you have a real chance to be productive. You don't have to be spectacular. Technique doesn't have to be great. You just have to be a solid workman-like guy. So, I mean, I think from what I've seen of Matthews, I agree with almost everything you guys have said. I think he's a good, solid player. He lacks explosiveness, but I do think blocking will not be an issue for him. In spots where they needed it, I thought he did a good job. So I think he'll be fine. but I am going to change our direction here. We're actually going to not even worry about the Quanjo pick because I made a short little discussion about it. But I think the Giants pick that just came out is a really interesting one. This is a kid we saw at the All-Star games. I think he went to both. It might have been the East-West and the Senior, but I know it was the Senior Bowl. Weston Richburg, the center out of Colorado State, went in the second round to the Giants. The Giants have made it their mission this offseason. They signed 5 free agents on their offensive line. Now they've drafted a 6th new player for their offensive line. Clearly, they have made it a priority to protect Eli Manning better in order to get him back to playing how he did when they were winning. And I think, Jordan, was it you that did Richburg? I can't remember.
I did, and he was a very solid player. He had a good 6-inch punch. He was a very good run blocker. I ended up giving him. I didn't give him a grade this high just because the position is often devalued. Not that many of the centers go very high in the draft, but he's definitely clearly one of the better centers in the draft. And they had a run-heavy scheme there at Colorado State. A lot featured Capri Bibbs. So Richburg excelled at both run and pass blocking. Is a very, very solid pick, especially at this range. There was some talk about him possibly creeping up into the first round, but I didn't really see the value there. I thought the Marcus Martin kid is a better athlete than Richburg was, at least on tape. But again, this is a solid pick, and it should help upgrade their offensive line.
And I think the thing that, at least to me, I really believe, especially now in today's NFL, is if you have a team that is going to throw the ball a lot, to be productive, you need a center who is very smart. And Richburg is a smart kid, very technically sound. I mean, I think he's everything you want. Is he ever going to be a Pro Bowler? Probably not. But he can be a long-time starter who does a good, solid job. I think it's a very smart pick for the Giants. And it's funny that I said we were going to jump over the Cirrus Quanjo pick because I got texted that it happened, but it actually now is occurring after that because the Bill had the later pick. So we can talk a little bit about Quanjo. I know, Josh, I think you looked at him closely also.
Josh stepped away for a second. I'm not sure.
Okay. Well, I will give you my thoughts on him until Josh comes back. I mean, when I watched Quanjo, what I saw was a big kid who could physically dominate us on angle run blocks, and he was very strong at the point of attack and pass protection when he got his hands on his man. My issue is, though, when he had to move his feet, that's where the issues arose. When he had to adjust side to side, I thought he struggled. And I thought he did, instead of moving his feet to go get his man in pass protection, a lot of the time he would stop his feet and bend at the waist, which would get him beat by arm over moves. I think he's a talented enough guy to be a solid starter, but I really almost wonder if he's better suited to play guard in the NFL than he is tackle, because with his strength and aggressiveness, and if you protect him and don't make him move out in space, I really think he might be best suited to playing where he's protected rather than putting him outside. So I like the pick here, but I really wonder how he's going to be if you put him out on the edge.
No, I agree. I thought from what I saw, he seemed better suited to even right tackle than left tackle, or maybe even inside than outside. He was heavy-footed. He really struggled with speed rushers. I agree. He kind of reminded me of some of the other tackles that have come out of Alabama. But if they keep him at tackle, I mean, Buffalo's got gigantic tackles. But yeah, I agree, Russ. He's a better run blocker than pass blocker. Heavy-footed, struggles on the outside a little bit, and it would be better protected.
Yeah, and I think it's interesting. I mean, obviously the knee played a role in his falling to this point, but at the same time, when you watch him on film, at least I didn't, and Jordan, you can offer your thoughts, I did not see a premier prospect. I saw a good, solid college lineman who had some legitimate athletic questions and major technical questions, which is why I don't think he was worthy of being a first-round pick. I really think this is a good spot, second to third round, for a guy that to me can be a solid workman-like starter, but I don't think he can be a Pro Bowl player.
No, I agree. He's definitely not a premier, pass-blocking left tackle who should have gone in the first round. So I agree. This is a good spot for him, second to third round, something like that. And then, they have the flexibility to move him around where they want, if they want it to be on the right side or if they wanted to kick him into guard. But yeah, to me, as much as some people had drummed him up, I would never thought he was a premier pass-blocking, left tackle.
Yeah, and that to me, I mean, I look at him and say, could you get by with him at right tackle? You probably could until you could find something better. but I really think if you ever asked him to go over to the left side, I think you'd be in dire straits. Now, fortunately, in Buffalo, with Cordy Glenn there, they've got their franchise left tackle. So the worst he'll have to do is play right tackle, where I think he could be solid, but I think he would have a chance to be at his best inside as a guard.
Yeah, one quick point on that. Last year, after last year's draft, one of the things that our good friend Steve Palazzolo at Pro Football Focus did is he did a nice project on looking at what it means to be a right tackle only in today's NFL. That's something that's long been used in scouting. It's meant to denote that a guy can only play the right tackle position. He's not athletic enough to play the left side, and he's either not strong or has leverage issues that prevent him from playing guard. But inevitably what's happened, and this is what he put in his article, what Steve put in his article, is that teams have started to not only put their best pass rush on the right side, but make sure they get two elite pass rushers. So you have situations like you do in Miami where they have an absolute stud, Cameron Wake, who's rushing against right tackles all day long. So inevitably, you almost need two left tackles now. So when you have a guy like Kwanjo that's a waist bender that struggles out in space like that, I don't think it's as simple as putting him at right tackle anymore. I'm under the same belief as you, Rush, that really he needs to go inside to guard.
Yeah, and I think it's an interesting thing because, I mean, if you look around the league, there are no doubt some right tackles and even some left tackles that are not good athletes. I mean, you could look at some of the guys. I mean, for almost a decade, the Chargers had the big kid from Kansas State, whose name is slipping my mind right now, starting at right tackle, and he actually now is playing guard for them. But he started for almost a decade, and they went to the playoffs a lot of those years. You can get by with marginal tackles. You don't all have to be stars. So could he play right tackle? Yeah, he probably could. But is that what you ideally want? Do you want a marginal tackle or a frontline guard? To me, get the frontline guard. Go try to find the tackle somewhere else. I like Kwanjo. I think this is a decent value for him. I just don't think he's an elite prospect, and I think that's the thing that people have to realize. He's not a frontline special guy. He's a good, solid, workman-like prospect.
Isn't it with him all the medical too? I mean, I know it's just it's going to be interesting as this shakes out, and guys are going to fall down the board who simply shouldn't, and it's going to be all about the medical. Rush, you would know more than anybody. Clearly, they must feel okay with him, right?
Well, it was mentioned on Twitter just now. I don't know who it was, but apparently Washington in particular failed Kwanjo on his medical, and they certainly would have been looking for a player like that with that pick. Obviously, they traded with Dallas. But that's certainly a guy that would have been in their wheelhouse had he passed those physicals.
Oh, there's no question. Well, we're going to move on from him just because I will tell you, if you get a failed physical, it usually means you're going to fall out of the first round. When his physical was failed and all the reports came out a few days later, and everybody said, oh, no, it's okay, and James Andrews wrote the letter, I had two teams tell me, we don't care. We're not taking him in the first round. So once I heard that, I just knew he was a second-round guy, just is what it is. Medicals kill you because basically you can't risk it on longevity. But we're going to move on now because I want to hear Josh and Jordan's take because Seattle has selected from University of Tennessee offensive tackle Tiny Richardson. Wow. And I know that both of you guys have looked at this guy.
I have actually not looked at him extensively. You have not? So this is the Jordan show.
I will leave this to Jordan because I have to take a break for a moment. So, Jordan, the ball is in your court because I know you like Jawan James more than Tiny Richardson.
I did. I graded both of those guys with second-round grades, but I gave James a higher grade than I did Richardson. The Richardson was a very good, powerful run blocker. My biggest concerns about him are he is a waist bender and a grabber, and I mean a serious grabber. So he's going to have some issues with that. He has just phenomenal size, though, at 6'6" and 332, and I think he's got ridiculously
hold on.
Long arms.
It's not Richardson. It's Paul Richardson.
Oh,
that's so
funny. They flipped it back and forth online. They got confused.
I'm not even remotely surprised. I am not surprised at all.
You kind of hit. You've been saying all along that someone was going to take the gamble like that. Why don't you go ahead, Scott? That's your other boy.
Well, no, I don't. I mean, I don't think it's fair to. I don't think that's fair, but I will say that when we're at this point in the draft and you just saw Jordan Matthews get picked, who we feel was unspectacular but just kind of a plodding receiver who's gonna help you a little. Paul Richardson is a player who absolutely makes a difference and is absolutely a matchup problem from a speed perspective, and that's why I thought he would get drafted much higher than most people considered, because simply put, in the NFL right now, it's all about matchups and finding a way to exploit a weakness. And when you can run the way Paul Richardson can run, period, you need to get drafted much higher than people gave him credit for. Everybody considers him to be way too small. He's 6'1", and I think he's between 185 and 190 pounds right now. But when you watch him on tape, he's so explosive in every way. Not only is he super fast, long fast, but he's very quick. So it's just he does everything. He's just explosive. He's an explosive player. Hey Russ, it wasn't Tiny.
I saw that. Yes, it was. And you know what? I had a feeling when I saw it that you would be very excited.
Well,
That's
I just
one of
think
the guys that you've been on. You were one of the first people to talk about him being a potential high second-round pick. So you nailed this on the screw.
It's just the matchup stuff, the ability to just run past teams. You know, just all right. You put your guys back there 15 yards, I'm still going to run by you, and he does it constantly. I think that's a great pick for Seattle, and as far as stretching out the defense, I like that pick a lot.
I do too. I mean, the reality is they don't have a lot of great receivers, established guys. They have Harbin, and they lost Golden Tate, who was one of their big play guys. I think Richardson, although probably as a rookie will have some issues, I think he's a great fit.
Look what they're putting on the field, though. You know, they can pound the ball, and then you put Percy Harvin on one side, Paul Richardson on the other. You know, it's I don't know. I like that a lot.
Yep, I agree with you. And I got to say, as we move on to the next pick, I'm very surprised by the choice of the Steelers taking Stephon Tuitt from Notre Dame.
Especially with Nick still on the board.
It's that, and I just look at him, and when you watch film of him, he just doesn't compete all the time. I know he's a very gifted guy, but you just don't see it all the time. His reputation is that of a guy who doesn't really prepare and work hard off the field, which makes you wonder, how is this guy going to do in the NFL? Now, he's another guy very similar to Rashid Hageman. He's a long, linear kid who has the talent to be a frontline Pro Bowl type guy. And if you put a clip together of his 20 best plays, his 20 best plays might be right there with Jadeveon Clowney, because he's a special athlete for a big man. But I just think the inconsistencies frustrate me. I would be very leery about taking him this high. To me, he was more of a third to fourth round type guy. I'm a little surprised they went in that direction, especially because the Steelers have a long history of not taking guys with work ethic questions, and this guy supposedly has major work ethic questions.
Yeah, he was a guy I looked at, Russ, and I think even lower of him than you do. I gave him a 5th-round grade. But when I watched the film, and the cut-ups that they just showed on NFL Network show exactly what it was, both in the highlights and the lowlights they just showed. It's the snap, and he's either late, he's standing straight up, he's not firing out, and he just kind of gets up, engages his man. He's not consistently there in competing and getting off blocks. I don't see how he has any usage as a pass rusher, first of all, which should immediately knock him out of the second round if you're gonna be a defensive end. I don't care if it's 34 or 43. He shouldn't be there. And then when he's standing up and leaving himself so exposed with that huge frame, he's not going to get off blocks. He's going to get driven off the ball. I think it's a huge reach.
Now, it's interesting. I thought was a huge reach because of his competitiveness and production. This next pick, the Washington Redskins take Trent Murphy out of Stanford.
The opposite.
I think it's opposite, but I'd rather take Murphy than Tuitt. I don't think Murphy's as gifted as Tuitt or even close. But I love his competitiveness. I love his use of hands. He's a guy that, to me, is the classic overachiever who you don't like a lot of the things he does in terms of how he looks physically. All he does is make plays. When I watched him on film, I thought very highly of him. I thought he was a guy that was in that second or third round range. At the Senior Bowl, I thought he looked atrocious. I thought he looked so bad athletically. I couldn't shake that out of my head. But I did go back and watch more film, and the reality is, when you watch the film on this kid, he looks like a good enough athlete with great competitiveness. He plays like his hair's on fire. He has great hand usage. He's just a really good football player. Now, the question, I guess, comes, and you guys, I want to hear your thoughts on it too, is the lack of athleticism we saw at the Senior Bowl going to hinder him from producing at the same level in the NFL, or does he have just enough athletic ability to be able to continue to produce at the NFL level?
Well, I mean, I'll take a crack at it because I watched a lot of the Stanford prospects, and in my opinion, there's a bunch of the Stanford defensive prospects in this draft, and every single one of them to me seemed like a big, slow backup at the NFL level. I'm not high on Murphy or Morrow or Scove or Reynolds or any of them. I'm sure that he is a competitive kid, and he has, his numbers show a high level of production. But to me, he didn't really flash anything on tape that made me say that he could be a high-level starter at outside linebacker, / pass rusher in the NFL.
And one thing I will add to that I think is interesting, because I will agree, I didn't see anything special. I thought I saw just enough athleticism. But the thing I did see that sort of scares me is the last two guys who played his position at Stanford, Chase Thomas, and I'm spacing on the other guy's name, were both the kid with the Chargers, Thomas Kaiser, were both ultra productive, as productive, if not more than Trent Murphy, playing the same position. One of them, or they're both struggling to even make it in the NFL. So that's what concerns me. They were both very, very productive guys at Stanford, maybe more so than this kid, and neither one of them has made it. So that concerns me. But right now we're gonna move on. The pick that just got made was Timmy Jernigan, and I know that Josh looked very closely at Jernigan, and I'd love to get your thoughts on him, because I mean, this is a guy that a lot of people have questions about, because he's not viewed as a guy who can defeat guys on his own. He's just I don't know. A lot of people consider him a two-gap player.
That's exactly what I saw, and I also question the fit in Baltimore. I really don't see where he's going to fit there. He's not long enough to really be handle playing 5-tech, and he's not going to get off blocks consistently. You can put him at if you're going to run some one with him, okay, you can put him in there a little bit, but he's not an effective pass rusher. He's not explosive off the ball, and for a guy that's an interior run defender, he's not very big. He's under 300 pounds, and there are times where, he'll show some quickness off the ball, but there's other times where he's just getting blown well off the ball. I don't know. I've never been able to quite put my finger on what the fascination is with him. And I know Scott and I had the same conversation a few weeks ago. We both looked at him and wondered, what are we not seeing that everyone else is?
Yeah, with him, it was interesting. I'm sorry, Russ.
I'm right there with you, is all I was saying.
Go ahead, Scott.
So with him, it was interesting because I watched Aaron Donald and Dominic Easley and Jernigan and a bunch of these guys in a row, and I wish I wouldn't have done that because it was unfair when I watched Aaron Donald play. Obviously we know what he is, and you watch Dominic Easley do what he does, and then Jernigan shows up, and it's like, okay, you're not moving anybody, you're not really splitting gaps, you're not really being all that disruptive. I don't know what there is to see about. I mean, he looks like kind of like just a guy, and I mean, listen, I'm like a fat hobbit, so it's not like I'm trying to be personal or any of that stuff. But I'm just saying, he just doesn't look to me like a guy who's really gonna make a difference. I just don't see it. I do not see it with him. I don't see a guy who's a difference maker on any level.
I tend to agree with you. I'm right there. I don't see it. I don't know. To me, he looks like a guy who I really think is going to struggle to make plays in the NFL. Can he be a two-gap guy that clogs things up? Yeah, he probably can, because he seems to have very good strength for a guy that's not 300 pounds.
Yeah.
But at the same time, is that a guy that you have to worry about in the second round? I mean, there are gap pluggers all throughout the draft. I don't see the love of Timmy Jernigan. Not that he's a bad player, but I just don't see what gets people so excited. He's not explosive.
Russ, you mentioned Justin Ellis earlier. As a player in the 5th or 6th round, who would you prefer? Would you want Justin Ellis in the 5th round or Timmy Jernigan here?
I mean,
I know they're different players.
No. But I mean, I haven't graded both of them, so it's hard for me to make a statement.
I can answer that.
Well, I'm going to dump it to you after my statement. I personally think I would take Ellis, just from what I've seen of Ellis and what I've seen of Jernigan. To me, Ellis seems like he has more athleticism. He's as powerful, if not more powerful, and has the potential to develop into a really good player, whereas I don't know how much better Jernigan can get because I don't know where he is athletically. I think he's tapped out. Josh?
Yeah. I want, if I'm going to take a defensive lineman that high with so many other guys on the board at so many positions, I want a guy that can rush the passer. And I don't think Jernigan's ever going to be able to do that. So I'll simplify. I'll put it that way. And that is exactly what I expect the Justin Ellis kid from Louisiana Tech to be able to do, just because he's the one that has the explosive first step. I would much rather work with that kid who's raw and fundamentally flawed right now, but has that kind of skill set, than with Jernigan, who's been through a big time program. It just doesn't show any real remarkable traits.
To me, it's a strange one.
Russ, did you notice that your Chargers have traded and jumped ahead of Chicago?
Yes, I did, and I don't know what that is involving. Maybe
it's Louis Nix.
I'm hoping it is, but I don't know if the Bears would even consider him. That's the one thing that, you know what I mean? It doesn't, I don't know. That one doesn't make sense. I'm hoping it's a good one. I want to text Kevin, but he'll probably shoot me for bugging him.
Yeah, don't do that.
And I can't afford to do that right now. Too many other things at work. I got to let that sort of slide. But I will say, here's Chad Pennington. And that was another quarterback that I nailed on the screws. Should not have
Wouldn't it be funny if they took like Aaron Murray or one of those quarterbacks that's kind of like him?
Like him, it would be funny. Imagine if they took Jason Amaro. Okay, that makes a lot of sense to me.
Best pick.
It's a great pick. It gives them a chance for whomever their quarterback is, which will most likely be Geno Smith. It gives them a guy we can dump the ball off to. When the blitz is on, he can drop back. He can hit Amaro, because Amaro's not a blazer, but he runs good routes. He has, I think, rare ball skills. I mean, he doesn't drop the ball. He can make outstanding catches. And although he didn't do it much this year, if you go back and watch 2012 film, he was asked to block a lot more in 2012. And he actually did a good job of blocking when he was asked to. I think this is a very good pick. Great value where they're getting him. I think he could end up being one of those guys that catches amongst the league-leading tight ends in terms of catches, because they have no real established guy, and Geno's going to be forced to just dump the ball off so often because their offense could be so bad.
Yeah, Russ, this is one of those situations where, and it seems like every year there's one or two of them where, in my opinion, if I flip a team's first and second round picks, I think, wow, they had a really nice draft. Because I thought that was really more where Pryor would be better valued, is somewhere around this stage, but maybe even later, but for the argument's sake. And then Amaro, I just think he's an absolute stud. Obviously, he doesn't have the blazing speed, but what are you asking him to do? He's such a polished route runner. Scott and I talked to him about how he got to this point, and he spoke about spending a couple weeks with Wes Welker last year, which is funny to think about little midget Wes Welker teaching a big, huge 6'6" tight end how to run routes. But when you think about it, the positions Welker's played in Denver and New England and the position Amaro played at Texas Tech, they're very similar out of the slot, working those intermediates, trying to use leverage against defenders to get open. And I just think he's absolutely what Geno Smith or whoever else, whether it's Geno Smith or Michael Vick, I think he's exactly what they need in New York.
I agree with you, and I got to say, I'm not sure who this broad is announcing the Chargers pick, but she should announce their picks forever.
Oh no!
Attaochu.
Oh
Wow.
no! Oh, I'm so sorry, Russ.
Wow, you guys killed this guy.
Oh,
I've seen him on tape, and like I said, I was watching other prospects, and he really flashed to me, and I think he's got some bend and dip and some decent size to him.
I agree.
Better.
I agree.
I'm gonna leave this to you guys because you guys have watched him. I have not seen enough of him.
Well, he was sort of miscast, when at the Senior Bowl, because this guy to me is a 3-4 outside linebacker edge rusher, and so a lot of times I think they're asked him to even play back at Mike or play back off the line of scrimmage, and I don't really think that's his cup of tea. He's athletic enough I think to probably drop, but like I said, he has the ability to bend and dip and take that corner, and in this class, like we said, and we've already seen it. This is the second time now it's happened in this round. You better go up and get your guy because there's not that many guys who can rush off the edge in this draft.
the problem is that's all he can do. Literally, that's all he can do, in my opinion. Yes, he's got that explosive first step, but if as soon as a tackle gets, or even a tight end for that matter, gets a hand on him, it's over. I was watching Eric Ebron today, going back and watching film on him, and I happened to be watching Georgia Tech game, and he's not a guy that's known for very consistent blocking, and he was shutting Attaochu down. He's not a guy that can get off blocks. He's not real physical at the point of attack. He's going to get, if he's out there starting every down, teams are going to run right at him, and he's going to have major problems. I understand the explosiveness and how that can potentially translate, but there's a lot more to football than just your first step.
You know, with him, it's more if he can improve his hand usage. I mean, he just turned 21.
That's true,
He's a
yeah.
really young kid. If he can just get the hands a little more active, I think he'll be fine with what San Diego does and what they're asking him to do, which is, as a 3-4 outside guy, get after the quarterback. I think he's okay. Again,
at least it's the right system, yeah.
Right. He's a developing guy. I don't think there's anything wrong with developing him and letting him, down the road, him being a productive player. Just got to figure out the hands. And I think that's his real weakness. Maybe a little stiff here and there, but I think his weakness is just his hand usage and getting off the blocks. But if he can work that out, he's explosive. He's got that first step. I don't think it's a bad pick. I just don't know he's helping you right now.
He's got good arm length too. He's got 33-inch arms at 6'3", 252.
You just got to figure out how to use them.
They need something. They need a pass rusher. I'm hoping he's the answer, guys. I'm hoping he's better than what you guys think he is. He's one of the few top pass rushers this year I did not get a chance to look at and chart out, and now I very much wish I had, because I'd have a little bit better feel. But we're just going to move on here with the great Mike Singletary announcing the Bears pick, so we can take a look and see. Oh my goodness, that is an early choice.
Wow.
Yeah.
He's an athletic kid. Ferguson. I mean, when I was down at the LSU Pro Day, after I'd seen him on film and I thought he was a productive guy who flashed, when I was down at their Pro Day, I was really wowed by how athletic he was. He was much quicker and more athletic than the Johnson kid who plays next to him and came out early for the draft. I was really impressed. I really thought the way he moved that day, if you didn't know anything about him, you would have thought he was a first or second round athlete. Now, that's not to say he always played like that, but he was a guy that definitely impressed me with his ability to get off blocks, get behind the line of scrimmage, and make plays. Jordan, was it you that also looked at him? Oop, I think I lost Jordan. So, I will say, go ahead. Scott, go ahead, man.
No, he's a huge kid, and I don't think he looks. It's interesting because sometimes I think the number on the back makes a guy look bigger. I don't know if that makes any sense, but if you're wearing number 9, you don't look as big as if it's just. I guess all I'm trying to say is he's much bigger than he looks on the field. I mean, did he look like a 320-pounder, Russ?
No, not
did
at
he
all.
move like that? So,
When I saw him at his pro day, he moved so well for his size. I was shocked.
I mean, I think he's versatile. I think he can move around. I think could he be a 1 technique? Sure. Could he be a 3 technique? Yeah. I think he gives you some versatility to do both of those things in that 4-3, and I think that matters for them. They really need that. I think they have Stefan Paye or Paya. I'm not sure how you say his name. So he's entrenched there, but they don't really have anybody else inside there. Obviously, they lost out on Aaron Donald, which was a big deal. So I mean, this guy was it's an absolute need. The question is there a different defensive tackle who maybe should have went ahead of him? I'll be honest, I like him better than I like Jernigan. So I don't know if that matters.
No, I agree with you. I agree. I think upside there's more.
Yes.
He was a very interesting kid. I was shocked that day at LSU at how naturally he moved around. He made it look very easy, changing directions. I came there expecting him to look, because on film you don't see that quick twitch, and I sort of thought he was going to be a guy that looked sort of like, almost like we talked about with Jernigan, sort of being that two-gap guy. But all day he moved around well, was able to bend his knees, clearly outperformed the Johnson kid that came out early. I mean, he showed that day that I thought like I said, he was worthy of a first or a second round selection just based on his athletic performance. Obviously, you have to go back and match that to his talent. But he's a very intriguing kid to me. I think he's got a lot of upside and potential. I like the move by the Bears. I think that's a good choice. And next up, I think is going to be a guy, if this pick is correct, for the Arizona Cardinals, Josh.
Yeah.
Troy Niklas. I mean, that's a guy I know you liked.
No, it wasn't a guy I liked.
Shocker!
I know. I feel bad because it mixed in between Amaro and Lee and Van Noyer are players that I really did not like that much. Now this being said, Troy Niklas has some growth potential for sure. I'll start with what I do like. I like his competitiveness as a blocker. I think he could be very effective in that. He certainly has the frame for it, and I think he's going to be able to grow into it and continue to improve in that capacity. That being said, his abilities as a receiver are, quite frankly, very lacking. There are times where I look at him run a route, and he'd round it off 5 to 10 yards. Like, his route running was that bad, and obviously it's something he'll work on and will be a focus on them, and you don't expect him to be that bad at the NFL level, but boy, that's really scary to me. Taking a tight end that high that really is really a one-speed guy. I don't think he's an explosive guy that's going to consistently stretch the defense. And even when he does figure out how to run routes, I don't think he's going to get consistent separation. He's going to be relying a lot on that big frame to make plays, which he should be able to do to an extent. But I'm not sure of the value here at this point. I probably would have waited another round or so for him.
Hey, Jordan?
Yes, sir.
What did you think of the Cardinals selection of Troy Niklas, the safety from Notre Dame? I don't know if you saw much of him, but I'd love to get your input as a Cardinals guy.
Well, the thing that they needed a tight end, well, at least in my opinion, but they also, Arians' opinions about tight ends, and he's been very vocal about this, is that they are blockers first.
Well, then that makes sense.
Yeah, so he wants a guy who can block, and who's going to be stout at the point of attack, and then catches second. And then they have Carlson, they have Hausler, who could be your move tight end if he could actually hang on to the ball. But they wanted to get a blocking tight end first. So they also want to get bigger. They wanted to get bigger and stouter on the offensive line. So I think it's a good pick for them overall.
Now, Scott, did you see him at all?
A little bit. Again, it's unfair to compare Niklas when you're watching Amaro run routes or Ebron run routes. It's one of those things where those guys are far superior. But we talked last night about it, and I think we should talk more about it. The fit is what really matters. And I think the fit here works for Niklas because if you're asking him to be a blocker first and foremost, and to be a sneaky route runner and to be available, to Carson Palmer as a bit of an outlet valve, then I think it makes a lot of sense. I think that's exactly what he is. I think he's sort of a methodical route runner. I don't think he's explosive, but as a blocker, I think he's superior to the other guys. I think that he'll offer some stability as a blocker where Ebron won't and Amaro won't. I think Niklas is superior as a blocker to those guys. I think he's more reliable in a sense where he's a more traditional, old school tight end. He'll make plays. He's just not a super explosive athlete.
Yeah, I mean, I tend to agree with you guys. I mean, I think what you're looking at here is a kid who's smooth and fluid with good hands, but he's never going to be that game changer of a tight end. What he'll be is a solid workman-like receiver who can really help you in the run game, and if that's what they're going to use him for, then he'll probably be a good fit for him. So I don't have an issue with it. It's sort of I think the misperception out there is that this guy's along the lines athletically of all those other top tight ends receiver-wise, and he's not. He's not in that class.
Yeah, he's not Gronkowski, and everybody wants to make him that.
Yeah. I mean, he's a huge man, but he's not that type of athlete. He doesn't have that ability to separate down the field.
Right, but I mean, if you look again, like I said, with what Arians really wants out of the tight ends, he does want that inline wide tight end. He wants a blocker first. He wants to, run some 12 personnel, things like that. We're talking a guy who's 6'6", with 34 1/8 inch arms. So they're adding some height and some length and some size, which they need in that division. One of the things that they wanted to do in this draft was to get bigger and stronger, and I think this selection of Niklas helps them do that.
I would agree. I think it does that, and I think it also gives them another weapon offensively, especially when you consider that the Hausler kid still is just not developed into the player I think that they hoped or thought he would be when they first got him, because he's such an athletic kid. I think they thought he would be, by now, an established 50 to 70 ball reception a year guy, and he has not become that guy. He's been, in my opinion, a big disappointment to where he's at this point in his career. So maybe Niklas can take that job from him, and he can be a quality backup, which is probably what he's better suited to be at this point in his career. And now we have the Green Bay Packers on the clock.
Oh boy, I don't like.
I'm guessing Nick's here.
No, I don't. I'm not a big fan of what just happened here.
Oh, I didn't.
Good pick.
Yeah, the pick was Devontae Adams, wide receiver.
Oh, you're right. Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Ooh,
that's a smooth, fluid. That's a good wide receiver. That's a kid who's going to make a lot of plays in that offense.
Yeah, I think that's an outstanding
pick. You guys both have looked at him, so who wants to start first with him? And
Go ahead, Scott.
So one of the things that happens with in some situations is you get a guy like Devontae Adams who gets shredded because he had good quarterback play, simply because he makes plays down the field. Right? He's a big kid. I want to say he plays up to his time speed, which is, I'm not going to say it's rare, but a lot of times guys run 40s faster than they really play. He's a really good receiver. I think he's going to threaten safeties. He's going to make plays down the field. I think he catches the ball really well. He's a smooth, fluid kid. Perfect kind of a player to replace James Jones. What else is there to say? It's a really good pick for it in a perfect place for him to be.
Yeah, I think he has better quickness than you'd expect for a guy his size. He's like 6'1", 6'2", about 210 pounds. He can go up. He can pluck the ball out of the air. One thing that I don't think that Green Bay necessarily had before this pick was a natural X that you could rely on to go and consistently beat press coverage and get downfield and do all those types of things. And I think Adams is going to be that guy. He's not a blazer, but at the same time, I think he has enough quicks to get separation with his athleticism and his ball skills. He's going to win a lot of contested balls too.
And guys, I looked closely at this guy when I was evaluating Carr, and I really like this kid. I think he has rare special hands, knows how to position himself when guys are on him, And I think for a guy that is not a blazer, he does a very good job of getting behind guys deep and making plays. I really like this kid. I wouldn't be surprised if he ends up being amongst the top 2 or 3 receivers in terms of catches for this coming season. He's a really polished guy in terms of knowing how to get open, catching every ball that comes his way, and making plays. I really like this kid. I think it's a great fit for Green Bay.
Absolutely.
And from that, I think we're going to move on to the next pick here. The Tennessee Titans, they select Bishop Sankey.
First running back.
Yep. I don't think he's an elite player, but I do think he's probably the best all-around running back in the draft because he's so good catching the ball and can be an integral part of your receiving game from the day he shows up in your building. I like this kid. He's not explosive, but what he is he's very shifty. He can make guys miss within close quarters. He's a patient runner who sits on his blocker's hips. He makes the quick cut, can get through the hole. And I like this kid as a receiver. I really think he has an understanding of passing concepts, knows how to get open, catches the ball very well. There's not much to dislike except that he's not an explosive kid. I'm not sure. I can't remember if it was Jordan or if it was Josh that looked at him.
It was me. Yeah.
Josh? Okay.
Yeah, I have very similar feelings as you do. I had a 3rd-round grade on him. And again, I definitely think he's an NFL starter where he could do a little bit of everything. But he's just not that explosive guy that's going to break games open like a Elias Sheestrunk will. That's why I tend to fall in love with those guys a little bit more. But at the same time, again, like you said, he's a guy that's going to come in, be able to play 3 downs very, very quickly for you. He's going to translate immediately. So, and obviously they had a huge need with Chris Johnson being jettisoned. So this pick makes a lot of sense to me. It's not flashy, but it's a pretty solid pick.
Yeah, see, I think he's I think this is a very intriguing pick. I think as a complimentary guy, meaning, in a timeshare type situation, this is a really good pick. I think he can make plays. I think he's got some really good lateral quickness to him. I think that his ability on 3rd downs will be really critical. He's obviously on 3rd down. You're going to have to protect the quarterback, but he's a playmaker. I don't think he's one of those guys who is he's not a Chris Johnson type player, the guy they're trying to replace. He's not a home run hitter in that regard, but he's real shifty. He'll make plays. He's going to be a reliable, guy on 3rd downs, but I think one of the things they're going to have to work out with him is ball security a little bit. And getting him to block with maybe a little more, what do you want to call it? A little more strength, just being able to hang in there and just jolt guys, or at least get in their way and disrupt them from the beginning of the quarterback. But I like this pick. I think he's a good player.
Yeah, I do too. To me it makes a lot of sense. I think this is a guy who's going to contribute a lot more than a lot of people think as a rookie. I think he's got a lot of potential to be a really good football player at the next level.
I think a lot of people expected the Ohio State back to go first, but really it's that versatility, that 3rd down ability. I think that's why you take a Bishop Sankey over him.
Yeah, I agree with you. I agree. It's when in today's NFL, guys who can contribute in the passing game are so much more important. I mean, if you don't have that, I think if you're a running back who doesn't have receiving skills, I think you're very limited in how you can contribute in the NFL.
Yep.
And I think it's, especially as a rookie, how do you contribute? Because rookies oftentimes are still trying to figure stuff out. So I think it's a smart move too. I think Sankey's a guy that's going to be very productive in the NFL very quickly. He's a smart kid. He's a tough kid. The only thing, like we talked about, he's not explosive. I think he has better size than he gets credit for. I really like him. I think it's a good pick. I think where they get him, it's a good value, and I wouldn't be surprised if he ends up winning their starting job.
Yeah, that said, though, you'd think he would be if he wins a starting job, he's like a 60% guy, right? Where he's not a full workload. You're not going to give him the ball 25 touches a game. He's just not that guy. I mean, I think he's 5'9"-ish, 205-ish. I like the lateral stuff with him. I think that he's really an intriguing player from that perspective. He's real shifty, and he's going to make a lot of guys move. Sometimes it's like stop dancing and get north and south, right?
Yep.
Where you feel like you'd be a little better that way, but that's a good pick.
And I will tell you, I think what you pointed out there, the shiftiness, you'll hear a lot of people talk about elusiveness, and this is something that you'll hear in the NFL. You'll hear it talked about in draft rooms a lot. Very rarely do you hear it talked about in public. Is there are a lot of running backs who, when they have space, can make guys miss out in the open field. It's very difficult to find backs who can make guys miss within the hole. Making guys miss in close quarters is a rare trait. This kid has that, and that's one of the more unique things. When you can change directions, make a cut, and make a guy miss when you only have 1.5 yards of room, that is a guy who's got a chance to be really productive at the NFL level. Because oftentimes you're going to be trapped in a hole. You're going to be following your blockers. You're going to read their block. You're going to hit the hole, and all of a sudden you're face to face with the mic, and boom, you've either got to make a miss or you're going to get a helmet in your chin and get knocked over. And his ability to make that guy miss, I think it could allow him to be a much more productive back than a lot of other backs are.
And that's the difference. And you just explained exactly why he's different than the other guys, because he brings something different to the table.
Yep, that's exactly it.
Okay, looks like since he's being announced.
All right.
I don't know if you guys have a big board or you're marking off guys off your big board. Man, there's a lot of good players. I should say there are a lot of good players left.
Yeah, I did a second round mock today, and it was amazing when I got down at the end. I was like, oh, I forgot 6 or 7 guys I thought should go there.
Yeah, I think we're going to sneak into the 4th round and have guys who are going to come in and make a difference.
Yep.
Yeah, it's a testament to how deep this draft class is.
Yep, I agree with that wholeheartedly.
Oh, the running back run has begun.
Wow.
There you go. Now that's a very interesting one. He's another guy who's got 3 down potential. And I can't remember who it was. Was it you, Jordan, that did LSU or no?
No, it was not.
No? Okay, I can't remember exactly who it was. But
you when had me look at him late. I took a look at a couple games of his yesterday, actually, Russ.
Yeah, I mean, I looked at him and I went to his pro day. I think what you get with this kid is there's some similarities in terms of what he can and can't do to Sankey, but they're not similar as players, just in terms of the skill set of he's smooth, he's fluid, he's got great hands catching the ball out of the backfield. But this is a bigger kid. I mean, he's a big kid. He can run through contact. I think the biggest issue I have with him is I think he's a bit of an upright runner at times, and I don't think he is an explosive kid, which I think is going to make it hard for him to get through some holes at times in the NFL. I almost wonder if his best spot in the NFL is as a backup tailback and your 3rd down back, because I think he really is a natural player catching the ball out of the backfield.
That's what he's going to be, because they have Giovanni Bernard there, and he is. I mean, you talk about thunder and lightning. There you go.
No, and that's exactly it. I think the only issue is with Jeremy Hill is he looks like he should be the power guy, but I don't see that consistent enough. And that's my issue, is who's going to be there, put their head down and run guys over to get that extra yard when they need it most. He's a good player. I think he'll fit well in what they do. I just don't know if he's going to ever be that powerful guy that he's got the size to be.
Russ, I totally agree with your analysis on him. You talked about he's showing the ability to run through contact. Well, the fact of the matter is, as you said, he's a slow twitch guy. He's going to see a lot of contact.
Yep.
And when he's running upright like that, he doesn't consistently break tackles as often as he should. I think he's going to have some struggles. But at least being in Cincy, he's not being asked to be a feature back.
Now we're talking about a 6 foot, 230+ pound running back, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean that's what's impressive about his receiving skills, his open field running ability. I mean, he's got a lot of positive traits. And I will say, when he gets his pad level down, he is a good runner with the ball. The problem is he doesn't consistently get his pad level down. Now, here to me is one of the more interesting picks in the draft, a guy that nobody, scout-wise, expected to come out early from Indiana, Cody Latimer.
He's wearing a Mr. Rogers sweater there?
Yeah, exactly. I don't know what that is. I'm in shock that he's gone ahead of Allen Robinson. I thought Allen Robinson was a far superior player in the Big Ten. but Latimer's a very intriguing kid, and I'm not sure if it was you, Josh, who took a look at him late.
Both Scott and I looked at him together and had the same questions.
All right, well, let's hear it.
I just kind of similar to some of the things we've said about Allen Robinson, or at least I've said about Allen Robinson, and certainly with Jordan Matthews, just not a real quick twitch guy that's going to consistently create separation. He's a guy that's going to have to win at the catch point. He's going to have to refine his route running skills. I think you see he has some hands ability, but I just question if he's really that impact guy. I don't see him ever being an X, that's for sure. He has to be a number 2, a Z type guy, but I just don't see that real explosiveness you're looking for with a pick that high.
Scott? He really rose the ranks after his pro day, and it makes you wonder because it's one of those manufactured things. I think all that stuff sometimes is manufactured. That a guy who played at Indiana and had some quarterback issues, and they struggled to get him the ball, and all of a sudden he runs a great time, and he's a late first rounder. It just doesn't make any sense.
Right.
I think this is a good spot for him again, which we talk about fit. I think it's a good place for him to go where he can he's going to be he's essentially replacing Eric Decker. Realistically, as a number 4 option for Peyton Manning, I don't think that's a bad place for him to go. I don't think he is explosive. I don't think he plays. Russ, what do you know what his pro day 40 was?
I want to say it was in the high 4.3s.
Yeah,
I believe so. Yes.
Like that at all. I just
he doesn't.
No, but I will say you made a great point there, though, Scott. Is he's replacing Eric Decker. Eric Decker couldn't run either.
There you go.
And this kid's a good-sized receiver with, I think, very good hands. So
yes.
Is he an elite prospect? No. But in the system he's going to, he should be able to function well, catch a lot of balls, and do a very good job of replacing Decker. So I get the point there. My only concern is I think Robinson's a better player than this kid, and he could fill that same role. The Robinson, I am not sure why he is sliding. To me, it's a mystery. He was a highly productive kid his entire career. Had a great pro day, blew it out of the water. I just don't get it.
Medical? Maybe?
It's possible, but I have not heard anything. And I work at Big Ten Network. Nobody there talks about anything medical or anything character. I have not been able to find out anything negative on this kid, except that he's not a real fast kid. But
see, my issue with him, Russ, is not only is he not fast, but I didn't think he's very consistent at the catch point with the ball in the air. I thought he got outcompeted for the ball quite a few times in the games I saw. So I wonder if maybe that's the issue, why Latimer goes ahead of him.
Well, and I would agree. One of the things I think is with him is his production and his dominance was based on his effort. When he wanted to run great routes, he could run phenomenal routes, get out of his cuts, get open, make great catches. But there were times where he took his foot off the pedal, and he didn't run as aggressively in his routes. And when he didn't, he would round off his routes. He would shorten them or go too far. He wasn't precise, and he would drop passes he easily could catch. I agree. That may be the thing that's keeping him from going higher, because he's not a rare physical specimen like Kelvin Benjamin, but he shares some of those traits. Now, I think he's more competitive consistently than Kelvin Benjamin, but at the same time, it is somewhat of an issue, no question.
Yeah, when your bottom line is if you're not a guy that consistently separates with your athleticism, you better either A, do it with your physicality, or B, be able to consistently win once the ball's in the air, and that's why I just don't see that from him.
Now, we need to tell everybody that the 49ers acquired Stevie Johnson earlier today, and they gave up a 4th-round pick to do so, right? And they just moved back with Denver and picked up a 4th-round pick. So, in reality, they got Stevie Johnson for nothing.
Yeah.
Which is incredible because he's going to help them. I don't know what you guys think of Stevie Johnson, but I'd like to know. Russ, what do you think of Stevie Johnson?
I think what he is he's a solid, average receiver, average starting receiver, and it's one of the things I think that enough teams don't do, which is when you have an opportunity to get a proven veteran, and like I said, he's not a star, he's a solid, average receiver, but when you get a chance to get a solid, average starter in the NFL for a third, fourth, fifth rounder, that's a slam dunk. Because third, fourth, fifth rounders, most of them fail. So to me, that's something I think not enough teams take advantage of, which is when you have an opportunity to grab one of these guys that's proven himself, why wouldn't you give up a third or a fourth? I mean, Steve Johnson may never be a Pro Bowler, but he can catch you 60 balls a year because he's going to run sharp routes, he'll catch the ball in traffic, and he can make some plays after the catch.
And you got him for nothing.
Exactly. A pick that well, now it's nothing because of the trade, but even if you give up a fourth, it's a fourth rounder. Most fourth rounders don't develop. So to me, you have to do that. That's how good teams continue to win. It's very strange, I must say. Well, I got to say, we're getting into the latter part of the second round here, and I must say I'm very shocked that Allen Robinson's still on the board and that Louis Nix is still on the board. Those are the two guys to me, when I look at it, although add in Garoppolo and Mettenberger maybe, I think that's partly because a lot of the the teams that wanted quarterbacks for him already took guys. So there aren't a lot of teams that are desperate for quarterbacks still out there.
Yeah, Russ, I got two other players. I'm sorry, Jordan, I'll let you go real quick.
I'm just looking at my board. Like the top guys that I have on my board are Morgan Moses. I have Scott Crichton, Louis Nix. I got Robinson, Garoppolo, Marcus Martin, Kareem Martin, and then Mettenberger and Billy Turner.
Yeah, I wanted to mention the Martins too. Yeah, those are guys that I'm surprised to see still on the board. I would have thought really that Moses and Martin would have, or Marcus Martin definitely would have been gone by now.
Jarvis Landry, too.
Oh, no.
I love him, but I think he's going to be a third-round pick. I think someone at the end of the third round is going to take a shot.
I thought you were saying he was going to San Fran.
Oh, no. I was just talking about a player who I was expecting to be a second-rounder.
Oh.
And here the running backs continue to fall.
See, I think that's a really good pick for them.
I think it's a great pick because the reality is, let's just look at what are the 49ers. They're a power running team.
Yeah.
I love Frank Gore, but let's be honest, the end is closer than the beginning for his career.
Yep.
This guy can probably go there, spend a year as an apprentice, learn what it's like to be a professional. But, I mean, he has rare balance and agility for a big man. I know there were some scouts told me that they thought other than speed, he had a lot of the traits that a Jerome Bettis did coming out of college. So if he can go there, learn a little bit about what it's like to be a professional, because he did have some off-field issues at Ohio State, this kid's got the tools to be Frank Gore's successor. So I like the pick. I don't think he's a real nifty guy in terms of running great routes, but he does catch the ball decently. And if you can get into his head to get him to use good technique, he can also be a good pass blocker. So I think it's a very good value pick for where they're getting it.
Do we feel that this says anything about Marcus Lattimore?
Possibly. I mean, he is supposed to be getting ready to play this year, but who knows? Maybe it takes him another year to fully recover, or maybe he doesn't. So maybe they are hedging their Marcus Lattimore pick with this pick. But as Russ said, Gore's not getting any younger, and Lattimore's health is really still a question. And so this pick is a solid pick for them.
How about the rest of the running back core? You've got a number of guys they've tried to fit through and put behind Gore, and none of them have panned out. So basically, at this point, they've got Gore, who this might be really it for him. You've got Lattimore, who you just can't trust. They really needed to get someone in there. So while I'm surprised they spent this high a pick on him, and I'm also surprised that we've seen 3 running backs go this round. I didn't think we'd see that many. It makes a lot of sense to me. And again, it's not a guy, because of who they are, what they do, that they're going to need to rush out there and ask him to do everything. I think he's a guy that's going to be able to give you some very quality reps this year while he figures it out, and then take over next year.
Yep. I mean, I really think when you look at it, especially I don't know if you guys saw the Lattimore last week when he's gone through, I think, 2 weeks of OTAs without restrictions. And he was quoted as saying, "I don't feel as explosive or as laterally quick as I did before the injury." If that's the case, maybe the Niners saw that and said, you know what? He may never be what we hoped he would be. Maybe he can be a quality backup, but maybe he can't be a starter. So they make that move, and and go on from there and get a guy like Hyde who maybe can be that starter, or maybe he shares the load with a Latimer. But
Ooh.
I think it makes sense. So we're gonna jump to the next pick here. I think a very interesting choice. With the New Orleans Saints going with really the big corner in the draft is Stanley Jean-Baptiste from Nebraska. 6'2", almost 6'3", 220 pounds, never a blazer in the 4.6s, but a guy that's long, he's athletic, he's new to the position. He was a receiver like Richard Sherman, made the switch over to corner. He had a very good Senior Bowl. I think the future for this kid is bright. I would never want to say he's going to be as good as Sherman, but I think he's got a lot of the traits to be a good frontline starting big corner. I think he's always going to have trouble dealing with explosive guys, but I think when you watch him on film, he's a lot smoother than most big guys are. He's got long arms, good ball skills. I think the question is just going to be, does he continue to progress or is he plateaued? I don't think he has because he's played the position for such a short time, but he's a very intriguing kid. I think he has a lot of upside.
Agreed, and he, is a guy we saw in the Senior Bowl practices especially. I thought he was much better in press man than he was in off. He was much better outside than he was in. But his size and length and press ability are definitely intriguing, and it was a good fit here. I think at this pick in the draft.
When you're that big, that long, you can make mistakes and recover, and that's I think one of the things that's going to help him get through some of his growing pains. I looked at him last week, and he was all arms and legs. I mean, obviously really he could jam, he can run. For being so high cut, he can flip and chase reasonably well. He really has no idea what he's doing at a lot of points, and his technique is all over the place. But it's hard to argue with the potential physical traits he has, just because there's a finite number of 6'3", 200+ pound guys that can move like that.
Yep, and I think what we also have to remember is, the Saints switched to a 3-4 last year. Ryan likes his corners to press, so he's going to do that a lot. And remember, they have Kenny Vaccaro and Jarius Byrd now manning the backside. He'll get protection over the top, so you can let him latch on and grab hold and be physical. Because if he loses his man and the guy gets by him 5 yards, there's an elite safety there to cover him. So to me, it's a perfect fit for what the Saints are going to ask him to do. And think if he does develop and he does become not just a raw guy, but really becomes a frontline guy, then you have an elite big corner with two safeties. That means you can move those safeties all over the place. Means you can move Baptiste even over some tight ends at times in different coverages. I think it's a great choice. I think the value is fantastic.
Yeah, it's one of those things where there are two main things that can really disrupt a passing game. One is the pass rush, and the other is a corner's ability to just jam and reroute at the line that can really destroy the route integrity. And at this stage, there's really not much there in terms of pass rushers, which is still clearly a need for New Orleans. This is the alternative, so I think it makes some sense. Talking about fit, though, see, it looks like we got a couple minutes to our next one. What are a couple picks that you guys think have not been good fits so far? The one that comes to my mind immediately is Timmy Jernigan going to Baltimore, just because I don't see him in that 34 being a real fit. He's really just going to be a rotational guy, in my opinion.
To me, maybe the in Washington. They've got Arakpo, they've got Ryan Kerrigan. I don't know.
Well, now Arakpo's on a franchise tag, so
I know, but Trent Murphy's nowhere near what Arakpo is.
I do agree with that.
Yeah, and that's a tough one because I think Murphy as a 43 end is much more likely to not have his athleticism exposed.
Yes.
But at the same time, there is something about him. There's something about that kid. He just makes plays, so I don't have as much an issue with that. And the Jernigan one, I honestly almost think he's a good fit for that situation. Because I just think if he ends up getting 10 or 15 pounds heavier, he could just be your 34 defensive end and just be a strong at the point of attack, two-gap guy who holds his ground, doesn't make any plays, but just does his job. So Those to me don't seem like bad fits, at least in my eyes. That doesn't.
Well, the other thing is too, though, Baltimore spent a third rounder for that position last year, and I think they got a pretty good player, that Williams kid, the small school kid. I wish I could remember his first name.
Yep.
So that's the other thing with that. It's like, what's his role at this point?
Well,
Do they think either him or Jernigan are going to be able to bulk up enough to play nose, maybe, assuming not has a finite amount of time left? I'm not really sure.
Are you talking Brandon Williams at Missouri Southern?
Yes, Brandon Williams. Thank you.
He's big enough to play the nose right now. He's huge.
Yeah, I mean it's possible because he's short, but he's like 320. Yeah. So it's going to be very interesting to see how they end up moving those guys around, because obviously it's been sort of a change of the guard. All that's left is Nada. They don't have that sort of premier guy there, other than Nada, so they have to find new guys. I think it's very interesting. I like the kid from a year ago. The Jernigan kid, like I said, I'm not a huge fan of, but I can understand them viewing him as a two-gap defensive end, but he's going to have to gain some weight to be that 300, 310-pound guy in their system.
I was going to say, I could tell by the shape of his head that was Marvin Harrison.
Oh, boy.
Wow.
Hey, they called him a guard when they called that pick.
Russ, you're gonna have to explain this one.
You know, I honestly, this is a tough one for me to explain. I mean,
oh boy.
I mean, I love a lot of the things about Muhort in terms of toughness, technique. I think he's athletic enough to be a right tackle. I know we talked about that whole right tackle, left tackle thing, but you could probably get by with him. I love his aggressiveness and competitiveness, but I think he has some athletic limitations, and that's my concern. Now, if they're going to play him at guard, which they said they announced him as, I don't have as many issues, because I think at guard he fits well. I even think at center he might have a chance. I like a lot of the traits that Muhort brings to the table. My only issue is athletic ability. I have real concerns. If you put him out on the edge, I think he's going to have trouble protecting the corner, and he's going to get beat around the corner too often.
Yeah, I agree, and I think that he's a fiery competitor. I mean, one of the most competitive kids in this draft. But I mean, he was a guy that even admitted to me in Mobile that he preferred playing inside at guard, and he told me there was less room to make mistakes. So I agree with you, Russ, with his sort of athletic limitations. I think that he's going to be better suited to be inside at guard than outside at tackle. And I think that's where the Colts should play him.
And maybe what they're getting is they're getting a guard center starter at one. Maybe he becomes their new center because they don't have an established guy.
I think that's the bigger need, guys. They have Donald Thomas at left guard, Hugh Thornton at right guard. I think those are two very developmental guys. Khaled Holmes and Thomas Austin are their two centers right now. So you got to think one of those is going to transition, because I don't think he's going to beat out Thornton or Thomas this year.
Well, maybe Thomas, but maybe you put him at center, and maybe what he is he's your starting center, your third guard, and your fourth tackle. I mean, to me, that makes a lot of sense.
Right. Yeah, that has to be, because if you're them, and if you're Indy, the foundation of your team is Andrew Luck. You really need guys that can pass block. Why are you taking him over Gabe Jackson if you truly want to guard?
Yep, I agree. So now the next pick is in. It's Carolina, and they've gone with Coney Ely, the defensive end out of Missouri. And I actually think this is right around where he should have gone. I don't think Ely's a real explosive athlete. I think what he is a smooth football player. He's very powerful. He can overpower guards and tackles to get behind the line of scrimmage to pressure the quarterback. I think he's a very good run defender. I think this guy's best position is to be your left defensive end, who relies on his power and hand usage and deceptive speed to get pressure on the quarterback. I like this kid a lot. I like him a lot where they got him. I don't think he's an elite prospect. I think he's a good, solid football player. There are some maturity questions about this kid. But I like him. I think where they get him, it's a good value. They're not overdrafting him.
Is that Jacksonville that just traded up?
No, it was Carolina that took him, and Jacksonville's now on the clock. But I know, Jordan, you looked at Coney Ely, if I'm remembering correctly.
I did, Russ, and I agree with you. This is a good spot for him. I did give him a second-round grade. I thought that he has great size. Was he 6'5", 275, and he's a guy who can play in multiple fronts, and he can play multiple positions. I know that Missouri would kick him inside sometimes, and especially even I think when they played against A&M, they switched to a bear front, and so he would go in and line up over the guard. So he's a guy who can line up at multiple spots. I've heard people talking about maybe him putting on weight and actually becoming a defensive tackle, because he does seem to win more on the inside than he does on the outside. But you're talking about a guy who's better a pass rusher than he is run defender, but just a versatile player overall, and this was a good spot for him to go.
Well, here's the other question, though, with Coney Ely. He went to Carolina. That's the one position on that team that they really have solidified. They have a lot of huge holes elsewhere. Isn't that confusing?
Well, I mean, maybe what they're looking at is they want to be prepared if a year from now they can't. Greg Hardy's not there. I mean, that's my guess, maybe. And also maybe he just was the highest guy left on their board, and they felt this was the direction they had to go. That they didn't want.
One thing to keep in mind too, sorry, Russ, is that he was a situational player. He was part of a rotation at Missouri. So maybe they're going to use him as a rotational pass rusher, because that's kind of, he sort of wears down if he's on the field too much.
Yep, and that's not a bad spot for him for the first few years. Use him as a 30 to 40 snap a game guy, half on each side, and if he proves himself, then you slowly work him into being more.
This is really interesting.
Wow, look at the two guys they got in this round.
Unbelievable.
They got two of the best. We're talking folks about Jacksonville just took Allen Robinson, the big receiver out of Penn State. If you were to look statistically over the last 2 years, two of the most statistically productive receivers in the country are Marquise Lee and Allen Robinson, and the Jaguars are fortunate enough to get both of them here in the second round. I think it's a great choice. We talked about him a little bit earlier. I know, Josh, you're not sold on him as an elite guy, but I think, other than speed, this guy has all the tools to be a frontline guy. The times where he doesn't compete hard, that's obviously a concern, but I think getting him at the end of the second round is an enormous value. And I think him with Marquise Lee, they may be able to push each other. Maybe Lee gets him to compete a little harder every snap. And I like this pick a lot. I think it's a great value choice.
Not to mention Cecil Short's already in the fold. I'd like this pick right here, and largely because of the fit of it. They're not going to ask him to be the guy. Marquise Lee's clearly going to be the guy, and Cecil Shorts is going to have a massive, massive role, especially considering it looks like it could be Chad Henne with the reins this year. He's going to have a better rapport with the guy that's been there. But this makes sense to me. If you've got these guys high and you have a need there, double up on them. Go get more than one guy. And again, Cleveland, they're stuck. They had that one pick. Now you've got all these other big wide receivers that are off the board. Well, what are they going to do now?
Yeah, it is a strange deal. It's very strange for the Browns. And you know what? Maybe Ray Farmer's one of those guys that believes, hey, I'm not worried about the receivers. I'm worried about my quarterback. As long as we protect him, I can have any receivers out there. There are some people that believe that. So I don't know. I'm not saying that's the right way to think. I'm just saying there are some people that believe that. Maybe that's his sort of philosophy here.
That's just scary with that quarterback in particular.
Yep.
Think about Jacksonville. You added Blake Bortles.
Seconds.
Go ahead, John. Go ahead, Russ.
I'm just gonna turn this over to Josh, sort of to man the ship for a few minutes and run things, and I will be right back.
Okay.
All right, go ahead, Scott. What were you going to say?
So just the idea of Jacksonville with all the moves they've made in the offseason on defense, all those guys coming over with, the former Seattle guys, and what looks to be a team really making some moves on the defensive side of the ball. Now you've added Blake Bortles, Marquise Lee, and Allen Robinson. Yeah, you got the news that Justin Blackmon might not play in 2014, but I think you've offset that. Where Cleveland has not done it, I think Jacksonville's looking really, really smooth with what they're doing in this process. Whether Bortles is the right guy, I don't know, but you've added two playmakers for him, and that's what you really needed. This is a team that's going to be This is not the Jaguars team that we know from 5 years ago. This is anything but. They are in good hands. The moves they're making make a lot of sense. I think that I love the Marquise Lee pick. I think this one really helps Marquise Lee. I think they both help each other because of what they do, what their strengths are, and clearly it helps Bortles. I think you could be very happy if you're a Jaguars fan as to what's happening here.
Yeah, Jordan, what are your thoughts?
No, I agree, and to be perfectly honest with you, sometimes you'll see, coaches who are, focused on one side of the ball, like a defensive-minded coach like a Rex Ryan, and they like to spend a lot of their picks on the defensive side of the ball. But what I really like seeing about Jacksonville is by focusing on offense right now, they're, really making Gus Bradley, put his money where his mouth is and get the most out of what he has on that side of the ball. So, I think Gus Bradley is an excellent coach. I think he's an excellent motivator. And I think that he's going to be able to get a lot out of the talent that they have, especially on the defensive side of the ball. And so focusing on adding some offensive weapons like this, like the Bortles and like the Lee and like the Robinson, is a good move for Jacksonville all around.
This regime came in last year, and it's so easy to – obviously they needed a quarterback, and I think it was still obvious even at that point that Blaine Gabbert wasn't going to be their guy. And it's so easy to just say, well, we got to take one, let's go get him. They could have done that last year, and they didn't. They stocked up. They went and got the offensive lineman. They got the safety. They got a bunch of really good pieces that are going to be the core of this team going forward. And then this year, they labeled Blake Bortles as their guy. So they went and got him, didn't worry about trading and all that, made sure they got him. Now they're making sure he has weapons to work around with him. If Bortles is the guy, I think this is going to be a dangerous team going forward. When you see the odd moves that teams like Indy is making, Houston, obviously they've got to figure their own quarterback situation out, and then Tennessee, they're going to be looking for a quarterback next year in all likelihood. Jacksonville's going to be real competitive very quickly if Bortles turns out to be the guy.
And you guys, we got to see the Jaguars in action down there at the Senior Bowl, and there's no question. There's no question whether they're in the right hands or not. There's no doubt. They're all set.
Oh, yeah, Gus Bradley was outstanding. Watching him in person like that, like I said, he's a great motivator, and you could tell those kids just wanted to, kill themselves to play for him. He's just that kind of guy who's going to get the most out of his players. And so, especially with them going tackle in the first round last year, it's a good fit for Bortles. That whole offense is really going to start to come together.
How about that, huh?
Did they take a quarterback?
Garoppolo.
They took Jimmy Garoppolo. That's Patriots being Patriots for you right there. They're always
that's what I've always said.
They're always a half step ahead of everybody.
At least when it comes to quarterbacks.
That is a great move.
Oh, I think it's fantastic.
It is, and he was the top-rated quarterback I had on my board at this point. I didn't watch him as much as Josh did. We all saw him live down in Mobile, but lightning quick release, probably the quickest release in this draft, I think, in good feet. There's a lot to like about this guy.
Oh.
Yeah, I think it's a great pick. When you take into account the medicals and off-fields with Mettenberger, that really would make him my number one. I had those two neck and neck. But Garoppolo, as you said, that quick release, I think he can work the entire field. Despite playing a shotgun system and playing at Eastern Illinois, I think he has an understanding of at least a good usable baseline understanding of coverages and working through progressions. He will work balls into tight spaces, and he has the ability to because he has a big enough arm. One issue I will say, and I say this in fairness to Teddy Bridgewater because it was something that was talked at length about him as being a question mark. He's the exact same hand size as Teddy Bridgewater at 9 1/4, which is very small for quarterbacks.
Especially in cold weather cities.
Exactly, and that's where I was getting at. So him going to Foxborough, that is a little scary right there with that. But that being said, he has a lot of tools. They don't need to rush him out there on the field. He's a perfect guy for them to groom. It'll be interesting now. How many times have we gone back and forth with Houston on whether they're going to trade for Mallett, whether Mallett's even for sale. Doesn't this kind of point to that's going to get done at some point?
Well, either that's going to get done, or they know that Mallett has one more year on his deal, and they've decided he's not the guy. And they want him to be the backup for a year.
What did you think of Garoppolo? Because I know you've watched a ton of him, and you wrote a lot on him on Sports on Earth.
Yep, I actually just retweeted the article. I mean, I like this kid a lot. He charted out as the most accurate quarterback in the draft, just ahead of Mettenberger. Those are the two most accurate. He's got a lightning quick release. He's a very accurate thrower. And what I found most impressive is not only accurate. A lot of the guys, when I chart them, I'm not going to ding them if the ball's a little bit, like, maybe a little low, a little this. If it's within the catching radius, I give him credit for being accurate. This kid's not only accurate, but he leads receivers. Very few guys do that anymore. He does a great job of leading receivers. I think the kid's an underrated athlete who can pop out of the pocket to avoid sacks. He can throw accurately on the move. He's got a better arm than he gets credit for. There's really not much I don't like about this kid. I really think he's got starting talent. I'd be very surprised if he's not Tom Brady's successor. Tom Brady turns 37 this year. This guy could be his backup for 2 years. Maybe Tom at 39 or 40 that's when they make the move, and this guy takes over. Remember, the Patriots have long had a history of when a guy does start to decline a little bit, they make the move. So maybe Tom has 3 more years there. At 40, they replace him with Garoppolo.
Smart move. It's a smart move because other teams are going to panic when they need a quarterback, and they're going to have a guy ready to roll they're not going to miss a beat. Now,
well, think about it. We've talked about this before. Well, we've talked about this before with the Patriots and with the Packers. The Patriots, since they took Brady when they had Bledsoe. Then when they had Brady, they brought in Hoyer as a free agent. They drafted Kevin O'Connell, Ryan Mallett, and now Garoppolo. So I think they have proven that they are always looking to find the next guy. So that they never. Oh, and Matt Castle.
Matt Castle, the one who actually got to play and shine for them.
Exactly, right? And it just shows that they're always looking and preparing so that they're never caught, as they were the year that Brady blew his knee out and Castle stepped in. They're never caught with their pants down.
Which speaks to what we said, Russ, which is
yes.
Tell everybody what you think about every draft year, because I think it matters. It's interesting.
Well, I really believe strongly in my heart of hearts. Every year you draft a quarterback, or you sign one as a free agent with the commitment to keep him for a year. Because if you look at the history of teams that do that, they are very rarely caught completely unprepared. Even if they only have an average or below average guy to step in, at least it's someone who knows their system, can get them through a season if there's a massive injury at the top, to where they're not embarrassed. And I think if you just look at it, the Patriots, when Brady blew his knee out, they had Castle. He stepped in. They won enough, even though they didn't make the playoffs. Nothing terrible. The Colts, when Manning went down with that back, they don't have anybody. They are atrocious. Everybody gets fired. New regime. If they just had a marginal average guy in there, they end up winning. And then Polian keeps his job and is still the GM of the Colts. So I think you always have to prepare, and that we're going to jump right now to the next pick. Awesome. I love the Miami Dolphins here. They show that they are scouts. They're not worried about the combine or anything, and they take Jarvis Landry, the receiver out of LSU, who was a great receiver at LSU. He falls down in the draft because he ran a 4.7 at the combine. This kid is a tremendous football player, great route runner, rare hands. To me, this guy is everything you want except speed. I think he's a lot like Keenan Allen, and I think he's going to be a very productive guy. I wouldn't be shocked if he starts from the moment he gets to Miami.
This is a great pick because I think he's got the best hands in the class. Not only is that verified by the stats and the numbers we see, but I think you just see it. He's just natural at catching the ball. There's no fighting it. He's one of those guys where I just don't care whether he ran a 4.7 or a 4.9 or 4.5. I think it's a meaningless thing. I think he's going to be a Hines Ward type of player for a long time. I think he's a steady, productive guy. To me, there is a ton of value in knowing that if I get the ball near him, he's going to catch it. There's also a lot of value.
Yeah, no, I agree, Scott.
Go ahead. Go ahead, Jordan.
With the Seahawks are picking right now.
Yeah.
Wow. Justin Britt was his pick for the Seahawks, the tackle out of Missouri. Now that's quite a reach as far as I'm concerned. I mean, I gave Britt a sort of late day 3 grade. Perhaps they're thinking about kicking him inside. I don't really see second round value out of this pick. This is a little shocking, a la the James Carpenter pick from a few years ago with Seattle. Like I said, I really don't see the value here at that pick. I think they could have got him a couple rounds later, honestly.
I love it when they show highlights of a guy like that. They're supposed to be great plays, and they're kind of zone stretch plays where he's bending way over front of himself and looking very unathletic. I always find that funny when that happens.
Yeah, he's an interesting guy to me because when you watch him on film, I don't think you see a top athlete. But I will say, when I go to the school for Michael Sam's Pro Day and you watch him move, he's actually much more athletic than I thought he was when I saw him live. I was like, wow, this kid can move, he can bend. I don't know if he's really a tackle. I actually think this guy might be a center. He's not a huge kid. He's solidly built, but he's sort of thin-shouldered kid, very smart. I could see him being a center in the long term. There's something about this kid that points towards him playing inside and not being out on the edge.
Well, that's one position they have covered in Seattle, but they certainly need to get both right tackle and their guard positions figured out in this draft. I'm just shocked to see some of these offensive linemen go in front of, in particular, North Dakota State kid. Talking about guys I'd prefer to take a gamble on. That's a guy that's super athletic, physical. I'd rather throw him at guard than one of the two that they've drafted.
Yeah, agreed. Billy Turner would have been a better pick here than Justin Britt.
Well, if we're talking about kicking guys inside, what's wrong with Gabe Jackson? What's wrong with Cyril Richardson? What's wrong with? Let me see my list.
Well, I'll tell you those two. I can tell you what's hurting those two. It's just a bad body. It's every time a team is looking at his folder, they see the fucking big man tits and the fleshy physique, and they say, you know what? I wonder if he's put any time into the weight room. They look at it and they say, is this guy spent the time in the weight room? Is he going to be a guy that commits when we get him? And because of that, I think they end up saying, you know what? Let's pass on him. We'll go to the next guy. And you hate to say it, but I think that for when guys look sloppy, it really makes teams wonder if they're willing to put in the time and effort in the weight room. Because if they're not, it's very hard to last in the NFL if you won't work in the weight room. And it's not so much about becoming stronger. By working in the weight room, you have a chance of being durable. And guys that don't work in the weight room generally have injury problems. And I think that's part of the issue you have with this right here.
I can see that, and I totally understand it. I think that Andre Smith is working out. Larry Warford worked out. Those are guys. Those are bad body guys. But yep. I trust that and you've seen so much more than me. I'll defer to you on that. Where I think your experience speaks volumes. So
Warford was a third rounder. So
yeah, but
he's very similar to Gabe Jackson and these guys, which is great college player. Very good performance at the All-Star game. Doesn't look the part. And that makes teams nervous. Doesn't mean that he doesn't work in the weight room. It just makes teams nervous. So I think they see it and they say, I'll wait one round. And I think that's really what it comes down to. I'm not saying it's the right way to do it, but I think it is a common thing because when the bad bodies make you wonder about the overall. It just makes you wonder about the guy's work ethic and competitiveness.
Well, I think that's fair. I think that's totally fair.
Now,
this is an underrated player.
A very underrated player. I think we were all impressed by him. I think he was at the Senior Bowl. Not an explosive kid, but I think he, at least to me, he surprised me with his athleticism running routes. not in terms of speed, but just how smooth he was. He has great ball skills, and he looks the part. He's a big, good-looking kid, and he blocked very well at the Senior Bowl. And he looks like a guy who should easily be able to be a quality short area receiver and a good inline blocker. That means a guy who, especially Bill O'Brien, he likes to run the ball. I wouldn't be surprised if this guy plays a lot of snaps for Houston. I mean, this guy could be a really productive player for them.
See, I think this is appropriate value for him. Excuse me. And I think he's a much better player than Niklas is. And again, we're talking about guys that are going to be featured for their blocking ability, but he's a real competitive kid, has the body type you love. And as you said, he's got just enough quickness to his game to be able to do some damage as a receiver as well. More so than I felt that I saw out of Niklas. So I agree. I really like this pick. I think it's a solid one by Houston. Again, though, what are they doing at quarterback?
Well, maybe the Ryan Mallett thing really makes sense now.
Well, see, that's what I'm thinking, and maybe they're able to. They know maybe they're going to get only have to trade like a 4th round pick for him or something like that. That New England's going to give up trying to get equal value to where they purchased him at.
Yeah, I mean, that to me, I think now that they could get Mallett for a much better deal.
This is a great pick right here, guys.
Yep.
Especially
with this team.
Yeah.
The zone running system, yes.
Oh, he's perfect for that, isn't he?
Yep, absolutely. Kind of a finesse. We're talking about Morgan Moses going to the Washington Redskins in round 3.
I gave him.
Huge kid.
Go ahead.
So, I'm sorry, Josh. Huge kid, really long arms. More of a finesse type of a technician than a mauler type. You could, and the one thing that's interesting with him is that he looks slow-footed and he looks like he's not really. He looks like he doesn't move all that well, but he takes great angles to contact at the second level, and that tells me that he's a smart kid with good instincts. And the arms, all that stuff. I think that everything you see out of Morgan Moses is perfect for a kid who's going to go to Washington and that zone blocking scheme and play right tackle. They got their left tackle in Trent Williams. I think this is a very, very good pick.
Yeah, I think it confuses me when I hear people say he's slow-footed because I didn't see that at all. I loved his footwork, and I wonder if it's his efficiency that's the thing, is that people are confusing that for slow-footed when really he's just not taking false steps and he's getting there so quickly, whether it's pass blocking on the edge or getting out in space, that they're just mixing that up. You see he's got like 6'8", 320. He's just a mammoth man, and so you expect this power guy that's just going to blow people up. And that's not really his game, even though that's what you would think by looking at him. But that being said, I mean, I think he's going to be a fantastic pass rusher, pass blocker, and you better keep RG3 upright in the game, and I think Washington's definitely going to be able to do that, at least on the edges now.
Yeah, I mean, he's a very intriguing kid because he's a massive man, and not many men can move as well as he can with his great size.
And it's a lovely beard, too.
Yep, very true. Very, very true. He looks a little bit like Josh with the beard.
Just a little bit smaller.
Yeah. Oh, I don't know. You haven't seen Josh recently.
He looks svelte.
He does.
Russ,
he looks skinny as a rail.
When we talk about zone blocking scheme, can we explain that so people? I'm not trying to sound elitist or anything. I want people to understand what that means.
No, go for it. Talk. I
want you to do it because your experience is, I think we need to rely upon you to do this.
No, I trust you. Go for it.
No.
Okay. I mean, really, what it comes down to, at least to me, and I think I try to look at linemen sort of to grade their skill set and then figure out if they fit what you do. When you look at what I guess it would be, where is Kubiak now? Baltimore.
Yeah.
And they do stretch stuff. Your guys have to move. They have to get out. They have to be able to move their feet. A lot of zone stuff. You're not responsible to follow your man. You have an area. If your guy cuts back and goes way outside or goes back inside, you don't have to follow him. So a lot of the time, teams that run those zone blocking schemes can get away with guys that may not be as quick twitch in terms of, not that any lineman's truly a quick twitch athlete, but I hope you get the
Yes.
point I'm trying to make is you can get a guy that may not have that really quick reaction time, a guy that needs to sort of, what's the best word, sort of gather himself to try to adjust.
Yes.
Those type of guys can function in a zone system because they only have to cover an area that, A, it's predetermined, and B, they're usually, if they're good, and most of the ones, once they're starting and playing for a while, they know how to do it, is they're almost always finding a way to keep themselves right in the middle of the area they're supposed to be blocking. So that
That's
they
what
never
I was going to say. When I
Yeah.
think of it, I think of a guy who's just got to block for a very short amount of time into a very small space, and that's it.
Yep.
And you don't need to be physically. You don't need to maul guys. You don't need to be able to do much other than move your feet, get into position, and be smart enough to know what you're doing. He's clearly that. That's a lot of value for a team that traded back.
I agree. It's very good value. I mean, I think he's such a good fit. I mean, he's a powerful. I mean, people don't realize obviously there are better tackles that have gone in this draft, but I don't know if there really are many more powerful. I mean, this is a young man who can physically control people. As John Jansen likes to say, he's the type of guy who can impose his will upon another man. And that's a rare thing. You don't find many linemen who can physically just lock up and control guys. This guy can. He needs technical work. He's not a polished guy yet, but I like him. I think he could be a very good starter. I think it also tells you, at least to me, that they have made a commitment. They are not going to allow RG3 to get pounded and pounded and pounded. That they are going to make sure he is protected, and they are going to run the ball, not with him, but with a running back.
Yes.
So much of these picks, when we talk about fit, are so relevant to not just what's scheme related, but really the identity of the team. You look at St. Louis, their best offensive weapon is their running back. And so it made sense for them to take a Greg Robinson over a Jake Matthews in that respect, even though a lot of us have Jake Matthews rated as a better prospect. And then you look at a team like Washington, spent 3 years worth of huge picks and obviously money on this quarterback, and they couldn't keep him on the field last year, and he played poorly throughout. And the injury the last offseason, I think that recovery time is what hurt him because he didn't have that offseason to prepare. So paramount to their success is keeping him healthy and on the field and on the practice field too. So that fits into their methodology there. So again, fit is not just scheme related. It's identity of the team as well.
Well, and it's also the other thing that and this is what really not enough gets talked about is. Many players fail because the scouting and coaching people do not communicate appropriately, and they draft a player who doesn't fit what the coaches want to do. And you bring in a guy, and even if they think he does, sometimes they just misevaluate the player. But they bring in a guy who doesn't fit and cannot physically do what he's going to be asked to do. And when that happens, unfortunately, a lot of the time you end up cutting a high pick, and he ends up going somewhere else and becoming a quality starter.
Wow.
What is this?
Pick.
There's your guy.
They're your winners today, right? I mean, this huge needs at wide receiver and offensive line, and they've got two of not only the better players, but at super economical value too. I think they've done an outstanding job. Not to mention they got Jawan James last night as well.
Yep.
I love what they've done.
Well, I'm going to turn this one over to you because this is your guy.
That is my boy.
You've been talking about him all year. You loved him when you did him. So give us the breakdown. What we're talking about here, folks, is the Miami Dolphins taking Billy Turner, the big North Dakota State offensive tackle. They took him right here at the top of the third round. So, Josh, I roll the ball out to you, my friend.
Well, this is something Russ has always talked about with small school kids, regardless of position. they better dominate their level of play. And at North Dakota State, that's exactly what Billy Turner did. The whole offense ran through him. He just absolutely blew guys off the line of scrimmage, similar to what Greg Robinson did in Auburn, honestly. Now, he's raw in terms of his footwork. He needs to work on that. He might be better off inside a guard, and considering Miami's personnel now, I think that's where you put him. But that being said, he can translate either offensive tackle position and both guards. So he's going to be a super versatile, powerful, consistently competitive player for them.
And put him next to Juwan James, and what do you have?
Oh, yeah.
Oof.
So you went from a situation where you had a gigantic hole to now you look okay.
You solidify one whole side of your offensive line.
Yeah.
Yep. Now if they could just get Mike Pouncey to shut his trap.
It's interesting. That's all right, you guys want to move on to the next one? Who was it?
Southward, yeah.
Yeah, Atlanta selected Desmond Southward with the 68th pick in the round 3.
Can somebody explain that one? Russ?
Yeah, I can tell you what it is. I mean, I think what you're looking at here is you're talking about the desire, and this is sort of the Richard Sherman sort of influence, and I think you guys remembered. I don't remember if it was the Senior Bowl or the East-West game. I think it was the East-West game, but Desmond Southward, this is a kid that was primarily a safety in college. A very good one, active around the ball, made a lot of plays, but he's a tall kid. He's not a real big kid. He's sort of a thin, linear guy, and he misses a lot of tackles. So at the All-Star game, I can't remember which one it was off the top of my head.
It was Senior Bowl.
Okay, yeah. And they immediately put him at corner. And he was at corner the whole week, and if I remember, the Falcons coached him at the Senior Bowl. So I think they got an up-close look. They got a great feel for what makes this kid tick. And this kid's got some very unique traits. He's a big kid. It's a little over 6 feet, 210 pounds. And as a corner, I think he's got a chance to be a good football player. He can run. He's very tough and aggressive. I think it's a little high for him, but I totally understand the pick.
We had another pick come in, too, by the way. Charles Sims, running back out of West Virginia, went number 69 overall to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
I'm not sure who did him.
We all saw him at Senior Bowl, too, right?
Yeah, I thought he was the best running back while we were down there. I mean, he's very fluid. I think he's got the second best hands out of any running back in this class, but very fluid, kind of an upright guy. Reminded me a lot of sort of Arian Foster for a player comparison.
Yeah, that's a good point. He's very upright. At this point in the draft, if you get a guy who's just a complimentary guy, obviously they have Doug Martin, right? That was Tampa, correct?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I mean you're talking about a guy who's just going to be a complimentary piece, and he's fine. I mean that's fine for him. Russ, do you have any opinions on him?
I like Sims. I don't love him. I think he's a guy that's a little bit deceptive in his quickness through the hole. I think he's got a little bit more burst than he gets credit for. And he's got very good balance. He can take hits, keep his feet. He's got a little bit of wiggle. But he is a little bit of an upright guy. When you watch him run, there are times you watch him and you're like, geez, can you get down a little bit more? I like this pick. I think it's a good value in the third round. I think the big question is, does he have that burst to be more than just a solid guy? Because he has a lot of traits. He catches the ball well. He can get out in space and do things. I just don't know if he's got that burst and that explosion that you want.
I have to wonder if this says something about Martin and his health status, if they're a little bit worried about that. Because honestly, he went down last year, and they had quite a few games where they rolled out a number of different running backs, and they had huge production numbers for them. So I find it a little bit odd that they're here spending another day 2 pick on a running back when they're going to get Martin healthy, and they have other guys there that have been able to produce for them. That just seems odd.
It does seem a little bit odd, but I will say maybe they've just made the determination that they are upgrading their offense no matter what. And they're just going to keep pounding on their offense, and they don't care what they have to do because they have a lot of talent on defense.
That seems to be a Lovie Smith type of move. They've even when he had Forte, and Forte was clearly the number one guy in Chicago. He was always, it was Michael Bush and other guys. It was he's always wanting to kind of thin that out and keep guys fresh. So, I don't know if that's an indictment on Martin at this point or his health, but I see that more as a Lovey thing than anything, to be honest.
I think it's Lovey, and I think it's also them realizing, let's look at their team. They've got elite safeties. They've got very good pass rushers, at least interior-wise. They've added a ton of offensive talent. I think they just decided we're going to keep building that offense so that we have a chance at competing for our division, because they're not in a division. New Orleans is there, Atlanta's there. None of these teams are world beaters.
Yeah.
So, at least that's my impression from it. I don't love the pick, but I understand the reasoning behind it, and I don't think it's a bad value pick, because Sims is a good football player with a little bit of wiggle. My biggest issue is just I don't know if he's got that gear to be a big play guy, and that's okay. Most of the backs in this year's draft don't. Sankey doesn't. But this kid's a good player. I like him. I like Sims. I think he's a little bit underrated.
Guys, I know we're waiting for the networks to announce this pick for San Fran. It's already been announced online, and I think it's it looks like it's going to be Marcus Martin,
Wow.
the center from USC. Isn't that shocking? They just signed Kilgore to a long-term deal. He was presumably going to be their center. In fact, they've already said as much. I find this really shocking. I think this almost says the writing's on the wall that they have no intention of re-signing Iupati after this year.
Possibly. Yes.
Well, it could be that, or it could also be that they're getting to their board, and he may be the only elite guy left.
That could be, but
that happens. I agree with you that it's not a good sign for Iupati.
Martin,
obviously he's going to go. He's going to get snatched up immediately wherever he goes. But I just find it odd that they're finally handing over the keys to Kilgore inside. And maybe it's a little bit of my bias because I'm a big Kilgore fan, but they made it pretty clear that he was going to be their starter there, and now they go get another center. Now, again, I bring up Iupati because Marcus Martin, you look at his physicality, he's very clearly has the strength to play guard. And so that's where I would project he would end up playing in Iupati just walking next year.
Well, I think he's got the versatility. I think that he could be an interior swingman, and I think that he was, in my opinion, the best center in the draft. But like I said, he also has the ability to play the guard positions, and maybe he starts out at right guard for them.
But Alex Brewer's got one of the best guards in the league, though. They have him at right guard.
Well, I also think about this. I don't know when Boone's deal is up, but how many teams, elite teams, are going to be able to afford to pay guards big money?
Right.
Not many. You sort of have to let him go. So if they're going to let him go, let somebody pay him like Tennessee did the kid from the Bills a few years ago. I can't remember his name off the top of my head. Draft somebody and be prepared for that. It could be letting Iupati go. It could be letting Boone go, although I think Boone will be a lesser cost, so they might keep him. But I think nowadays, if you're a good team, you have to find guards and linebackers for cheap, because those are two positions you're not going to be able to spend money on to keep the rest of your team together.
Yeah, and obviously they have some big contracts coming up.
Yes, huge.
They've got a. I don't know what Scott's laughing at.
Jordan, did you hear that? Oh my God! Wow.
Oh, that's what that
sorry.
was. Okay. It sounded like it was a little kid, but okay, all right. Well,
it wasn't a little kid.
Nice.
Wow.
Anyways, now that we've degenerated thus far, but I think going back to San Francisco and their situation, they have so many good players. They got to start playing some of them, starting up at the top with Colin Kaepernick. Obviously, they have an odd situation with Eldon Smith. They got to figure that out. But they've got a lot of money to spend, and they have to start deciding where are they willing to spend it at, because it's not everyone's going to be able to stay there.
Very true. No, I think that's and it's the issue. Anytime you have a team that becomes good quickly, but especially when you have one that becomes quickly with a low-paid quarterback, because you know at some point you're going to have to pay him, and to pay him, it means you're going to have to go with some young, unproven guys at some position. So why not get a guy now at guard who can be an apprentice for a year and step in at one of those spots a year from now? So
That
I think
just
it makes a
seems
lot
like
of
such
sense.
Dirty value there, just ridiculous.
I think it's a great value, and it's good planning. I mean, they have to be prepared to basically walk away from one of those guards next year. Just unfortunately the way it is in nowadays NFL.
Well, and to talk about Martin himself real quick, remember when we were trying to speculate what Arizona was going to do with Jordan's team, I said I would not be surprised at all if they traded back in the first round 5-10 spots and then took Martin in the first round, and I wouldn't have batted an eyelash if a team had taken him at the end of the first. I think he's that good of a prospect. So to get him at the top of the third, that's ridiculous value.
Oh, unbelievable. No question.
Agreed.
It's really a good value. I think one of the things you see when you watch him, which I think is part of what makes him such a unique center, most centers are sort of the ultra-intelligent, finesse guys that aren't good athletes. And when you watch him, this guy's clearly smart enough, but you see an aggressive guy who's going after people, trying to deliver blows to people, and not only has the strength to do it, but he's a good athlete. So I think when you put the whole picture together, I really think he's a very unique center, and that also plays a part of what I think they like about him.
Yeah, I agree, Russ. I think he's a good fit for the Niners because of that athleticism in order to like pull and play in their power scheme if he's at guard. And then he's also, like you said, he's got a sort of nasty temperament and likes to finish guys. You know, he's a physical guy who has good movement skills.
Oh.
Why, Josh? What happened?
The Browns?
No receiver yet. I don't think
No.
it's a bad player, but
No, I mean he's a good, solid player. The Browns, what we're talking about is the Browns selected Christian Kirksey, an outside linebacker from Iowa. This is a real smooth, fluid, athletic kid, very good speed. I think that's one of the things that he doesn't get enough credit for is when he's chasing plays down in pursuit. I mean, he has frontline speed to track plays down and make plays. He's smooth playing off the ball in coverage. He's very smart. He's naturally instinctive. I mean, I really like a lot of the things he brings to the table. I'm not sure where he's going to play. I'm guessing outside linebacker for Cleveland, and they're 3-4. But he's also a thickly built kid. I could see them trying him on the inside. He's a pretty unique guy. Josh, did you look at him at all, or
no, you know what? I didn't
I did.
actually get a chance to see him on film, but everything you said about him athletically was readily apparent at the Senior Bowl.
He was one of the guys I had, Russ, and he was the guy who played Sam at school, but I think he's probably better suited to Will because he has some great movement skills, and he does have some coverage ability, but he's versatile, so he can play a lot of different positions. I had him a little bit later than this, but
do you think, because he's going to be in a 34, do you think he's better as an inside guy or an outside guy?
he might be better suited to that Will inside guy who can maybe a gap blitz and run around a little bit.
See, I think he's too small for that. I mean, we're talking about a 235-pound kid. You know what I mean? I just don't see where I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. To me, it just seems like it's a little bit of a reach to have him in a 34, inside. And maybe I'm wrong. I'm just basing it off what I saw at the Senior Bowl and a little bit of what I've seen from him. I'm not sure if he's going to go inside. I don't know. Is it almost too small for that?
Well, I mean, he's not going to be big enough to play. I mean, I don't know how big of the outside backers that they're going to use in their scheme. But again, the way that the 34 has been shifting nowadays, or sort of transforming. One of the guys has been like a 235-pound guy who can just run around and scream around on the field. Pittsburgh did that in Shazier in the first round. So I think Kirksey is along the similar lines. I mean, he's not the athlete that Shazier is, but he's a guy.
He's going to play inside though, or outside as a linebacker?
I don't think. Well, they're going to play a traditional 34. I don't think he's lengthy enough to play out there. I think he would probably be better to playing if they're going to have one of those backers. If they're going to have the two inside backers, and one's going to be the run stop thumper, and the other one's going to be the move guy and blitzer. I think that's what Kirksey would fit in that scheme.
Yeah, I think I'm getting stuck in just old school sort of positional, this is how big you have to be to play this position mentality. In fact, I know I'm doing that because I saw him at the Senior Bowl. I'm just being honest.
You are old, Scott.
I'm just being honest. I think that's, I don't know. I didn't really base that on much of what I saw. I mean, I liked what I saw. I thought he could move. I thought he's going to get a nice first step, but it just seems like that's a little too small to play inside. But, hey, I could be wrong.
Well,
yeah, I don't know. I mean,
that linebacker went here. Wait till you see what Buffalo did.
Well, but before we get to Buffalo, I got to say I like Minnesota.
Yeah.
They take Anthony Barr in the first round. Great athlete. Some people question his motor. Now in the third round, they get Scott Crichton, defensive end out of Oregon State. Not as gifted as Barr, but plays as if it's the last play he's ever going to play. I would bet that competitiveness that he's going to bring, fighting to be the third defensive end initially, is going to force Barr to crank it up. I think it's a great move. I think they now may have one of the better rotations of 4 defensive linemen. It's a very intriguing team now on the defensive line with those 4 guys. I mean, I really like what they've done in terms of getting some guys. It's really interesting. So now, I'll let you announce the Buffalo deal, my friend.
Buffalo has taken Preston Brown, the Louisville linebacker.
Yep. Who he's a guy that I got told about during the season, and I had not looked at him yet. Somebody said, "Hey, have you looked at the Preston Brown kid?" And I said, "No." And he said, "Well, you better." And when you put on the film, I mean, is he a superstar? No, but he's a good, solid football player, instinctive, reacts to the ball, and can be a violent, punishing hitter. I mean, he impressed me in terms of being around the ball and being willing to make hard hits.
And he's going to be a good fit for Buffalo because he's a run thumper, in the middle, and they need that next to Alonso. So here's a guy who's going to be able to come in and and sort of play that role next to Alonso that they wanted and be that sort of 2-down run stuffing linebacker.
Makes sense. Yeah, I think he fits perfect there. Yeah, I agree. It's a great fit. I agree wholeheartedly. I mean, especially when you look last year and see how good Alonso was as a rookie, putting this guy next to him, oh man, that's I think that's great. Yeah, I love it. I think it's a great fit.
So that's 4 guys from Louisville now that have gone.
Yeah, that's true, and also it does prove a point of something I've said for years and years is prospects at schools where there's an elite quarterback prospect almost always go higher than players with their skill set out of those schools because so many players get a chance to look at them. Or so many scouts get a chance to look at them. They spend so much time at the schools that they start to notice these players and see more of them, and they end up going higher than they originally were projected.
That's an interesting theory.
Yeah, it always seems to hold.
Makes a lot of sense.
It does.
I wonder what the Minnesota's gonna do with Anthony Barr. I still wonder if they're gonna make him a defensive end.
Well, no, I think they've already kind of listed him as an outside linebacker.
Really? So they're gonna try to do like Greenway, make him that. So, wow, it'd be interesting. Make him a Sam and then let him rush on certain downs.
Well, it'll probably be similar to what Detroit's going to do with Kyle Van Noy. Because technically both teams still run a 43, but I think you're going to see some multiple fronts from both sides.
6th column.
Wow.
I could see that.
Oh,
yep.
Wow. He went super early.
Yeah. Russ, you want to announce?
Yeah, Russ, you want to talk about him. Jay
the
Brownlee from
Giants?
Syracuse going to the Giants.
And it's not a bad pick. I mean, I think when you look at Bromley, you're talking about a kid who's a little bit underrated athletically. And not many guys that can move as well as Bromley can are as strong as him. He's a guy that I think if you just watch one game, you come away saying, yeah, he might have a chance because he's not a guy who flashes the big play. All he does is he's good. He holds his ground. He clogs the middle. He'll make some tackles, but he's not a dominant impact guy. But the more you watch of Syracuse, the more you see that, gosh, this guy really does his job every single snap. He does a very good job. He carries out his responsibility. You never see big plays go at him, and he makes a lot more tackles than you expect. So, I think it's a pick that probably wasn't expected by many, but it's not a real surprise. The Giants have a long history of identifying defensive linemen on the inside that are not high picks. When you look at Barry Cofield, people like that are 3rd, 4th, 5th rounders that become quality workman-like starters, that's what I see this Bromley becoming. He's a good, solid football player.
I thought he was one of the standouts at the Shrine game.
Yep,
No
he was.
question.
He was just. I mean, I'm not saying he was, electric as a pass rusher, but I mean, violent hands and the ability to move guys off the line of scrimmage. He wasn't being moved. He was not only was he disruptive in penetrating gaps, but he's also chasing plays from the middle of the field to the sideline. I thought he was really, really good at the Shrine game. I thought he was one of the better players. I can understand why you go Aaron Donald and then you go with a Bromley who's got big size, and you've really helped the interior of your defensive line. It makes a lot of sense.
What does that say about last year's second-round pick, Jonathan Hankins? They've spent quite a few day 2 picks on defensive tackles in recent years, and they found a lot of guys that have not worked for them. Obviously, Hankins is listed as a backup right now to Marcus Kuhn and Cullen Jenkins. You brought Aaron Donald in, so that's not going to move him up at all. Now you got Bromley there.
No. I think we got teams here. We're confusing. Donald's with the Rams.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, I've lost my mind. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
That's all right.
That's all on Scott. Completely.
Totally my fault.
Yeah.
Totally my fault.
But I think your point is well taken. They lost Linval Joseph.
Not anymore.
Big dominant spirit guy. And you have Marcus Kuhn, who's a tough, hard-nosed football player, I think a little bit quicker than people give him credit for. You have Hankins, who I think athletically is a very athletic kid for his size. He's powerful. He can run. But he needs to be pushed a little bit. Putting in a guy like Bromley, making him work to stay on the field, I think it's going to work out well. I think Bromley and Hankins, one of them will earn a starting job this year and probably be very productive. And if it's Bromley, they'll get a good player. If it's Hankins, they get a great player because he'll be motivated by Bromley and playing much better. So I like the choice. And you know the Giants, very rare. They don't take risks. They pretty much stick almost exclusively with their picks. They really stay. This is the top guy on our board. We're sticking with it. We're not gonna move off this for a need or go crazy here. They really stick to their board almost exclusively. And I think that's part of the reason they've been so successful for so long. I think when you look at the Giants, yes, everybody misses on picks, but they have not whiffed drastically on many picks, and I think a lot of that's because they stay so true to their board. Not many people expected the Pugh kid to be a pick last year, but they took him despite the short arms, and he turned out to have a solid year. I think it was a very good choice. And right here we see the St. Louis Rams, I think, make a very good selection also. Trey Mason, the running back. They have Zach Stacy, who's obviously going to be their power guy. This can sort of be their sort of explosive guy, elusive guy. He would fit in perfectly with their offense. I love it because the reality is by them grabbing Greg Robinson, them having hopefully a healthy Jake Long, building up that defense, if they use Mason and they use Stacy together for 35 touches a game, that's a team that I think can win the division because they will have a great defense and a powerful running attack, and that will cover up for the fact that they have a below-average quarterback.
I just don't see them getting anywhere. I could definitely understand them winning games, but that division, I just don't see it. I think those three teams are the elite of the conference.
I agree, but remember, they beat each of them once last year. I mean, that defense is a bear, and they have the. You talk about a defensive line that is going to be a nightmare for guys like Kaepernick and Wilson.
Without a doubt.
And if you keep games close, you always have a shot, and they have one of the best kickers in all of football. So, I mean, I think Fisher has made the decision that he's not going to be able to beat him throwing the ball with Sam Bradford. So they are going to pound the ball and count on their defense, and that they're going to really count on being able to dominate that way. So now that we're done talking about the Rams making the playoffs and Russ being crazy, we're going to turn it over to either Josh or Scott because the Detroit Lions just selected center Travis Swanson out of Arkansas, and I would like to know your opinion of him, gentlemen.
I think he'll be a nice average starter. Another reason for me to be annoyed with the Marcus Martin pick from San Francisco because I would have been doing cartwheels at this stage if he had fallen to them. When you're in the third round and you're getting a guy that's going to start long term, I think you're doing well. I don't think there's anything flashy, whether it be athleticism or strength with Swanson, but I don't think he's necessarily deficient in either area as well. I'm not certain he would play. Go ahead.
Do you think he will start or challenge to start now, or
No, I think he'll get to sit the bench this year. Raiola will play his last year. He'll fade off in the sunset. They'll have whatever parade you have for a guy that's been unfortunate enough to be such a bad team for so long, and then he'll take over next year. Oh God,
This is a great pick.
San Francisco.
I
Wow.
love this pick. Some people love this kid, some don't. Chris Borland, taken by the 49ers. I really think this he's going to be one of the more unique guys in this draft. And the reason I say that is I think he's going to be, initially, I'll bet he'll be a backup inside guy, although he might start because of Navarro Bowman coming off the knee injury. But I think he can back up Bowman and Willis, and then on pass rushing situations, you make him an outside guy and let him crash off the corner. Because I really believe he has a lot of the traits of James Harrison when he was with the Steelers, to be a dynamic edge rusher in a 34 defense. This kid plays like his hair's on fire, like he's never going to get to play football again. He is everything you want in a football player. He at the Senior Bowl was unbelievable all week in practice, and then in the game, Scott can attest to this.
Oh.
We were sitting there, and it was literally like every other play. It was like tackle by Borland, tackle by Borland, tackle by Borland. He was everywhere. I think in the first half he had 13 tackles, and he barely played in the second half. This kid is a football player. He's a football player's football player. He is just a tough, hard-nosed, all-out, kick-your-butt football player. I love it. I think he's going to be a stud for the 49ers. I think this is a guy, he's gone to the perfect situation because they will use him to what he does well. They will hide the things he's not particularly good at.
And so, Russ, what is he not particularly good at, though? I mean, you're talking about just straight up
Being tall.
football player. Okay.
Well, I mean, he's 5'11". I think the bigger issue to me is the arm length, 29 and change. He's going to have trouble when some of these big guards get
watch
through
this
the
play.
line of scrimmage. This is a great play they're showing on ESPN. This is just, I mean, that's a man up. I'm taking on a big boy, and I'm knocking his head off. I mean, his issue is shedding blocks. He's not a big kid, and that's going to be a problem when he has to deal with blockers in the NFL. But I think when you look at his ability to go from sideline to sideline and make plays all over the field, he does a lot of really special things. And I love this kid. I think he's going to be a productive NFL guy. Just something. Watch this play. Look at this play. Watch what he does here. He hurdles a guy and makes the tackle. I mean, Chris Borland is a freak athlete. I love this kid. I think he's going to be a stud.
So when you talk about the short arms, the thing that makes me look at that board for the 49ers. The thing that we've talked about it over and over and over again is fit. With what the 49ers do on defense, with as big as they are, with everybody else that needs to be occupied, how much is he really going to have to deal with blocks? You know what I'm saying? I think he's going to have a lot of freedom to just run to the ball. And if that's your guy just running to the ball, solid, sure tackler, clearly a guy will knock your head off. I think that's a great pick. I feel like I'm yelling.
Do too.
I'm still fired up about that pick, but that's a guy who's just, I mean, he's a throwback. You know, he's a throwback Chris Spielman type. That's a great pick.
I agree. I think he's going to be a very productive guy in the NFL. I think he's going to be an outstanding pass rusher off the edge, and I think he's just going to make a ton of tackles. He's going to be a type of guy that even when Bowman's healthy, they're going to say, you know what, we have to find a way to keep this guy in the field because all he does is make impact plays. And I think they will find a way to make him a starter by the middle of his second year. He'll be there every single snap playing. I just love this guy. Josh, do you have any thoughts on Chris Borland? I know you've seen a lot of him.
Yeah, I don't think I can add anything different than you guys. The only one thing I'll say is it's tough in the practice setting of the Senior Bowl for linebackers to stand out just because there's a limited amount of contact. And he just completely flashed off the field every single day. So I think that speaks volumes to the kind of intensity and the kind of football player you're going to get from him.
Yeah, that you know what? That's a great point. Now this pick, I got to say, is surprising. The Redskins here taking Spencer Long, a guard out of Nebraska. I think Long is an underrated athlete. I I think it's a little bit high for him. I don't think he's a frontline guy. I think he's a solid, decent, good player, has a chance to be a solid starter, but I'm not sold on him. I think it's much higher than they had to go to get him. Overall, I'm just surprised at that. I'm very surprised that they took him that early. Not to say he's not a guy who has a chance to be a quality starter, but to take him that early to me is very surprising. That one's a wow to me. I will say that Long is a guy that when the season began,
78.
I didn't like him a lot, but the more I saw of him as the season went on, I thought he did improve, especially technically. He did a much better job of staying over his feet and under control. I don't think he's a top athlete or a top player, but I think he's got a lot of the tools to be, like I said, a solid workman-like guy who starts early in his career. And the next pick that's up, this is one Josh is going to have to talk about because I know this is a guy that Josh likes to watch.
You know what? It's funny. I'm pretty sure I said yesterday that I didn't like Baltimore's pick of C.J. Mosley. They should have gone and gotten Jimmy Ward, who'd be a perfect complement to the aggressive in-the-box style that you see from their first-round pick last year.
Yep.
From Matt Elam. And truthfully, the alternative person to put next to him is Terrence Brooks. He's such a dependable guy on the back end, and yet he can, despite his size, he can come in and play the box a little bit. But he's always in the right spot. He's a very good athlete. I think he ran a 4.42 40, so he's got the speed you look for, and it shows up on film. He reminds me a lot of Harrison Smith in the sense that I don't know that he's given enough credit for the type of athlete he is, but his smarts and instincts are just outstanding, and I think he's going to be a very good starter for them very early in his career. He might be their starter on day one. So I think this is a really tremendous pick for them.
And I guess from what you're saying, because this is one of the few guys I don't have a great feel for. I've seen a lot of them, but I didn't get a great feel for him. It sounds to me like he could be the perfect complement in that he can provide the back end sort of safety net and coverage, while Elam just attacks the line of scrimmage and has no regard whatsoever for being a part of coverage.
That's exactly it. And that's really, I mean. Again, you talk about when you're making picks, you want to fit the scheme and all that, and you also want to fit to your current personnel. That's what this does right here, because now Elam can utilize his strengths better. Because last year there were times where they'd have to put him on the back end, and they'd have to put him like 20 yards deep just to keep him out of trouble because he'd get over aggressive and he'd get out of position. Now they can let him play in the box, let him get aggressive, let him hit, let him scare teams underneath. This is a great pick for Baltimore.
Yeah, I really like it. I think it makes a lot of sense, especially because I really think their defense, their pass rushers, it's Terrell Suggs and not a lot of guys right now. And I think last year they had some real issues because Elam was great coming up in run support, flew around the field, made a lot of hard hits, but I think their pass coverage was lacking. And I think part of that was they didn't have a safety at the back end who could patrol. And I think at least getting someone in there that can do that, which also allows Elam to do his thing without having to worry about coverage, I think that puts them in a much better position defensively to do what they like to do, which is be aggressive up front, but know that they have a safety blanket at the back of their defense to intercept some deep balls, help the cornerbacks with over-the-top coverage, cover some tight ends. I mean, there's a whole lot of things that a good cover safety can do for their defense that they didn't have last year. So I think it makes a lot of sense here.
Yeah, it's one of those 2-for-1 play that improves your defense on multiple areas. Now, and hopefully they did the same thing with Mosley in the sense that they can move Arthur Brown outside, which I always felt was his more natural position, kind of like how you felt with Borland last year. I want Arthur Brown rushing the passer, and that's something they need to figure out behind Elvis Dumerville and Terrell Suggs. So they start doing that with him too. I think they've improved their defense quite a bit.
Yeah, I could see that, and the thing that I think is impressive is it's rare when you can improve two players, one position and another player, which is they can improve their coverage and improve Matt Elam just by picking this guy. And I think that makes it a very valuable pick. And it's not surprising that Baltimore did that, because other than when they force themselves to take Alabama players, which about half of them end up flopping, they really do a good job of identifying highly productive players in college that fit what they're going to ask them to do. They're not trying to force a square peg into a round hole. And that's something you don't see that often.
Mm-hmm.
All right, well, the Jets are making their selection here. We'll take a look at who that is, and then we will see what direction the Jets. They've clearly been very aggressive, and I honestly don't know a lot about this kid that they took from Maryland, Dex McDougal.
Very big.
He's got
All
great ball skills. I saw him. I was watching some tape on him the other day, and he made some.
I'm going to let you guys
plays.
talk about him for a second while I take a quick break. So, Jordan, I'm going to put you in charge of. You can talk about him, and then hand it off to whomever wants to speak next.
Well, they just showed a play. I'm watching NFL Network coverage, and they just showed a phenomenal play that he made on a vertical route on a UConn receiver, where he undercut the ball and made just a diving interception. The guy has some of the best ball skills out of any DB in this draft. He's not really talked about a lot, but he does have a good size and good ball skills, and we know Rex likes corners. Rex always says you can never have enough corners. I'm really not shocked that he picked a corner here. I think there are some better corners on the board than McDougal, but I think McDougal fits what he wants to do, and like I said, I'm really not surprised that Rex went corner here. Scott, what did you want to say about Dexter McDougal?
I had him confused for somebody else. I thought I heard Keith McGill, but so no, totally different cats. I don't know much about McDougal. I mean, if any of you guys have seen him, I would think that he's going to have to press a little. Josh, have you seen him at all? Jordan, have you seen him?
I went to one of his games live, but I was looking at all Clemson players, so I really have no idea on him.
Like I said, Scott, I just watched a little bit of tape of him the other day, and I was very impressed with his ball skills. And Rex is going to like that. Rex likes guys who are going to get him the ball back. You know, Rex
is
is
he
going to
real physical at the line of scrimmage, though?
You know, I didn't really get to really see too much of that. Like I said, I only probably watched about a game or two of his, so I can't really speak on his press ability. But I said I think it's a good fit for what Rex wants to do. Other than that, I'm sure if Rex picked him there, he does have some press ability. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gone that route.
Now again, we go back to a few picks where Spencer Long from Nebraska goes, and you look at the board and you see Trey Turner on the board, and Gabe Jackson, and some of these other players who just I think are to me they're better players. Maybe David Yankee from Stanford is another one where I think maybe they're better players than Spencer Long. They got to see something they like. I think this is the same situation with McDougal where to be honest, I think there's maybe 5 or more. I mean, we're still looking at the kid the small school kid that we all like, Pierre Desir, is still on the board.
And
another small school kid, Walt Aikens, is still on the board. Those are big. I mean, I want to say McDougal's 5'10" and a half or so. We're with the other guys, we're talking about 6'1" corners
right,
with the ability to maybe play safety down the road. It's iffy, but there's Gabe Jackson.
So I had to put my salute to service hat on while all my military brothers and sisters were up on the stage there.
Yes, and you know what? Thank you for your service there, buddy.
You're welcome,
not only that, but I think it does bring up a story, and do I wish he was on this call, of when we were all sitting at the draft, and I think you were there, Josh.
Oh, I know what you're talking about.
All the military people came up, and everybody stood up and gave them a standing ovation, except for one Chad Ryder, who was too busy in his work and too lazy to get his fat ass out of his chair.
I don't think he had any idea what was going on.
I don't think so either, but we will never let him live it down.
Oh,
it was very funny.
We could tell stories from here to Oklahoma about some of the hilarity and hijinks that has taken place, huh?
Oh boy! Did you guys see the Bears pick there?
No.
The Bears have selected defensive tackle Will Sutton out of Arizona State.
Oh my gosh, that's
explosive, penetrating 3 technique. I tweeted earlier today that interior penetration is king in the NFL, and outside of Donald and Easley, this might be one of the most disruptive interior defensive players in the draft class.
Let him play under 300, get him to stay there, and I think you might have an absolute steal here. You look at his 2012 tape. and he was just an absolute terror. He was just so explosive off the ball with his first step. Guard centers, they couldn't contain him, and he was consistently disruptive. He put on a ton of weight this year, and
he had to have put on 50 pounds this year.
I mean, yeah, he showed up at the Senior Bowl weighing 313, and he looked even bigger than that.
Yeah, the weird thing is he put on that weight, and his coaches never told him to put on the weight. He put on the weight because he was listening to the draft community saying he was going to be too small to play three technique in the NFL at the 285 he was at. But he's better suited to be 285 and 290 and just let him be as disruptive as he can. He's super athletic, great first step. He's going to wreak all sorts of havoc. That's a phenomenal pick, especially here at pick 82 for Chicago.
Yep, and meanwhile, Aaron Donald stayed at 285, won every defensive accolade possible, and went 13th overall. So that shows sometimes you got to put all that beside you and do what you do best.
Yep.
Do what you do best. Yeah.
Houston traded ahead of Arizona, so now they're on the clock here.
Zach Mettenberger.
I was going to say, here's our quarterback.
We don't need to be doing any of the prognosticating.
Let's just hope it's not Lewis Nix.
It's Lewis Nix.
Oh, boy.
Oh, there it is. That makes sense, too, though.
Makes a ton of sense, yeah.
The best player on my board.
Very disappointed, but an excellent pick by Houston. I mean, we can both talk about it, but I mean, I think if you're playing a 34, he's the only true dominant nose tackle in this draft. He to me is an explosive off the ball, 350-pound kid with the strength to dominate the point of attack, the hands and quickness to get behind the line of scrimmage and make plays. I think this kid could be a frontline starting nose tackle in the NFL. I think he's a really, really talented kid with the chance to be a very good player. I'm disappointed that he went here, but I think he's a great fit for what Houston's going to do. I hope Houston allows him to use his athletic ability and don't try to pigeonhole him like they did Dontari Poe, where he struggled that first year under Romeo Crennel and then became a good player when Romeo left and they let him sort of explode and use his athletic ability. But I really like this kid. I think he's got a chance to be a very good player because he's a rare athlete for such a gigantic big man.
Think about that offense or that defensive line with Clowney now too.
Clowney, Watt, Nix.
Wow.
Yep, I agree with you. Very disappointing as a Chargers fan, hoping that he was going to be there 4 picks from now so they could pick him.
Do you think there was some medical with him, Russ, that caused him to fall to this point?
I don't know if it's medical. I think it's questions about being in shape, that sort of thing.
I tell you what, looking at who's up on the board, though, it was really necessary for Houston to do this because it looks like 5 out of the next 6 teams run a 34 scheme. So I think that they probably thought that there's no way he was going to make it through to them. So they, decided to jump ahead of all those guys and go ahead and grab their guy because, there's never really that many nose tackles. There's not many 330-pound guys who can move like that. So it was a good move
that's
for them
exactly
to go
it.
and get him.
I don't know if you guys know or which one you're watching, if you're watching NFL Network or ESPN. Something interesting is getting scrolled on the bottom line. It says that if one of their guys is reporting if Bortles hadn't been taken by Jacksonville, that New England would have taken him at 29.
Yes!
Uh-oh.
Wow.
Sorry, very excited about that pick. My Arizona Cardinals just selected Kareem
Oh, my
Martin,
gosh, you both got your
defensive
guy.
end
That's
of
awesome.
North Carolina.
That is hilarious.
I will leave it for you to.
This is all yours, big boy.
Discussion there.
Woo! Okay, we're talking about a guy who's got, just freakish size, incredible explosive lower body with just incredible length, some of the longest arms in the draft. This is a guy who could play 5 technique. This is a guy who 1/3 of his rushes, he was rushing from the inside. And he could also, I believe in this scheme, actually play the outside linebacker position. So I think this guy is the guy who will be the heir apparent to John Abraham outside. They don't need to rush him in right away. They have Shaughnessy and Abraham, but this is a guy who can be a sub-package rusher, but that eventually will play that 34 outside linebacker position for the Cardinals.
I think it's a real interesting spot. I think the Cardinals actually have a few intriguing players. The Attaochu kid, I thought was on the verge of becoming a star before he got hurt. and their defense was already very good. So I think adding a kid like this to that mix, wow. I mean, you don't get many athletic, long kids like this guy. I'm actually surprised he didn't go higher because few guys with that combination of athleticism and length, they're hard to find.
Yeah, and this is, what's the thing that Keim wanted to do? One of Keim's things that he says that he drafts with the NFC West in mind, and he wanted to get some people who are rangy on the outside to keep Russell Wilson and to keep Colin Kaepernick from making plays outside of the pocket. And if you watch some of Kareem Martin's tape, he does that. I mean, I saw him do it to Stephen Morris on a rollout, who just made a phenomenal sack. I mean, this is a guy who's going to help keep some of those, mobile quarterbacks from making big plays on the outside. Again, just super long range and super length. I mean, this is like everything that the Cardinals wanted. I'm as a Cardinal fan, super happy with this pick.
Yeah, I mean, I can understand why. I mean, I think when you watch this kid play football, you have a tremendous athlete. You have a guy that's got long arms. He's one of those rare long guys that also can bend down and play with leverage and explode up. Most long guys aren't able to do that. When they bend down, for them to get up, it's a long, awkward process. He does not have that issue. I think he's a really unique guy, and I think it's a great fit for him going to Arizona. Bowlesy's a great coach, and he will know how to use this kid perfectly.
Yeah, just looking at his stats, his arms are 35 inches. So it's just mind-blowing, the length on this kid.
Yep, and the length would be unimportant if he wasn't a good athlete and a good player, but he is those things, and I think that's just an added bonus when you get a kid that's that long, that athletic, that productive, with explosiveness and power. It's hard to find guys with all that talent.
Right. Again, like you said, I gave him a second-round grade. He's a guy that I really didn't expect to be here. He's not the most consistent player, and one of the things he needs to work on is his run defense. He had a tendency to get washed inside too much on some run plays. And so I'd like to see a bit more consistency and a bit more stouter in run defense. But, again, explosive athlete with length for days that really fits well with what they're trying to do in that division.
Yeah, and I mean, the reality is in the division, you have to build up a great defense because every other team in that division is stacked defensively. So if you don't keep upgrading your defense, you are going to have problems. I mean, it's amazing. The talent in that division on defense is rare.
Yes.
Wow. That's pretty good value right there.
What's
Agreed.
that?
Kareem Martin.
Oh, it's great value. Right,
just looking at his combine numbers, again, he's 6'6", 272. He ran a 4.7, 240. He had a 35.5-inch vertical, and then he had a 129-inch broad jump. So, again, just a freakish athlete with a great body type, and, again, very versatile, can rush on the inside, can rush on the outside, can drop into coverage. I wasn't at his pro day, but I heard that they worked him in linebacker drills in pro day, and he showed the ability and the fluidity to zone drop.
It's just so strange in this class, specifically this class, with very few 43 DNs.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Very few, where he's one of the guys who absolutely fits that bill, and he's just that's just I'm confounded by that one. That's one of those ones where it's just like that's confusing.
Yeah, I agree with you. I totally agree.
All right, the Packers have taken Kyrie Thornton, defensive tackle from Southern Miss. Think about a little Nick Fairley-ish with this kid.
Oh, really?
Yep, big physical kid. Disruptive when he wants to be. Needs to play with better pad level, but he's an interesting player. I think he's an intriguing defensive tackle.
I know I saw him in a few games, but I never really graded him. I think what you get with him is an athletic kid who's a little bit raw.
Yeah.
But he's quick. He's fast. I think he's going to have to learn to be a little bit more consistent. But I think in terms of athleticism, it's a great value pick. And when you look at their defense, where they like to move guys around, I mean, he could be an effective end in their 3-4 scheme, moving around, rotating with the guys they have, part of their youth movement because they have some older guys there. He's a very intriguing guy. I like the choice. I think
and
it's
when I mentioned Nick
choice for many.
I didn't mean Nick Fairley coming out. I mean Nick Fairley like last year where he looks a little sloppy and he runs very hot and cold. And when he makes a play, it's a big splash play. It's a really nice-looking play. And then where'd he go kind of thing.
Yep.
Don't take it that I meant, elite defensive tackle Nick Fairley. I don't mean that guy.
I hear you completely. Well, I must revert, gentlemen. We did this a few times last night. I must read you one of Mike Tanier's tweets.
Uh-oh.
Because this one is very funny. His tweet is, they need to set up a rotation for Nix and Clowney to alternate taking off plays. Can't have them both loping on the same play.
That's funny.
I love that he adds humor to everything he does. And the Eagles reach out and take one of Chip Kelly's
most obvious
guys.
pick in the draft or what?
Yep, Josh Huff, one of the guys he recruited. And Jordan, was it you who did Oregon? I can't remember. Was it you, Josh?
Wasn't me.
I did not do Oregon, but this is a guy that we all saw at the Senior Bowl.
Yep.
He's got some good size. He's got some good wiggle to him. It looks like, not even considering the Oregon connection, Chip Kelly's really going after bigger guys, especially at the wide receiver position. He seems to be trying to get bigger and longer everywhere. This is a good pick for them, especially with the loss of Deshaun Jackson. They needed to get another sort of a quick, twitchy playmaker. Not that I'm not saying Huff is like Jackson at all in that aspect, but he's a guy I think that can make plays for him, and especially in that offense.
And I think the thing, at least from what I saw when I graded this kid, is I think a lot of guys that are sort of playmakers, they lose their focus at times. They sort of disappear. This kid, in the games I did not seem to do that. He also caught the ball very well, showed the ability to go up and high point the ball and make tough catches. And like I talked about yesterday, the Eagles, one of Chip Kelly's mantras is big players beat up smaller players. He's trying to get bigger at every single position. He believes strongly that if you are bigger and stronger, you don't always have to be faster. And I think that's one of the things he's building upon right here, is keep getting bigger at receiver, keep getting bigger at every position, but especially at receiver. I think that's one of the reasons, in addition to Deshaun Jackson's character stuff, I think his slight frame, which hindered him both breaking tackles and being a good blocker, both were added reasons why I think they were very happy to get rid of him and move on.
It's interesting, though, when we talk about getting bigger, there's receivers on the board who I think are, A, bigger, and 2, better. Dante Moncrief, I think, would fit the mold of a bigger kid.
But I don't know if he's as quick as this Huff kid. I think that would be the difference there.
He's
I'd
not.
agree with that.
And again, the problem with Moncrief is his hands. They are really, really suspect. They're Greg Little-ish hands.
No, I agree, but just from a size, and even playing, Bruce Ellington, I'm surprised, is still around.
Phenomenal talent.
Artavius Bryant, the kid from Clemson, is a big kid who's really fast.
Yeah, but I'll tell you the reason he's still on the board.
Because he's raw?
No, his interviews were brutal.
Oh, okay.
Brutally bad. I was told by one person the worst he's ever sat through.
Wow.
I mean,
Who's this?
Martavius Bryant.
Oh, okay.
I was told by somebody, they said the worst interview he's ever sat through in his career in the NFL, which has spanned not 20, 30 years, but I think it's about 12 to 15 years. And he said it was just, he said it was one of those ones where, wow. He said, you walk out of it saying, how are we going to bring that guy into our building? And not that he's a bad kid. He's actually supposedly okay. Just, he said the interview was just not pretty. So
you're not going to move on from Deshaun Jackson to a kid who just is going to struggle with certain stuff like that.
Yeah, and I don't think he's going to struggle for character.
Yeah.
But just struggle for maybe not being able to pick things up as quickly as you need him picked up, that sort of thing. So I don't know. It just he was one guy. I knew we had talked about a few different times, and that was just when I heard that he had struggled so badly, I knew there were probably going to be issues with him being selected as highly as he has the physical tools to be drafted higher than a lot of guys.
Yeah. He's going to be a value. if
Yes.
he can put it together.
Yeah, that's exactly it. Because, I mean, he's so long, he's so fast, he's athletic. I mean, he's got everything you want in terms of physical tools. I mean, his ability to make unbelievable catches, it's just unreal for a guy that tall. He goes up and high points the ball over big defenders like it's nothing. He has the speed to outrun angles to make big plays. So somebody's going to get a guy with a lot of upside and potential, but he's a raw guy who's going to need a lot of work on his routes, going to need a lot of work on just understanding how to get open, understanding how to sell his routes and not give them away. I mean, there's a lot of things he needs to work on fundamental-wise, but I think when you look at the physical package, he's a very intriguing guy that I think somewhere in that 4th round, someone's going to take a shot on him.
Yeah, and at that point in time, if you're, when you're in round 4 and you're going to get a guy who's a bit of an athletic freak with, a 6'3" kid who runs into 4.4s, clearly you got to work on catching the ball. You got to work on your. I mean, one of the things I think with him, you have to run better routes than what he does. But
yes,
you're right, Russ. He contorts his body and he does crazy stuff every once in a while where you just kind of shake your head like that's an incredible play.
And there aren't many guys that long. I mean, you're talking about guys almost 6'5" and change who can adjust and twist to make tough catches. Most guys that are 6'5", they can catch it if it's within their arm, their hand, their radius. He can go way outside his radius. He's so athletic in that respect. It's rare, and I think it allows him to be a special guy in that respect. He's a very interesting cat because he's so big, so athletic, but he's so raw. I would love to see him end up in a place like Atlanta where he could work with Coach Robisky, who's one of the best in the whole business at teaching the fundamentals of the receiver position. He could turn that kid into something, I believe.
So it looks like the Chiefs have taken Phillip Gaines.
Great pick.
Yeah, really good pick. I'll let you head it off, Jordan. Give me your thoughts.
Well, again, this is a guy who I wasn't at East-West, but I watched that game, and he kept making plays throughout that game. And then, all throughout the All-Star games, I thought he did a great job. But he's a big kid at 6 foot. I think he's got great ball skills. I think he's got some pressability. This is a guy that I would not have been surprised if he would have gone in the 2nd round. I think he's great value here at pick number 87. I'm a little disappointed he didn't drop to the Cardinals a couple of picks later because he was probably the guy I would have liked to see them take at that point, but just a big corner with a lot of ability.
I like him a lot. I think a few things that jump out when you watch film on this kid is one is, and we talk about this a lot, to me, corners that are willing to come up and hit and be physical, they grab my attention. I want those guys on my team. I think the other thing that you see when you watch this kid is, despite lining up in a lot of different spots, he seems to have a good awareness of what's going on around him, spacing-wise, coverage-wise, anticipation-wise, to make plays on the ball. I really like the kid. I think it's a great value here. There's a lot of talk that the Chiefs would like to move on from Brandon Flowers, which I don't understand. But if they are, this is a kid that could fill that role because he plays the same physical way that Brandon Flowers does. Now, all this does, I must say, though, is it does bring up an interesting point for Josh, which is one of Josh's favorite players is still on the board, at least I believe, and that's Bashawn Breeland. And I'd love to find out what your thoughts are as to why he's still available, because I know
it did come out today, and I don't remember the source, but apparently there are numerous off-the-field issues, some run-ins with the police.
Tony
I've heard about that, yep.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, it was Pauline that put that out there. So that would be my guess at that point. Between that and him running slow and being under 6 feet, even though he's pretty much right at it, I think that combination of things is what's putting him out there. Bottom line, if whoever gets him, if he keeps his nose clean, they're going to get a hell of a player. I'm not worried at all about his speed. I think he has recovery speed. I think he plays faster than he actually is because he's so physical at the line of scrimmage. So I'm not too worried. That this doesn't surprise me, but I still expect him to be a productive player as long as he can stay on the straight and narrow.
He was interesting to watch because we watched him and I thought, and Russ, tell me if this has ever happened to you, where you watch a guy and you think, wow, this kid's huge. The way he plays, long arms, so physical at the catch point, and then you look at his measurables and you think, is it the same kid, or is this a typo? Because there's no way he's 5'10" or 5'11" or whatever he was with short arms. Because he plays so physical at the catch point or at the stem of the route where he looks like he's got really long arms. He looks like he's super physical, and I think Josh is right. I think he plays a little bigger than his size. I think he plays than his measured size. I think he plays faster than his 40 time. But it was weird to look at his to see him at 5'11" or whatever he was, and I'm thinking he's well over 6 feet with long arms. Everything that we want as far as the new age of corners. Does that happen to you where you see a kid play and you think he plays so big and you look at the measurables and it's not there?
Yep. Oh, there's no question. It happens all the time. Yeah, and it's one of those things that's frustrating because you see a guy, you think he's bigger, you find out what his measurables are, and then you're like, all right, what do I do with this guy? Like, how does this guy fit what I thought he was because he's not as big and strong as I thought he was? Now, I will say the guy who just got taken by the Bengals here, Will Clark, the defensive end outside linebacker from West Virginia, I am not a big fan of this pick. I think we all saw him at the East Western Senior. To me, he's sort of an underachiever, a very athletic kid. I don't think he has much clue what's going on in terms of instinctive. I don't think he's consistently explosive. I think his technique was terrible. I was really disappointed in him. I know some teams really view him as one of the more raw, explosive, dynamic guys, but I was just really disappointed in him. And now I'm even more frustrated by whoever this guy is. Jordan, you may know this guy.
I did Notre Dame. I looked at Chris Watt.
He's late.
A lot of people like him as a workman type. They think he's going to be that long-term starter that's not real flashy. I just don't see it with him. I just don't think he's a good enough athlete or strong enough at the point of attack. I think he's a swing guy, maybe that first lineman off the bench that fills in when you need to. I just don't see him as a long-term starter. Isn't Trey Turner still on the board, or did he go?
Yeah.
No, Turner's still on the board.
That's what I don't understand.
Dakota Dozier, David
Dozier's still there.
Cyril Richardson, Brandon Thomas from Clemson. I know he's got a torn ACL, but still.
There's a lot better guards than Watt.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just don't see it. Jordan, did you look at him too?
I just looked at Watt the other day. Not enough to actually write a report up on him, but one or two of his games, and I really wasn't that impressed. I would have, if I had graded him, it would have been a day 3 grade. And with the guys that are, that we just mentioned, there's a whole bunch of guards who I think are better players than Watt. So this seems like a bit of a reach.
It's rare that you see a team spend a pick like this on a guy with such low upside. Because at best he's just going to be a starter at a position where you can find starters at that all over the place. And obviously we named like 4 or 5 that'll probably be starters. So a couple of those at least will be on day 3. It just seems an odd place to take a guy like that with limited upside.
And guys, think about this. David Yankee's still on the board.
Yeah,
so
Yankees.
Him too. He's one of 4 or 5 who you would have thought would have gone well before now.
Hey, guys, there's just another pick here real quick, but before we get to that, I just want to I think that GM Junior favorite Zach Mettenberger might be in play for the Cardinals at their next pick, just a hunch. But the Colts just picked wide receiver from Ole Miss, Dante Moncrief.
Ah, interesting. All right, so you guys have done a lot of work on this.
That's yours, Scott.
Yeah, I've seen him. I've seen a lot of him. He is for a player who ran a 4.4 at the combine. He doesn't play anywhere near that. Mm-hmm. Not even close. Like Jordan mentioned earlier, he has a pretty bad case of the drops.
Yes.
And they're more like focused concentration drops. He is a very good route runner who even though he's a really good route runner who's sharp into and out of his breaks, he doesn't create a lot of separation, even though he's a good route runner. So he's one of those guys where you have to wonder and worry, can he separate at the next level? I know he ran a 4.4, but he doesn't play anywhere near that. He's a very smooth, fluid athlete. I think he's a good football player. I think he can be a nice, big, chain-moving possession receiver at the next level. But by no means is he a field stretcher where you think he's a he's a 4-4 guy. He's just not that. At least
Right.
on tape, he's just not that.
I mean, if we look at it, especially at combine performance or his size-speed ratio, I mean, the kid would be a first-round pick. But I'm telling from watching film, I gave him a fifth-round grade, and the reason why I gave him a fifth-round grade was his hands. Now that Greg Peshek charted him out, and I think he ended up with an 11.11% drop rate this year. But also more concerning than that, the passes that he did catch frequently would go through his hands and hit him in the chest, and then he would just pin it to his chest.
Yeah, he's fighting it constantly.
Not a natural hands catcher at all. I think he's really going to struggle, and I think he's really going to frustrate Andrew Luck because, again, this guy's going to drop the ball a lot or not come up with the ball when he should. So it's an interesting pick. But again, right now the Cardinals are on the clock, and I just a hunch, I really think that Zach Mettenberger might be in play here.
Do you have a source there, buddy?
No, I don't.
Is it a source or just
No,
a hunch?
just a hunch. I don't have a source at all, but I know that Kime likes to take. He wants to take quarterbacks. Like he said, he believes in the Ron Wolf theory of drafting a quarterback every year. They didn't take one last year, and if they do take a guy, it's going to be a big, strong arm, vertical passing guy.
So
isn't he kind of Carson Palmer? Isn't that the comp anyway?
Yep. Well, Mettenberger or Savage then, if he's going to take a big, strong-arm quarterback. I mean,
I don't know. The pick was John Brown, wide receiver from Pittsburgh State.
Wow!
Oh, that's a great. I love that pick.
They love speed, and this is a speed and explosive, wide receiver. So again, this is someone who will probably be able to kick inside, ran a 4.3, 440-yard dash. They have the big monsters on the outside with Floyd and Fitzgerald. So this is someone that they needed. They did get Ginn this year in free agency, but they needed to get a nice young speed receiver. I know Arians has been coveting one the whole time he's been here. So this is a good pick for them.
And I think that speed is real. We saw that at Shrine, and he was good. He was really good.
He might have been the best player on either team in some respects that week. He was outstanding with his route. His route running was fantastic. In some respects, it's like what Odell Beckham does to an extent because he's so lightning fast in and out of his breaks. Everything he does is at full speed, and it's so precise. I think this is a great pick. You look at what they had and what they just lost. The Citadel kid,
Andre Roberts.
Yep, he'll slide right in and fill that role that they wanted Andre Roberts to fill.
Well, I think what you just said there also makes perfect sense. He will fill the role that they always wanted Roberts to fill.
And I said that way on purpose, too.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Because it's so true. I mean, this kid, and it was funny, after the East-West game, I reached out to the running backs coach there at Pitt State, who I've known since I covered that school, and I asked him, hey, get me some film. He got me some stuff. I mean, this kid was a dominant small school guy, and he's a one-year guy. He's a Los Angeles kid or a Miami kid. I mean, he's been at 2 other schools. He's had not so much off-field in terms of criminal or anything, but just academic issues, staying eligible, all that stuff. But this kid is, he is dynamic. He's explosive, gets to full speed in a heartbeat, has amazing run-after-catch skills, and he's a return guy. I mean, there's not much to dislike about this kid in terms of pure talent.
He's got hands, too. Let's not forget that.
He does.
Yeah,
consistently plucks the ball away from his body.
And this is the pick that Kime got up from that first round trade back, which I believe he was targeting Deion Buchanan anyways at 20, but he was able to trade back 7 spots, pick up this 91st pick, and still get Deion Buchanan. So this was just some crafty GMs.
Is anybody watching ESPN2?
No.
Oh, they just yanked it down. They put a typo up there. So they listed John Brown as a 4th round pick for the Cardinals.
Oops.
It's like, considering we're not done with the 3rd, you might want to correct it.
No, they did show another pick that just came across, and this is a pretty good one. The Panthers select guard Trey Turner from LSU.
It's a great move.
That's more like it.
Yep, putting him next to Khalil, that's a good move.
Very good move. Good value there,
smart
especially
move.
at pick 92. I mean, this is a punishing run blocker and a guy who has some good movement ability.
Guys, I want to report something that Schefter just tweeted out there relevant to the Browns and their wide receiver situation. No
the
pizzas
Burles.
involved this time, but Nate Burleson fractured his arm in OTAs.
Yep.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, it's amazing.
Wow. So the Browns had it really good for about 18, 19 hours.
It did.
Yeah.
It was great.
Yes. And I also must say, I don't know if you guys saw the quote from Jerry Jones today,
No.
saying that Manziel was in fact the number one guy on their board
Really?
and the number one quarterback, I should say number one player on their board when their pick came up, but they chose not to go there because he didn't feel that Manziel could be a backup because he's such a celebrity that
Yeah.
they couldn't have him back up Romo, and that Romo's too good of a quarterback to stick on the bench. And I thought that's a very odd way to go about your business if you really had a quarterback that highly rated.
It really is.
I think that's a backward way to say you don't trust his character.
Could be. Could. You know what? It really could be, because you're saying basically if he's not my starter, he may freak out.
Yeah, he's not willing to sit on a bench for a couple of years. Yeah.
Yep, and
But
I can totally see that.
why do you even put that out there, though?
Well, because someone asked him, and he probably is the type of guy who never says will say anything different. He just says, "Okay, here's the deal."
It's just okay.
I'm agreeing with you. I think it's dumb. But
yeah, I just think it's. I mean, if you're Tony Romo, you got to be like, huh? You know.
Yeah, exactly.
There's so much. They're stuck with all that dead money and all the problems with him that he ain't going anywhere.
No, he is not going anywhere. So New England is on the clock, 93rd pick. We're almost done with this, gentlemen. I think the Jags are on the clock. All right.
We also missed Trey Turner going to Carolina.
Yeah, Jordan.
Well, we talked about it for a moment there.
We interrupted him, but he's.
Sorry.
No, it's okay. Hey, Jordan.
Yes,
you
sir.
Want to finish your Trey Turner discussion there, buddy?
Oh, no, I mean, I pretty much already said it. I mean, it was a great value pick here, and then he's just, a punishing run blocker, moves well, gets to the second level quickly. I thought he would have gone a little bit higher than this. Right now, I just think it's interesting that the Jacksonville traded with New England, and that Jacksonville is on the clock. As we mentioned earlier,
I wonder if David Yankee.
They've been going all offense right now, so I don't know if
they need
try
an
to get
interior
Leo,
line in a big way.
but they also need a pass rusher.
But are there any left that are really frontline guys?
I think there's a couple of centers. I think they can find a starting center.
No,
Wow.
I meant pass rushers.
They went guard Brandon Linder from Miami.
Oh, you know what? I heard he
yeah.
was going to go higher than people expected. This kid's a very intriguing football player. He was their starting right guard pretty much throughout his career. He's played every position there. But this year, I think, is one of the most intriguing guys because he would start every game at right guard, and then about a third of the way through the game, he'd start rotating out at tackle because Central Henderson was so bad that he would play the second half of most games at right tackle. And he's a really good football player, a much better athlete than he gets credit for, a highly competitive, nasty football player. I like this kid. I like the pick. I bet you he brings some nastiness and attitude to that offensive line. I think he could start at center or at guard for them. He's a real interesting football player. I like the pick a lot. I think it's a great value pick for Jacksonville, and I think they've done a very good job so far of doing that. Here we're going to see a little bit of Linder right now. I mean, not many guys can move around the line as easily as he can. I think he can be a guard. I think he can be a center and start at either one in the NFL. I don't think he's a particularly great athlete. I think what he is a really, really good football player.
He can move.
He can move. He's a real intriguing guy. I mean, you can see he's not a huge kid. He's not a great athlete. He's just good enough. But what he is he's an outstanding football player. He knows how to stay under control. He knows how to make his blocks. I mean, he does everything he's supposed to do efficiently, under control. I like the kid a lot.
If he can play center, I bet you that's where he ends up. Right now they have Will Rackley at left guard. Beatles will obviously hold down right guard. But Mike Brewster's sitting there at center right now. They really needed to come into the draft and upgrade that position.
The Browns just traded up.
Oh.
So maybe they're going to try to get a receiver here.
Could this
I love for it to be Bruce Ellington.
Maybe?
Yeah.
Bruce Ellington's the highest rated receiver I have on my board at this point.
That guy. It's that same guy. Not Andre, Bruce.
Right.
Martavius Bryant?
Yeah.
Is that what you're saying?
That would work.
So it was San Fran's pick, but Cleveland traded up, and as we've been mentioning, with all the bad luck they're having with wide receivers, perhaps they need to try to get themselves a weapon on the outside.
And you wonder if San Fran got picks this year or if they took a pick for next year because they don't need 800 picks this year. They don't have that much space on their roster.
Right.
So I wonder if they could get maybe a third next year and maybe a seventh this year or a third and a seventh next year, something like that. I don't know. Or a second next year. I don't know. But I think the 49ers, they're just smarter than a lot of teams.
They really are. I remember last year sitting watching them make their moves, along with Seattle too, and thinking they're just on a different level.
They really are. I mean, getting Carradine, where they got him, I can't wait to see him this year. I think he's got the tools to be a front-end impact guy in the NFL. And they got him, in the second or third round last year?
Pick number 40.
Pick number 40. There you go.
It's amazing to think of all the guys that San Fran drafted last year that did little to nothing just because of their depth that are really going to be big-time players this year. Lemonier's another one.
Right.
Marcus Lattimore could be one as well.
You know what? Yeah.
In Quentin Patton, obviously they've address wide receiver constantly, but I still feel strongly that Quentin Patton could be a very productive receiver for them as well.
I agree. I don't know how you can say he couldn't be at this point. What was the wow for?
Wow,
the Browns didn't go wide receiver.
They needed that running back.
The pick was Terrence West, running back from Towson.
I don't get it. They just signed Ben Tate.
Well, Josh, I know you looked at this guy, and I think you did too, Jordan, didn't you? Am I correct? Or
I just watched a couple of his games the other day. A small school guy. There's a lot to like about him, but just at this point, I'm just a little confused about no wide receiver. And like Josh said, they just signed Ben Tate. But this was one of the better small school players out there, and he did dominate at his level of competition. He's got some good size to him. He's kind of built low to the ground, 5'9", 225. So it's an interesting pick, though.
I'm kind of lukewarm on him. Here's what I think. First of all, again, you want to see him dominate his level of competition. And where he was at his best was in the red zone. I think he showed enough short area quicks to enough wiggle to be able to do a little bit of the line of scrimmage. But for the most part, he's having to run through contact. He's not a real fast guy, and I think it showed even against his level of competition. So while he tested very well, I think he ran in the low 4.5s at the combine. I don't think he necessarily plays up to that, but I think he is a powerful guy that seems to have a nose for the end zone. He's always, because of his forward lean and his natural leverage, he always seems to fall forward. So I think he'll be effective in that capacity. My real question for him is, again, at his level, why was he constantly subbed out on third down? You would see he was fairly competitive, the chances he did have to pass block, but he got confused often, was often in the wrong spots. Was it used at all, or seemed to struggle when he did get chances in terms of being a receiver? That's a big concern for me, and especially when when you just signed a bell cow like Ben Tate. What's this guy's role? Because he's not going to be a third down guy. He's really just a change of pace guy that you just traded up into the third round for. So that makes that a little bit confusing to me. I'm kind of with Jordan on that.
Yeah, I agree with you. It doesn't make a lot of sense because it doesn't seem like he brings a lot that Tate doesn't already bring to the team. So you would think they'd go in a different direction, maybe go get a C-Strunk.
Yeah.
Who's
an
explosive,
that would have been the perfect
athlete.
fit.
Yep.
Yeah.
But at the
How
same
are
time,
all
I will
those running
say-
backs off the board and C-Strunk still out there? That's madness to me.
Because he
No,
does
you know
not
what?
participate on third down.
That's exactly it. That's
But
exactly
he
the
can.
reason.
You watch him; he can pass block. He's competitive. He knows when to step up. He
but
just needs to
catch
know
the
how to
ball.
use his hands.
Yep. Well, that's the issue.
Well,
and
I
I like
understand
this.
the receiving, but
I like this pick by Denver.
wow, that's early for him.
Michael Schofield, the kid from Michigan, It's early, but I think they're betting on the come with this kid. I think when you watch film of this kid, he's a very athletic offensive lineman who does not play like a very good athlete. He's on the ground a lot. He uses bad technique. But I think it probably is a round early, but I think when you start looking at 6'6" guys who can move their feet, block out in space, they're hard to find. This kid is a good athlete. He can move. He has experience at guard and at tackle. I think he's got a chance to be a very productive starter if he can improve his technique and become more consistent. Like I said, it's probably around early, but it's hard finding big kids that are this athletic that can move their feet. This kid's got a lot of the traits it takes to be a starting offensive lineman in the NFL, so I can totally get why he went right here.
And I think we're at a point where there will not be any more trades because we're all at, I think these are all compensatory picks.
This is the last one right here.
Yeah, the Vikings pick that they got from the Seahawks will be the last one that's not compensatory. You're correct, Scott.
So Scott just jumped the gun a tiny bit. You would think he would have done that with Kyle Van Noy. We wouldn't have to worry about it.
Is it Saturday night already?
Yeah, I have to say, Scott contained himself a lot better with Kyle Van Noy than Jordan did with Kareem Martin.
Oh, I know. Sorry. Sorry for my lack of professionalism.
I'm trying to be a pro here.
Remember, hey, Scott just knows if you don't talk, no one can see you. So he didn't talk, and he took care of what he had to take care of.
Well, you didn't see my hands, did you?
That's what I'm saying, my boy.
Listen, I sat on my left hand for a long time, and it turned into the stranger.
No.
It's awesome.
Okay, things I don't need to ever know or hear.
Oh, you can tell we're getting to the end of the third round. Yeah.
Almost over.
Man. Almost over, that's right.
We're getting punch drunk.
Yeah. Or drunk would be the better situation, but unfortunately I've been sitting in my room doing this all night, not in a bar, so.
I know.
That's my next plan.
Going to a bar?
Are we going to do this at noon tomorrow?
You guys can. I will be in draft meetings tomorrow.
You can't make this happen from your draft meeting? You can't multitask and do both?
I probably could based on the minimal amount of work we actually do in there. But
well, I wouldn't say that.
If you guys want to do a hangout, I will do a hangout. I'm getting up at 5, 6 a.m. to drive back to Chicago. I'll be at my brother's, but I will be around watching the draft.
I don't know if we can do one. The picks happen too quickly.
I know, and we won't know half of them.
That's one of the reasons why I don't think it's a good idea, because it's just chaos.
Well, then why'd you ask if we were going to do it?
Because it's stupid. It's stupid dumb time. So I figured.
Hey, I will tell you, if I weren't in meetings tomorrow, I'd love to do it. Because even if we don't get all the picks, we can at least sit there and talk about the ones that we think are interesting. I mean,
we don't even need to broadcast it. We could just get on and chit chat.
Well, why don't we just play it by ear?
That's fine. And text me if you're doing it, because if we take a break from meetings, I can come up and kick it for a half hour or an hour and yabber.
Sounds good.
About who got picked. Oh, gosh.
Tomorrow will be interesting, too, because a lot of the smaller, the lesser-known guys will go. It'll be intriguing because a lot of those guys we've talked to. And one of the things I'll say is talking to those guys, they all have great stories. It's just so interesting. Like, Desir's story is incredible,
Yeah.
Walt Aikens has got an interesting story. They're all super interesting.
Honestly, those are two guys I'm surprised are still there. You know what? This could be Walt Aiken right there now that we mentioned it.
Yeah, it makes sense because from what I told you earlier.
Yeah.
Hey, Russ, so I was told, and I'm sure you know this is interesting. You could tell us whether this is true or not. In the old days, did scouts used to go camp out by players' houses and cut their phone line so nobody could call them?
Not that I know of.
That's what I was told. And
in the old days, scouts would get sent to the houses to try to sign them as free agents as soon as the draft was over.
But I was told a tiny bit of a different story, but it sounds like Minnesota's got somebody down where Walt Aikens is, and that's intriguing.
If they have somebody down where Walt Aikens is, then I would,
No.
wow, that is a bold move in the third round. A guy who's not even playing the position. Oh. But I will tell you, if they have somebody down at his house, my guess would be that they're planning on trying to get him as an undrafted free agent. Because you generally don't send scouts to guys'
That
houses.
cat is not an undrafted free agent, though.
No, yeah, he's not.
I agree with you, but maybe they know something we don't, and
It's
they're
possible.
trying to be prepared. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, but we should say the Vikings just selected Jerick McKinnon, the kid who played quarterback at Georgia Southern, who is going to play running back / receiver in the NFL. I love the kid. I love the athlete. I think it's way too high to take a guy who's converting from small school quarterback to a position player when you consider that even kids who played at major schools usually fail making that switch. I don't think it's as easy as people make it out to be. I think there's a very high failure rate, and to use a third-round pick when your team is a bad team right now, I think it's a mistake. I think this is a guy in the 6th or 7th round you want to take him fine, but at this point, I think it's a huge, huge gamble.
It's a ballsy move. I mean, yeah, I don't know. I mean, there's so many players on the board that seem like just reliable football guys. And
yeah, and look at that. The Pittsburgh Steelers take Dre Archer, the running back, receiver, returner out of Kent State. That's a wow to me.
Yeah.
I mean, he's an electrifying kid, no question. But I'll tell you, the thing that scares me the most when I watch film of him, and I think it was you I might have been watching with, Scott, at the Combine.
It was with me.
Oh, it was with you. This is a kid who, he did not look natural catching the ball.
No.
He fought the ball a lot. So it's like, unless they're going to make him a tailback, and he's a tiny little kid to be a tailback, geez, I would just be nervous that he's going to drop so many balls that he's not going to make it. That one's a wow to me, especially for a team that's generally conservative, doesn't take a lot of big chances. That one does not make sense to me.
Yeah, I don't get that either. And as far as route running and all that, I think he's got a long road ahead of him to be productive. And, yeah, he can return, but that's completely marginalized with the rules now. So,
Yep.
I mean, you're taking a guy who now effectively, especially with all those weapons they already have, you're taking a guy who's going to be a punt returner in the third round. That's just odd. You know, it's one of those things we seem to see every year, though, Russ, and you could speak to it. I'm sorry, you know what? I was looking at Green Bay on the board, thinking he was going to Green Bay, talking about all the weapons. But it's one of those things where we seem to see it with the compensatory picks, like teams treat it instead of treating it like a third-round pick, they treat it as, oh, it's extra. I can go spend it on something crazy, take a gamble.
There definitely seem to be certain teams that are willing to gamble. And don't get me wrong, this kid's got a lot of skills that you like. He's elusive. He's got obviously big league acceleration and speed. My concern is I think it's hard to use a guy or to get production from a guy like an Archer who's not big enough to be a full-time feature back who doesn't catch the ball consistently well. That, to me, is the big issue. If he caught the ball consistently well, I'd say it's a slam dunk great pick. But because he doesn't, I just don't know where you're going to use him consistently. This pick, I don't know a whole lot about the Richard Rodgers kid, the tight end out of Cal. I know a lot of NFL teams have been talking about him because of his athleticism, but I've not done a lot of work on him. I've heard he's sort of an athletic kid that's sort of raw, but I have not done a lot of work on him.
I haven't done a lot of work on him either, but I did watch a couple of his games the other day in my last week film push, and he was a guy that I'd also mentioned to Scott too. I pushed him up my board in the last week because I saw that athleticism on tape. He's 6'4", 257, but he was fluid, and I was pretty impressed with what I saw. And so I think that this will be a good additional weapon for Rodgers and the Packers, and I think it's a good pick.
Yeah, I mean, the reality is they have nobody, and an athletic guy with good hands, even if he's not polished, Rodgers can put the ball in a good spot for him, let the kid develop. So I can understand that, and I have heard a lot of scouts talk very highly of this kid. They said he's one of the better athletes in the whole draft at the position. He's just a guy who needs to learn to run his routes a little bit more sharply, has to get a better feel for what's going on. But they say he's a natural hands guy, natural ability to break tackles, and much better athleticism than he gets credit for. And
Now,
from one
this is a
tight end
real
to
nice
another,
pick here.
Baltimore picks up the Crockett-Gilmore tight end out of Colorado State. He had a great week at the East-West Shrine game, which led to him getting invited to the Senior Bowl, where he had a really strong week there. He caught the ball incredibly well. He's not a blazer either, but what he is he's a fundamentally sound guy, runs very good routes, uses his body to shield extremely well, and has great hands. I mean, he's really a guy that is he a dynamic player? No. But is he a solid starting guy who can catch a lot of passes? There's no question about it.
Yeah, he's an underrated football player.
Yep.
And it was interesting because at the East-West game, he wasn't overwhelmed remotely at all by that level of competition. In fact, he looked really good. And he went to Senior Bowl and he looked just as good there. Caught the ball naturally, like you said. He's a big kid, very big. I think it was funny. Athlete.
If I remember at the Senior Bowl, he was a day late getting there.
Yes.
I think he was added on Tuesday, and from the moment he got there, he was the guy catching every pass.
Yeah.
It was like all the other guys all of a sudden took second fiddle to this guy because he caught everything. And he's a big, tall kid. He plucks high balls like it's nothing. I mean, he was really impressive that week at Mobile. Then when you watch what he did on film at Colorado State, I mean, he's an intriguing kid, and I think if used correctly, he could be a very productive guy in the NFL, catching a lot of balls.
Well, and Baltimore has a limited number of guys that are effective receivers in the passing game, so I think he's going to be able to play a decent role for them this year.
If there's any fantasy footballers out there listening, he'd be one of the guys that you might want to pay attention to. Because as an underrated, lesser than pick,
Yep.
He's going into a situation which might be pretty good for him, and I think he's one of those classic outperform your draft position players. Which means value.
I agree.
Yeah, he's a very good run blocker too. So again, he's not going to get a lot of separation, but he can make contested catches, and he's good in the red zone.
And I got to tell you, it looks like the 49ers took Brandon Thomas, is what I'm hearing.
They redshirted. Yep, that's the pick, Brandon Thomas. They're redshirting Brandon Thomas now.
It's
just
a
like
great
Josh,
move.
Just like Josh mentioned earlier, they have the roster depth to take these guys and redshirt them for a year.
Yep, it's a great move. I love it. This way, they don't even have to think about playing him this year. Immediately, put him on NFI, sit him for the year, and then next year you have a guy who I think would have been a second rounder. There was talk of him being a late first rounder. So, I mean, to me, it makes a lot of sense. A very, very good move. And that's it. That's the end of the round. I think it's a great pick to end the round. I mean, Brandon Thomas, a guy that a lot of people, like I said, thought was going to be a second rounder. They get tremendous value getting a guy that they can let sit out, sort of like Carradine, let him rehab, no rush, and that way next training camp he'll be more than a year out from this injury. He'll be 100% and ready to challenge for a starting job. And if you look at the two guys they got, if you look at this, who was the guy I don't remember earlier, Scott or Josh?
It was somebody
Marcus Martin who they took?
Yeah, so you take
Martin and now
this kid. You may have two guys. Well, Ayupati and maybe Boone. I mean, who knows?
I think you might see both of them gone. I really do. They didn't just sign
That's crazy.
Kilgore to a 5-year extension for no reason. You don't do that with guys like that haven't had their chance.
Or at least they're going to let Ayupati go, because Boone's not a very expensive keep, and let the other two guys develop and see who's ready to take over. But another great draft pick. I love it. Brandon Thomas, let him sit for a year, and it's saved. They don't have to worry about a roster spot. Boom, done. So I love it.
Here's the question with Thomas real quick. Speaking of trying not to have to pay everybody, is he a guy that has any chance of playing right tackle? I just don't know him as a prospect.
I think he has a shot. I think he definitely has a shot. I mean, he's got decent size. He's only about 6'4", but he's tough. He's physical. He's a better athlete than he gets credit for. He's very aggressive, uses his hands well. Yeah, I think he's got a shot to play right tackle.
Now, what about what's his name? Did he get a new
Anthony
contract?
Davis?
Yeah, Anthony
I don't
Davis.
think so yet. I don't think he did yet either.
Okay, so that's what I'm wondering there. If they think maybe they could potentially, if they really like those two, they've got replacements because Anthony Davis, he's going to get a huge contract.
Yep, no question.
That's a lot of money off the books if they've just found a way to replace Yapati and Davis. By the way, I think we need to put the caveat and say those are two of the very best players at their positions.
Yeah.
So it's not just a matter of replacing those guys. I don't think that's fair. But money-wise, that they're going to have to pick and choose which positions they want to address, which they don't. They're going to have a $100 million quarterback. That's just a reality of the situation there, unless Kaepernick just shits the bed this year, which I don't see happening.
Yep. And especially when you consider guard is such a replaceable position.
Yes.
I would expect them to let Iupati go before letting Davis go. Because it's just, as you talked about earlier, having two tackles is much more important than a guard.
Yes, it is.
So hard to find tackles. So I would lean towards them doing that, but I think it's just great they're always planning ahead. I love they run that team so well. It's incredible.
Yep, we applaud New England for continually drafting quarterbacks and rotating those guys through high. We need to do the same for San Fran.
Yep, they did
and
a
what
great
they've done
job
today.
Yep. Well, gentlemen, I think tonight was a far superior podcast. I thought we knocked it out of the park. We were much more informative, stayed on point, and I think we did a great job. So I think we call it a night, and we can text and email tomorrow as the final 4 rounds go off the books, and we see what happens.
Sounds good.
All right,
good.
guys.
Thanks, guys.
All right.
Travel safe,
Thanks
Russ.
for all the hard work tonight, guys. I appreciate it. All right, guys. Adios.
Thanks.